to resist them. And if there's nothing gonna be left, but a final stand, so be it. Gonna meet them in the fire. Come meet us in the open, 'cause we are sworn to redemption. So come bring what you can bring. It means nothing but violent precision. So very unforgiving. Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heart
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Alice, joined by Wolf here as we delve into day 2 of Week 8. Can you believe we have got this far, Wolf? It is absolutely insane.
It's crazy. It feels like the season just flew by.
I know, it really did. It's almost as if it all feels like one giant week so far.
Yeah.
It has just been an incredible stream of League of Legends here in Korea. And we've got another fantastic match for us here today to start things off. Gen G taking on Live Sandbox. As you can see, 2 of our teams well and truly in the running, if not completely locked in for the playoffs. Gen G, their eyes are on second place, though. With a victory here, they will be able to reach it, if not temporarily.
And it's really competitive between D+, Gen G, and KT, with KT's easy schedule remaining. It's a really important win for Gen G to take here if they're actually going to win this race. And Live Sandbox looking a little bit weaker here towards the end of the regular season, so definitely a matchup we are expecting Gen G to take, but an upset here would really hurt Gen G's chances, so definitely looking for a 2-0 victory. Notice their game score just 1 behind D+, and that rate here for getting to round 2 going up and up here for KT Rolster, still sitting only at 7%, but with the remaining schedule of Bro, Kwangdong, and DRX, it's more about whether or not D+ or Gen G win their remaining matches, which are really difficult. You see D+ has T1 and Gen G coming up later on. Gen G likewise will obviously face D+, Hanwha Life. And Live Sandbox here, one of the tougher teams that you would have said they face a few weeks ago, but right now feels like one of their easier ones of the 3 playoff qualified teams.
Yep, basically what KT are hoping for is for DK to lose 2 of their matches and Gen G to do the same thing, and then they will be able to catapult themselves towards that top spot with victories. The problem is that it's not really in their hands. They're kind of relying on the other 2 teams to have some hiccups along the way. We'll see how it goes. The really important thing to talk about when it comes to this match, though, is Bro's chances at playoffs are still on the line. And Live Sandbox, they need to lose here if you Bro Leavers are going to get a chance of seeing them in that first round of playoffs.
That's right. So we might have it all locked up tonight if they can do it in this best of 3 against Gen G. So Breon fans definitely cheering for Gen G this evening. And it's really important here for Live Sandbox because it's not a sure thing that they will, of course, make playoffs, especially with their recent form. We all expect that it will happen. That's what we predict right now, but it's never sure until it's really finalized, right? And that is something they can control is in their hands tonight. As Gen G getting to the second round, we talked about this, their chances below 50% based on our internal ELO system here. But, you know, a loss here, an upset win, will shoot those chances down massively, will really help D+ and also KT Rolster.
Yeah, this is the thing. I'm actually in my mind, right? Like, yes, we've got this ELO system, but sometimes, you know, it's about the feeling of where these teams are going and with the opportunities that they'll have in their remaining matches, right? It's expected that KT wins the rest of them, but if DK only lose to T1 and manage to beat Gen G might actually be the team that it all rides on, right? Whether it's about them getting into that second place or whether it's about D+ making it there, or KT could potentially get there as well. We'll just have to see exactly how it's going to go. But let's focus on this matchup here. Highest POG points in each team. It is the mid lane matchup. Chovy and Closer, both of these players playing exceptionally well. The Chovy Cassante, look at that.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of terrifyingly accurate. And we got ganked by Chovy walking to the stage here tonight. He was collecting himself a water. We walk around the corner, coming up to our caster desk, and there was a Chovy right there. Wild, skitty kid, Wolf, and it was, you know, he's intimidating today. He is definitely intimidating today.
He definitely is. Live Sandbox, you know, we've had a huge dip for this team in terms of performances, and it's been around really Envy, who had a very rough start to the season, but then instantly rebounded in a big way.
Yep.
But he's now kind of struggling a little bit here. Maybe confidence the issue, perhaps just shot calling around objectives. But Birdall has also had his ups and downs, and it's been more downs than ups in recent times. And Willer is the guy who keeps this team together. He's the guy who shot calls a lot of these fights. He's the one that keeps the team positive. But it hasn't been enough in their last few matchups.
It hasn't. I think there's been a bit of a shift when it comes to the meta as well that they haven't quite caught up with. Ryu was actually pretty outspoken about that. But this team, This team is well and truly ready to tackle crazy metas. They have Peanut, and Peanut is generally at the forefront of when things are changing. Bottom side of the map is where we're going to be glued to, though, as Pays and Delight will have to do the most restructuring, I think. Delight's kind of been patched in on this one, though, and it makes it a little bit scary for anyone facing them. His Rakan is legendary here in the LCK, and he's been back on it in solo queue, continuing to play it. And Pays, he can go back to his Aphelios, right? Like, this entire bottom lane, I think, feel a lot better on this patch, even if it is requiring them to go through a bit of a change-up and a bit of a restructure there. And for newer players, especially in Pays' case, right, that can be a difficulty.
Yeah.
The mid lane, not a difficulty for Gen G, as Devil's Number DPM is first in the league. And if that's not scary, I don't know what is.
His damage percentage is also the highest across mid laners here, so you could see that he is carrying a lot of these games. He's got an extremely wide champion pool. His Azir has been great. We've seen his Talia, and it's really difficult to draft against Trophy. We saw his Cassante that was discussed just moments ago, because his Cassante kind of revolutionized a lot of how I think mid matchups are looking right now. Like, the fact that you have to consider this pick now as a flex with the Elise in particular, where he was actually pulling people through the terrain into the enemy jungle where Elise is waiting to follow up Cocoon, stuff like that. We just haven't seen yet with this champion. Now we know Chovy has in his wheelhouse, and it always makes you wonder, what other AD picks does he have up his sleeve? If you want to run Nidalee, if you want to run the Talia jungle, for example, he has so many flex picks because he's played the Scion mid in the past.
Yeah.
He'll play Renekton, he'll play Jace,
he'll play Ornn. He'll just anything that can possibly be used in a lane that is melee, he will play if the composition allows it. And I think that that's why Live Sandbox are going to have to ban things like the Elise very, very early on in this one, because the flexibility of Gen G, when they can get Peanut on one of these mages that is capable of carrying the mantle of magic damage alone, it just opens the floodgates for what Chovy can do to you. Because you didn't even mention things that can already be played by a lot of people, right? Like the Yone, like Yasuo, all sorts of things, right? Yeah. And Peanut could go back to a Gragas jungle as well. That could really open some of these Yasuo compositions. Maybe Bertle defaults to a Gnar. Maybe it's going to be Doran Yasuoing it. You never really know where these are going to go.
Doran has been a player we haven't spent that much time talking about this season, but he has been incredibly consistent, actually, especially towards the latter half of the season. Even if he dies early in lane or gets ganked by a path topside, he always recovers. Like, he has been a solid rock for this team, and that's not something we always say about Doran, because he has his ups and downs, but more ups than downs recently. And I think it's been very impressive to see how he has performed once again with a slightly changed roster, with a slightly different type of win condition. As Ryu, you mentioned, he was talking about his team is struggling to adapt to the meta. Sometimes his team just not figuring out what their win conditions are with picks they have. They play the early game fine, but then how do we play the mid game? How do we play the late game? How does this composition work together? All these players still so young, still figuring it out.
Yeah, and it felt like they did manage to figure it out a few weeks ago, but things have developed, things change here in the LCK, and they didn't at the beginning of the season. And maybe it was the fact that Live Sandbox had that settling time to really figure it out and understand how they're supposed to win. But then as things start going back to the normal cadence as far as patches and changes and things like this, that's when it becomes a little bit iffy. Very cute Zoe there.
4-leaf closer.
Aww. There's their lucky charm. Yeah. I almost attempted an Irish accent, but I didn't, because that I'm not very good at it. Chovy fan here in the audience. There's plenty of those. Of course, Live Sandbox have chosen the red side. They've spent most of the time on red so far this season, but it's curious.
I was going to mention, I actually think that Gen G is way stronger on red side, but it's so strong to have blue side, especially with the Annie prevalence right now that we saw a lot yesterday. Blue side also winning literally all 6 games yesterday, which was pretty wild. So
and Annie winning every single game that she was left up in as well.
But I think having counterpick for Doran here is really powerful for Gen G. Also those flexible picks like the Gragas, the Renekton, the Jace, these things are so strong when you have red side here as Gen G. That Live Sandbox, I don't think they prefer red, but they really don't want to deal with that potential counterpick situation. We will see the Annie ban here by Live Sandbox too. I think Chovy has been one of the better Annie players.
This Draven ban from Live Sandbox is really kind of hindering their ability to deal with both Ashe and Annie.
Yeah.
Because I think the Elise ban absolutely has to happen. Gen.G actually opting out of that Ashe pick just because they don't want to run into choose Ashe or like pick your poison there towards the bottom side. Live Sandbox let off the hook there when it comes to that final ban.
I think Gen.G just not wanting to play into their game, as Live Sandbox 100% knew that it was going to be a handshake on that one. And
I'm really
not a game
sad.
they wanted to play.
I'm sad because I did a bit of a Gen.G solo queue scout.
Yeah.
And Pei's been playing a bit of that good Cho'Gath stuff in that bottom lane.
Oh, don't worry. We'll see that in the T1 series later. We're 100% see that in the T1 series later. So you're going to get it today. Just wait a little bit longer, all right?
I wanted to see, like a bit of that challenger flavor from Pei's, bringing it out there.
Looking like he wants to opt into Zeri here with Varus and Karma available here. A very risky call, but you van the Draven away. The Ashe is gone. The Caitlyn is gone here. So it ends up being one of your best options. They're not willing to play the Thresh and the Aphelios or anything like that. They just want to play Zeri here and scale it up. But this is going to be a hard-pushing lane if Gen.G opt into just grabbing a Karma or even a Heimerdinger right now in this draft and saying, we're going to have bottom side control.
Yeah, Varus, Jace, Cassante seems so easy. Although it does take away some of the flexibility if you lock Cassante here. Chovy, of course, he's on a 4-game winning streak on this champion over the last few games in solo queue. He's just having a really good time. Maybe they just want to lock it because he's happy to play it.
The problem with locking this year is it makes your draft pretty transparent. The Karma is a way easier call. Because
I like it. This one's much cleaner.
Because now if you go for Jace and Cassante here, they just ban AP junglers, and there's not that many jungle picks left. You already have the Sejuani as Live Sandbox. The draft becomes very lopsided, and your options dwindle massively.
Yeah.
As now Live Sandbox, they outlock in the obvious Lulu pick here. There were some other picks they could have opted into, to try to win the lane or try to defend harder, but they're just going to say, well, we're just going to play the bottom side, weak side, and we have red side counter pick here for R5 for Birdall, so we can lose bottom lane to this Karma Varus and try to find advantages elsewhere. And this means that we might see a Viego ban here from Gen.G in the second phase because the Sejuani get flexed into a Sejuani Viego top side, which is difficult to deal with.
I don't know whether they're too worried about that. It puts Birdall on this Sejuani on the top side of the map, and then I guess like Peanut just gives him the Jace, right? And then Doran just plays Jace into Sejuani. You're kind of all right with it.
Yeah, yeah.
So, after enough armor comes in, Sejuani is going to be all right. The Wukong going to be banned away here, and there is the Aurelia ban. Somewhat curious. As soon as I see the Aurelia ban, I know it's just a closer situation, but I just think Aurelion Soul, man. It's all I can do.
Every time we've seen this, it's been targeted towards closer, and we did see that Aurelion Soul come through the one time by Bulldog. But see what other jungle ban Live Sandbox are thinking about here. Again, less focused on AP jungle picks here. We'll take away the Maokai, though, that being said, because, they could definitely still be the double AD. Renekton's taken away. Let's see what Live Sandbox want to draft here for their solo lanes. It can actually show the Jax first.
This is a difficult one for Birdall, the blind Jax. As Cassante, I think, makes a lot of sense. Pick it away from Chovy and give it to Birdall. He's very comfortable on the champion. Although he doesn't have a positive win rate, he's played it a whole bunch of times. I find it so interesting that Live Sandbox banned the Maokai when they're the team that is playing it and not finding any success whatsoever with the champion. Like, they're the ones that should know the most intimately that it's not all that great. As Vi going to be locked in.
I think Maokai is great with Jace and Varus. I think he's actually really incredible, especially considering that Chovy has the ability to play the Jace here in the mid lane. You have a lot of flexibility. I think they definitely could have found a lot of success with that Maokai and played a completely around poke with the lethality Varus. But now that it's banned away, we're going to see Vi. We're going to see Gen.G try to control bottom side. Peanut's going to be spending most of his time down there on the bottom side to push this Zeri lane in. And we're going to once again see the response here to the Taliyah. The Akali is what players like closer like to play into this, even though the dashes and stuff like this can be very annoying. Same thing with LeBlanc. You can outmaneuver the Taliyah, and you can assassinate the Taliyah in team fights, and you can actually catch her trying to set up for Weaver Wall flanks and stuff like that with this pick. So I do like the Akali into this quite a bit. It's going to be tough in the laning phase, obviously, especially in the early game. And that's where I have big problems with this Live Sandbox draft, because in late game team fights, and you're set up on flanks and stuff like that, you're engaged with a Sejuani, it's all great, right? But how do you get there? Because you have to deal with a losing lane bottom side, you have to have a losing lane mid for quite some time. Top side, you don't really have any power, so Gen G have the early game belonging to them completely, and they're great at snowballing with those advantages.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is, like, if you look at, like, the Live Sandbox road to success, right? At the beginning, there's a gigantic cavern, like a chasm, sorry, like the cliff and endless abyss, and then after that, there's this beautiful road.
Yeah.
But you have a car that can't fly. So how are you supposed to get over this endless abyss that is their early game? Because they're losing in every position.
Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, the top side is the least bad, but it's still not great. And it's nerfed Cassante, obviously. As the question will be, can they get through the early game, and how well does Willer play against Peanut's aggression on this Vi in the bottom lane? How much damage is done to this Zeri lane? Can they get to the Elysian Fields, Atlas? That's the hope. Because if you get to the late game on even footing or ahead as Live Sandbox, you feel amazing with this draft. But that's way easier said than done.
That is absolutely true. I'm a bit worried. However, we do know that these players very comfortable on these champions. Zeri moments in the late game, they do happen. See whether they can as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. Gen G taking on Live Sandbox here. This is a battle for Gen G's ability to hit second place, at least momentarily. D plus Kia can, of course, take that one back if they're able to win their next match as well. But Gen G need to get as many wins together as they possibly can.
It's really important to win this 2-0 as well, you know,
yes.
as we talked about earlier. Just to refresh everybody, D plus leading by 1 point right now in terms of game score. So to win this 2-0 with D plus's upcoming opponents being pretty tough too, you know, could be what pushes them over the edge and gets them that second place spot. And we've spent so much of this season, feels like with you put the ball into the rotating cups kind of thing for who's actually going to get second, you know, and you're trying to follow along because T1 has always been the strongest team this season, but there have been moments D plus has looked better. Then Gen G passed them in the middle of the season. Now D plus look like the stronger team again potentially here. KT with a very rocky middle of the season, but a strong finish too, so they're still in the running. Live Sandbox, however, is really not, unfortunately, in the running for top 2, but they do need to secure playoffs, and a win here would do just that.
Yeah. This is how this lane goes, by the way. Playing Zeri Lulu into Karma Varus should be almost impossible. In a pure 2v2, unless big mistakes are going to be made here. The amount of range advantage that you do have with this bottom lane from Gen G is going to make it absurdly hard for Andrew and Kyle.
She can shield one of the two threats, right? The Qs coming through here from the Karma and the Mantrid Qs, but then won't be able to then follow up Q. See, like, he shields the auto there, and then he's like, all right, well, I'm going to Mantrid Q you. Like, you used your shield there to try to avoid damage from my auto. Instantly, the Mantrid Q comes through, and then Pays is just going to toss in some of his long-range abilities. He can Q, can E, and be very annoying, and there's only so much you can mitigate, unfortunately, as the Lulu in this lane. Yeah,
it's a really tough time. As far as the rest of the lanes go, Chovy should just, in general, win until level 6 at least on this Talia. The Akali on a pretty, a decent losing streak here in the LCK. Kind of the opposite Annie, as far as all things are considered. Hasn't even been something that Closer himself has been able to find wins on, right? One of our better Akali players, one of our better Assassin players just in general. Seismic Shove is going to catch her out. She does go into her Shroud, but still a lot of that damage has already been done. And Chovy's just living his best life here in mid.
Notice also Willer's topside here, but look at where Doran is standing, because he knows that it's going to be very difficult for Willer to do anything bottom. So he's like, just not going to mess this up. Doran is just going to sit back.
Yep.
Chovy's chilling in mid. Not much that Willer can do here, unfortunately, and this bot lane is just going to have to hover around this turret as Peanut is bottom. And he wins the duel here if Willer actually comes over and tries to assist this lane right now. So it's very uncomfortable, and this is why Willer was hoping maybe Doran would overextend topside here. Now Doran knows the danger time has passed. Peanut can come over here and get some additional information.
Yeah.
He's not going to hard commit. He's just going to get an easy back here. That's a plate. Oh, yep.
There it goes. Delight actually collecting all of that money. The back was already completed there by Pays. And yeah, like you were talking about, actually really like the play from Doran. Just playing back in his lane. Yeah, he's losing in some farm, but feeding a Cassante, we know, like, he doesn't get more Cassante. He continues at the same amount of Cassante until the end of the game, which is, you know, great. Less great after the nerfs, but still, it's really good. But he doesn't scale that well. And so Doran is just going to play some weak side Jace, get towards a mid-game where things can happen. As I say that, he is going to put on some hurt towards Bertle up here. But I do really like that play, not playing super far up in the lane, not consistently pushing these waves into the turret, and instead allowing Gen G to play safely around this bottom lane with a lot of jungle attention and not providing a target for Liv Sandbox to get themselves a foothold in this game.
Delight hiding in this brush.
Oh dear, the skate is going to get him out of there.
He hit, yeah, and he hit level 4 faster. The observers are hiding this because he stays here, got the solo experience, got that solo plate, so he has a ton of money actually early on in this game. He's building his Spell Thief's edge very quickly. And this lane is one, when you get the early Dirk back here that Pays got, one that can really start hurting very, very quickly, and you can actually even get kills in 2v2 while you're just firing at the turret. Or you can force the Zeri to miss experience, miss CS, and have to walk between those turrets there. So this is going from bad to worse here on the bottom side of the map. Peanut's here now too, and you can just kind of go back here and force an early Drake if they'd like to.
Ooh, Willer actually going to show up. Slows Peanut down momentarily.
Toby has 6. They really need to respect this.
Oh yeah. As Pays still playing aggressively here on the bottom side, but Sejuani has the inside track. Peanut moving over towards his Krug camp. So Pays and Delight going to have to put some respect on Willer's name as this wave is going to move in. Oh man, look at this. Look at this piercing arrow angle if he wants it. It would have been really fun, but he actually decides not to use it. As okay, they've got Kyle on a leash. As what the heck was that? Pop go the Blight stacks, I guess.
Big damage. And if you get a root like that, that's all it takes to guarantee you're going to have that follow-up damage. Delight is playing this so incredibly well. Doesn't even need to flash for this. He's just in range there to set up the root.
Was that Pays hitting a piercing arrow while the hail of arrows landed? Is that what the big boom boom was? Because I don't think he'd ordered him that many times.
We'll watch it again, but I think you are correct. And I mean, he has that early Dirk, right? And this is a lane that doesn't have natural resistances, obviously, in these early levels. So the damage is real. And that's the end of that. So that's finally going to be the Drake going over. Willer spent so much time down here trying to assist, trying to help out even closer, leaving mid lane to come over and maybe see if they can get that early skirmish, get the Zeri online. But those backfire here. Luckily, they do survive. Nobody dies here for Liv Sandbox. So this is still kind of par for the course, but 12 CS behind now is Envy.
Yeah. It's par for the course, but the expected result is like -16 for this one. So, like, we need to do better. As Peanut wants to try and escape this one. There's the flash from Closer to get him over the seismic shove as he ults in. Peanut's going to flash. Vault Breaker comes through. And Perfect Execution isn't quite going to get Closer in range. So Peanut does have to flash. And that was dangerous. But they're not going to give over First Blood just yet. Man, that's the kind of thing that could have given Liv Sandbox a foothold in this game.
Yeah, if for any reason Closer gets accelerated, the same of the Zeri, right, then Liv Sandbox have a great opportunity in the mid-game to just force some fights faster than this comp should be able to. And so you're not worried as much then about how these early lanes are going. But unfortunately, it only gets a flash, right? And these early lanes, they are going as you expect, right? And this par for the course is why I didn't like this strat for Liv Sandbox. If you just ignore Gen G's comp, you're like, wow, sick composition here. It actually does a lot of different things really well, especially in the late game. If you look at the lanes, though, you're like, well, it can't do anything for a really long time. And if it falls enough behind, it won't do anything ever. And that's kind of where we are. That's the path we're walking right now, unfortunately. And I think the reason why Akali is having a bad time in the LCK right now and why we're seeing the win rate so poor and it's on such a bad losing streak is because it doesn't offer you anything in terms of CC. And we're living in a meta that's very snowbally but also very CC based.
Yeah. And
Talia is going to give you the exact opposite. It's a ton of CC, a ton of burst damage as Willer.
Yeah. Delight is going to find it. What the heck? Delight does so much damage. As there's Chains of Corruption as well, and First Blood goes to Pays!
Delight, man, he is already
Ruthless!
he's already level 6 in this game, which I'm not talking about his ultimate spike, obviously, because he is Karma, but he has a ton of extra stats, and he got level 4 earlier, and he's just constantly been putting the pressure on. He's already evolved his Spell Thief's Edge, so a little bit of extra damage coming from that as well, and he's been sitting on so much money. He picked up that plate gold early, too. Delight is really making this game miserable to play right now, as Willer just steps over a little bit too far here. Just going to bait it.
Yeah, knew exactly what was going to happen there.
Got him.
Yeah.
No flash.
Did you like how he said it as well? He's like, by the way, Sejuani, no flash. Like I could see the smirk through the words. We could see his face as well, and there was a bit of a smirk there. But the way that he said it as well was just beautiful.
That's the deep vision they have in the river that allows this play to happen. They set it up preemptively. As Delight is just, he's really feeling himself, man.
Oh, yeah, he is. That was potentially an overextension, but they've got so much vision towards the southern side of this river. Yes, here towards the north, looking great for Liv Sandbox as Peanut is going to see the closest kill in this ward, but isn't actually going to go in for it. Was waiting for Delight to turn up, as they do want the Shroud to be down before they go for any cease and desists or anything like that.
So what I was going to say about the Akali and the lack of CC and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like this has become a problem in the LCK where we're just all CC all the time. Just single target blow up is the way the game is played, which is part of why champions like Varus are so great. They're great in lane, but they also have really long-range follow-up burst damage when you have a single target setup. So flanking becomes hard as Akali. Okay, hold up.
Yep, Bertel is going all out. On to Doran here, does find the Q, and is this the classic K'Sante kill? As Doran, you don't want to walk back towards him. Chovy's going to turn up, and that is not going to be the solo kill. Double flashes here on the top side. As another battle here, bottom lane, as Delight is flashing away, doesn't want anything to do with the ulting Zeri. And Peanut is going to move down.
Good spacing there from Envy. Getting the flash, but they're not pushing the issue any further, knowing that Peanut might be around. They don't have any vision in that tri-brush, where there's a control word set up here for Gen G. And backing away, just being willing to say, we got a flash, we'll take that. You want more. Obviously, in this case, you're significantly behind, but you're starting to catch up in CS. And you will take it. As it is going to be a Herald drop here with this, though. So now you're feeling really frustrated as this turret gold is going over to the bottom duo.
And the CS is absolutely even, but these plates are what really separate these bottom lanes as far as the amount of money. I mean, honestly, massive credit to Envy and Kyle for keeping themselves in it. This is a very difficult lane for them to play out, and they have done well. But still, with all of those plates going over, a couple of plates here on this top side as well, and we still have a few minutes before those plates fall down. One last remaining one here for them to collect in that bottom side.
Yeah, and notice that, of course, if you look at the minimap, you could see there's very little damage done anywhere on any turrets here for Liv Sandbox across the map, because 3 losing lanes, essentially, except when Doran chooses to lose on purpose because he knows Sejuani is around. He can hold the wave close to his turret like he did in those early levels, avoiding the level 3 gank from Willer. And so, yeah, Birdall here looks like he might be able to get one plate here. Just barely, not even.
Yeah,
and like,
have Demolish.
It's so frustrating here as Liv Sandbox are really grasping at straws. And, you know, the Akali, when she tries to flank in these mid-game fights, going back to the CC argument, it's really easy for Gen G to just turn on her. And you could see Peanut ults, then Chains of Corruption come down, then you see the pushback here with the Seismic Shove, and then the Akali is just dead. And there's so much burst damage in this composition, there's no ability here for Closer to take that beating. Like, if he gets locked down, that's it. Then all you have to do is deal with the Zeri, who's going to be online way later in the game.
Yeah, Willa, he knows that that position on the map is a dangerous one. 2,000 gold is approximately the lead here for Gen G. And a lot of it is just plate money. Like, honestly, it's mainly just lane priority that's given them this kind of lead. As Seismic Shove's going to be pushing Closer all the way into Peanut. And the Shroud does go down. They get the flash still regardless. And now that should give Gen G the opportunity to go for this Dragon. Hextech and Mountain as 2 solo Drakes feels fantastic.
Yeah, and Closer having no flash now in this fight.
I've seen this one before, Wolf, as Doran doesn't get moved towards the turret, does manage to boot Bertel back there. As the Q, does he find it? Doesn't have his flash available, and we're going to give up on watching that, as that is just Doran walking away.
Yeah, the Akali flashless here. Peanut still holds his ultimate. He didn't use it in that exchange previously. They just got the flash and they were happy to walk away with that here as Genji's still grouped for this Drake bottom side, as we do see coming up here.
Bertel is clearing out the control ward. Hits himself level 11 as well. And in fact, Bertel's pretty strong. Does have that slight advantage in experience towards that top side. Even if he's down by a bit of farm, it's absolutely okay. He'll do his job.
Fairly late buy here on the Rod if Chovy is going to in fact complete it. He does have his Catalyst and the Tier, so that's the expectation. He's going to back right now, so this is probably going to be when that is put together here. But he's going to hit a really insane mid-game spike actually with those two items completed. So you can see the gold difference here in mid is negligible, right? He doesn't have a massive advantage there, but he's had enough lane pressure and lane push to make sure they can get these early objectives with the top side control they have, bottom side control they have. Rod is completed here, albeit later than you normally do with a lot of mid laners here at 14 minutes. Still going to be a huge spike when we hit 25, when right now they have a 2 Drake lead. Could be Soul Point we're talking about that they're sitting on looking for Soul in just a moment's time. We'll see what that Soul is going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Infernal. I mean, this is just a disaster for Live Sandbox
sorry,
in every
Live
way.
Sandbox. I was about to say, like, the Live Sandbox out is that this is Chemtech or maybe Ocean or maybe Cloud is all right, although Cloud Drake with this kind of pick composition, I don't think you want them running extra fast, and Jace loves Cloud Drake. But this is absolutely disaster.
Yeah.
Because if Genji continues snowballing, they get an Infernal Soul, and then, yeah, like, cool scaling, bro. It doesn't matter. I got the cool dragons. As Willa is looking for this one, does find the Glacial Prison. Peanut going to be taken down. Closer collecting that kill as now Chovy arrives a little bit late. And that was Genji behind the play. Nicely executed by Live Sandbox, but a bit of a mistake on Genji's side.
Yeah, Peanut just kind of walking face first into that one, and they thought, okay, we have the stronger comp, we can win this fight, but unfortunately, Live Sandbox were there first. I do say faster on the play, have great turn, and Willer sets up the CC. That's the end of that. So Peanut is just deleted instantly, and this is how it all happens, right? Willer sits here, knows Closer's rotating down, and he's like, I'm just going to put this ult into the enemy jungler, and Closer has the follow-up. That's simple, and that's the end of that. Chovy's like, like the timing of everything Genji could have done if they were like 2 seconds faster, they crushed that fight. Live Sandbox maybe even lose the Herald, lose 2 players, but they weren't there fast enough, got a little bit greedy. But does it affect the overall game state that much? Not really, because again, almost no damage has been done to these turrets, so this Herald isn't going to be that great for you as Live Sandbox here. You still don't have control anywhere on the map right now. Bottom turret has been long gone. And this is very difficult to play out this mid game. It's a small victory, maybe a little bit of money you're going to pick up here, but it's mostly just the local gold they got.
Yep. And what Peanut has actually done is he threw away the perfect game. That's what he did. And if you're Genji, yeah, it's a little sad, but I don't think it's the end of the world. So Live Sandbox is going to need to do more than take that Herald as Bertel. He has been chosen to die by Genji.
He's been selected.
We'll see whether he is actually going to accept his fate. All right, the Shock Blast is going to miss. Cease and Desist can be used here. There it goes, but he just goes all out. Gets all underneath the turret, and he will be absolutely fine. Live Sandbox now here in this mid lane, and immediately Willa puts down the Rift Herald. Like you say, not a lot of damage done to the turret, and so I don't know whether this actually gets the kill, but Willa does get a cleanse, and they'll be happy about that. So no turret to be destroyed, but it is now on its last legs, as Doran's looking for an inner. Here on the top side.
A macro error, I would say, here from Genji. Probably could have prevented that from being dropped in mid, and trying to dive at Kasante, as we all know, he's been out long enough. It's very difficult. Yeah, this one's going to land.
Yeah. Chovy looking for some popcorn chickens off to the side. You'll love to see it as MB. 50% health, but this siege is coming through. Great little speed up there from the Lulu to avoid the seismic shove. That lands, MB dies, and then it is very, very difficult for them to do anything. 2 minutes on this Drake. We're not fighting about for too much here outside of just this siege on the turret.
Yeah, they're just going to siege this up. And remember, Genji don't have anything to fight for the next 2 minutes here. And if they secure this Soul Point, which Live Sandbox are not equipped to fight right now, even with that kill going over to Closer on that top Herald, their composition is not online yet. Zeri doesn't have 2 items. And really, it's 3 items that she wants to be able to compete with this composition, but at least 2 will be the spike that she's looking for this Drake. But if they get this Drake, the timing could not be more perfect, because as this Drake spawned, Chovy got his Rod. So 5 minutes for this Drake to spawn. He's halfway to his completion. And then if they get this Drake in 5 minutes time when they fight for Soul, he also has that complete with potentially some of that Seraph's build, if not completed as well, because he's farming so incredibly well for free here inside. So that's when Chovy's like, I got my huge spike coming up here perfectly for the Infernal Soul fight. So as Live Sandbox, you also are aware of this and you really don't want to give them Soul Point, but there's not much you could do about it. You've priced yourself into this composition that isn't going to be strong until much later.
Yeah, and the problem is like, to echo your point completely, yet we're looking at Chovy's items and things like that, but Doran has his 2-item spike. Lethality Champion's extraordinarily good on 2 items. Oh look, Pays, exactly the same story. Still has 100 or so stacks to go on the tier, but as Ghostblade, as Willett might be caught out of position, Glacial Prison is going to be used. Pays going to get out of there. Does get polymorphed, but the cleanse wasn't available, but wasn't needed in that particular moment. Is now Closer seeing what he can do. Does get the Shuriken backflip to avoid being flicked into the enemy team.
Oh man, Chovy.
Oh, the Shock Blast.
Chovy just finished his Seraphs 2 for this fight. I mean, this is crazy the amount of advantages Gen.G have right now. This is where they are spiking so hard.
Yeah, Live Sandbox should never take this fight. It's just not one. Like, yeah, feels bad to give away Soul Point, but there's almost any other moment you will be stronger relatively than you are right now into Gen.G, who are just feeling fantastic. Closer going to get caught though, and Doran was just standing ready to hit the Akali, but they didn't even need to. Live Sandbox have started off the Drake, but now they have to do it without their most fed member, as Peanut looks for Envy, and he will get him. There's a cease and desist, and oh, hi Chovy, welcome to the fight. Doesn't find the seismic shove though, as Gen.G now have Live Sandbox in a very awkward position. Willer is trying to frontline, and Bertle wants to get in here, but Gen.G are moving too fast and too far forward. They're too split, and Pays is going to get yet another one. Gen.G are just picking them apart one by one.
Yeah, Willer doing some nice movement there to escape. He will get out. Bertle was looking for an opportunity to use his ult there and maybe grab one of the players there to pick some money up. But this is what I'm talking about, flanking Akali. CC says no. Yeah, he doesn't get hit by the Shock Blast, but Chains of Corruption connect, you're dead. It's over, it's done. You get hit by a Vi ultimate, you're dead. It's over, it's done. Like, there's nothing you can do. And Akali's greatest strength is her mobility and her ability to out-position and then delete backline targets. But in this meta, where Chain CC is king, Akali has no place. You know, she's just simply going to die instantly and not
also,
be able to do anything.
There's no targeted spells either, Wolf, right? Like, she's not having to worry about being auto-attacked.
Yeah.
She has to worry about being just blown up if her location is known, because there's Piercing Arrow, Shock Blast, even the Karma is doing damage here. Like, Delight was actually a huge part of this, and Chovy doesn't care. He just points his rocks towards you, and you die. So your Shroud does basically nothing.
It's basically worthless, and when you consider the fact that this composition has burst damage in spades with 2 lethality champions, the Akali pick feels very out of place here. And I think, again, this is very common. This type of composition we see Gen.G doing right now is not like a Gen.G thing. It's the LCK thing. It is the meta. This is what we do. And so I mean, this is why Akali's win rate is so bad right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also Live Sandbox's comp is very, very common as well, right? Like, you have as much permafrost value as possible for Willer so that he can get things done around this map, in theory, early. But if all of your lanes are on fire, it's just not going to work. And yes, in theory, you can kind of see why it's going to be able to do things, but if you haven't looked holistically at how the game is going to be played and the opportunities that Gen.G will have to play the game the way they want to, it's just, it's a bit of a losing battle. And Doran is going to dive onto this minion wave in this side lane, but Chovy is there hovering in case Bertle wants to get anything done.
And this might be going back to something that Ryu said, we talked about quite extensively at the beginning of the show, is just not really understanding what your composition needs to do and where its weaknesses are, right? As, you know, they wanted to fight for that Infernal, but it wasn't the right choice. They end up losing Closer as, ooh, that's a...
Okay.
That delayed.
Yeah, Glacial Prison does come in, but the Chains of Corruption will land, and that is the first bit of CC connecting, guys. And that meant a dead champion on the side of Live Sandbox. Now they're going to hunt down Kyle. He's going to be the first one to fall, but Delight may go down, and no, Kyle survives. Gen.G will be able to kill the Cassante, though, as they are fighting this battle on multiple fronts, and now Kyle needs to get real skippy to try and get out of this one.
Good luck.
Yeah, in goes Peanut. Oh, what the heck? He kills him via reward? That's ludicrous. Sometimes it happens as Closer is going to be able to backflip his way out. The Piercing Arrow does a lot of work here, as Envy He's gone rogue.
Bounty
He's
gold.
going to be able to take a bounty in the mid lane, but Genji, they say, well, go for it. We'll take a Baron. We'll see whether Liv Sandbox can do anything about it. I don't think so. There's still 2 minutes on this Drake as well. I mean, Genji are just taking anything they want.
This moment here with Peanut flanking from behind, they realize, Liv Sandbox realized very late, like, uh-oh, this is actually not a juicy target. This is not actually a Karma that we could pick off here. We're trapped. We've been duped. And then by the time they actually try to re-engage, it's too late. And yeah, Closer picks off a kill here. He has Wild Growth, so many resources committed to him, and he kills the support. That's all he can really do in this game. Is the ward, yeah, the cone there on the auto attack on the ward actually takes him out. Poor Kyle here, and Closer is just locked down all of that season. Speaking of lockdown, well, Peanut has ult.
Yeah, Peanut and Closer are going to say hi to one another. Ooh, good avoidance there, as Perfect Execution's going to come in. Closer, I believe, did not have his Shroud available, but does now. And Doran's going to come through, and that is a very dead Akali. Just no way that he can operate in a side lane at this state of the game. And this is what we were afraid of at the very beginning, and it is now just coming to fruition. Liv Sandbox not actually able to keep themselves close enough in this game to be able to play it the way they wanted to. And Genji, they should be able to just keep these bottom 2 waves, or mid and bottom wave, pushed in, pull back to the Drake whenever it spawns in a minute's time. They'll still have 40 seconds of Baron buff from that point onward. They can utilize it whichever way they see fit with an Infernal Soul to boot.
Yeah, and Rod is completed. We were talking about the timing of this working out so incredibly well for the Soul fight. Not that he really needed that spike to be hit, because he's just been doing so much on his own already. It's a very low kill game for Chovy, but he's doing so much value.
Envy moment? I don't know about that, as Chains of Corruption are going to lock down the Lulu. Pays almost one-shots him, but he might have to use his flash. He does so. Closer on the flank. Can Pays be taken down here? Cease and desist, and Pays is the one that actually gets the kill. Was it a bait the whole time? I don't think so. But still, Pays is going to live, and Liv Sandbox are not. That's a double kill! Oh my god, does he get the triple? Yes, he does! Maybe he gets a penta after being the one to bait the play? Oh, it's so sad for Liv Sandbox, because honestly, that was a fight purely about wallet strength, Wolf.
Well, I mean, that and the fact that Akali just cannot survive if she's point-click CC'd.
Yeah.
And she just instantly deleted. I hope we don't see any more Akali in this series, to be honest with you, Atlas. It's not a Closer problem, it's a
unofficial penta? Unofficial penta?
Unofficial penta?
Unofficial penta? Unofficial penta. It's the unofficial penta angle. Kyle, give it to him. No. No, it's only Morgan that gives pentas. Kyle's not going to give that one away, as it is going to be, theoretically, the unofficial quadra kill, therefore pays in the end. Genji, just a pretty stock standard start to finish game for them, but they played it out beautifully. They recognized when they were strong and how to capitalize on it.
The draft of Liv Sandbox just had too many holes, and I think if you're playing against a team like Kwangdong Freaks, maybe DRX, you can actually get through that early game very well. Maybe the advantages aren't pressed as hard. And they did try to path Sejuani topside. They did try to look for something against that Jace. They were really aggressively trying to get some advantage early. They fought for that second Herald, right? And Willer got the pick on the turn there. They saw some windows, some opportunities. But just by default, the lead that Genji is going to get in these lanes is too much. The Akali has really no place in this draft because she has problems in the early game. She's trying to flank, but it's really easy to turn, and as long as your communication is good, CC her and burst her down. And so it's not even Closer's fault. Like, Closer did not play a bad game, guys. Please do not misunderstand what I'm saying. Like, he just can't do anything with this champion in this meta against Genji's composition, nor did he get any lane control. Lewis's damage is so incredibly low here because he just has nothing he could do. He got that one kill when Willer turned and they set up the CC.
Delight did more damage than their whole team, Wolf.
Yeah.
No one did more damage than Delight. And honestly, like, if you watch that game, Delight did a heck of a lot of work, actually, on that Karma. But yeah, I mean, I think that Akali was a mistake, but I also think just picking Zeri in that situation with a Varus face-up with Karma available, that's illegal.
Yeah,
you're just never allowed to do it.
You can't do it.
So we're going to have to go back to the drawing board as Liv Sandbox. We're going to go to a short break, and then it's going to be the space with Chronicler Valdez and Huni. We'll see you there for that one, and then for game number 2.
내가 뒤태 찍은 거일 수도 있어. 살짝.
아칼리 찍은 듯.
야, 나 궁 있고 여기 뒤에.
내가 살짝 가렸잖아.
아칼리 궁
더블이 걸을 수 있어.
꽂을 생각도 할게.
제리 노플.
아칼리.
더블 걸어. 묶었어. 제리 노플이야.
아, 천천히.
잠깐 이거 제리 공
나 풀 있어.
빠지면서
테드도 노플.
빠지면서 하면 그냥 이겨.
야, 이거 좀 가보자.
노플.
가면 이길 듯.
끝났다 이거. 소환이 조심.
잡았고.
잘.
바텀 좋았고.
평타가 왜 자꾸 안 나가?
끝내러 가자.
갖다 텔로 잘 쏠게.
Hello, and welcome to the space where we do the head bop. It's me, Valdez, aka the host, with some analyst guy over there named Chronicler, and also the only important person here, which is, of course, the Big Hoon. How are you guys doing today? What do you guys think about that first game?
We've had so many of these games where things just kind of happen and events transpire and it doesn't feel like there's that much gameplay, and then a team wins, which credit to Gen G, because I do think looking at this draft, as the causes pointed out, you get a ton of prio. You have your blind Talia, which was the only risk, which wasn't really punished, because even though I do think Akali can play into Talia, it's not going to have prio or have early presence. And then bot lane and top, you're both going to get shoved in. So it was always going to be a tough game for Sandbox, and then the early pressure was actually okay that they absorbed, but...
Well, I mean, it's more so for me, in my opinion, like Leaf Sandbox, it's kind of, you know, like it's a little bit disrespect, honestly, what I think, because they play Zerulu against the Vars Karma. You know, these champions, like, it's really hard to hold it. Like, even though you get, like, try to go 50-50 farm, that's the best idea for Leap Sandbox, but your mid laner is also at Cali. And Sejuani is kind of, you know, he kind of need to make a creative to play, but it's really tough when you actually have no prio, no lane through to play, like especially you have no control in the bottom especially.
Yeah, so it puts Willer in a position where he needs to make plays without map control, which is what leads to like one of the early kills that he finds. And it also, in theory, would lead to Peanut being able to run all over the map and get a lot done. But I do think that as far as the laning phase went, the defensive play from Sandbox was okay. But afterwards, it went downhill quickly.
Yeah, it's rough. I think you kind of have to get a snowball going in this meta, and they didn't really draft towards that. Whereas Gen G did. Let's take a look at our first highlights where, you know, in this game, it just felt like Gen G were in total control the whole time. What do you guys think about this first one?
Yeah, I mean, this play, it came up because, like, Leap Sandbox probably has no map control generally, and the Gen G has a really, really good comp that when they want to pick. Like, that's why the Virus is, like, it's been every game. Like, when there's, like, the strong team playing against a strong team, the Virus ability is, like, it's shown as, like, much better than, like, when actually teams are weaker. So I think the ability from the Virus bringing to the team, the flexibility and the lane prio, like there's so many things that you can actually do from already from the starting the draft.
We're starting to see a really big gap between our like really good teams and our weaker teams and how they play the game. Because our great teams, D+, T1, and Gen G, most notably, but even KT to a certain extent, like all use prio and then win the game. Like right off the bat in like the first 15 minutes. And all of our weaker teams, to which Sandbox at the moment also belongs to, are just no match.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, and we can take a look at the second highlight here quickly as well, just because this was the last fight of the game, right? Like, not much else happened outside of these two fights. I mean, there was the one time where they almost got pays, but other than that, a pretty clean one here for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, after this play, like, you know, they get the Baron, it's pretty rough to, like, come back after, especially when they get the Baron. First of all, I think they have a better range, which is, like, they have a Virus and Jace. It just also leaves Sandbox their composition, as I said it. The reason why I called it, it's kind of disrespect, because enemy team need to make a mistake first, and then they need to caught up. And which is like, it's not gonna happen against Gen G. Like Gen G, T1, KT, DK, as you mentioned it, like, as everyone knows, like, strong team will not make a mistake as much as weaker team.
And it's, I think, a large part. The problem for weaker teams now is you either try to draft for lane and then you don't win, or you draft for late and you don't win.
Yeah, a little bit of that going on nowadays. Let's take a look at the POG for this one for Gen G. It will be Pays after all. He did handle the lane very well with Delight. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Delight votes here as well.
Yeah, we were kind of debating between Delight and this is what you were talking about earlier, Hooney. Like, Willer needs to try and do something. So he queues into unwarded territory and dies.
Yeah, I mean, they're already doing the Herald, so they have to pressure on bottom. I think they made a really, really good play on the Delight on Pace. Delight especially, he was like, oh, the Sejuani is gonna come over the wall. Like, already know that, you know, it's what's gonna happen.
And in these low impact games and low kill games, it's always kind of hard to vote. My expectation would be mostly the bot side, because they were what the game was played around. But Pace's positioning here was really, really good. Do see, yeah, a couple of Delight votes.
Peanut, a little bit of the Peanut.
Yeah, a couple of Peanut votes. You know, he did. He played Vi. He presses R button on the right target, and he did a really good job of that. So that's what's really important. And Pays ends up doing a tons of damage in that game. Got very far ahead on the lethality virus, and that was about it. Any final thoughts on this one? Maybe something Live Sandbox can do a bit better on the blue side?
Well, I mean, as a draft, like, you know, they've been winning from, like, just, you know, like, just trying to just burn the time, like, trying to go later game, and then just waiting for any team to make a mistake, but it's not gonna work against good team, especially we are almost done with the regular season. We got playoffs coming.
Yeah.
The teams are more solid. They're more, like, as a team, they're playing like team, like, they move like a team. So, you know, they gotta do as a team as well.
Absolutely. And guys, we don't have any more time here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I would have been a delight voter as well, but I would have been in the minority.
Well, I thought about it, you know, and then I was like, I don't want to be a karma voter, and then Atlas instantly pointed out to me that I was a 3-lane prio jungle voter. So then I felt really guilty for voting for PS.
But I would have been a karma voter, so we would have been both terrible. Let's be honest. It's absolutely fine. I think Hooney had a really good point, which was the disrespect in the draft being not necessarily about, like, I don't think that they're going to be able to play that well in lane or things like that, but the fact that they're going to make a mistake and let them in, right? Like, this is the thing. They played like a vampire draft, but they, like, need to be invited, and, like, it's really hard if they know that all they have to do is not invite you.
Yeah, it's
and
really...
then you don't get the vampire issue.
Because if you get that Zarya kill early in a fight that you shouldn't be able to win, you're like, oh, this is great. Or if the Akali randomly gets 2 kills in the mid game against a weaker team, that happens, and perhaps that type of mindset is bad habits formed over some of these 8 wins Live Sandbox has taken while these teams were still forming with their rosters when teams didn't have the level of synergy they have now. As Hooney was saying, Gen.G looks to be the better, more coordinated team as a 5-man unit despite some changes, right? Ruler and Delight, or Ruler leaving, Delight coming in with Pays, and Lehen's, of course, moving away to KT Rolster, but they have built that synergy now, and they are fighting tooth and nail to get second place here, as we will once again see the Draven ban, but Jace will join, as knows Gen.G know exactly what they're not going to give over to blue side. As Live Sandbox chose red in game 1, now they've tried to go for blue side here, and Gen.G are like, well, you're not getting any of the S-tier OP first picks. Not going to happen.
No, not happening this time around. As I wouldn't mind a Varus ban instead of something like the Elise or the Lucian ban that we did see come through in the last game. Because I think Varus first pick, as Hooney said, is actually very powerful, and they are going to ban it away.
I do like this, especially because there's a lot of different picks you can play. Now, this does allow Envy to play Lucian, and he's been very good at this. This is where the season started for Live Sandbox, where he was getting a lot of wins with players like Deft, who are also playing this champion a lot, given the opportunity to carry. So now Gen.G have a few choices they can make. You could see the Zeri Lulu, which has been the long sought-after battle between Lucian and Zeri. But it also could be something like an Aphelios draft, which they do highlight here. And this is a lane that does a lot better than Zeri lanes do in terms of dealing with that early game Lucian. So let's see what Live Sandbox have in mind now for the jungle pick. As it's at least it's going to have Prime.
You could just, oh no, you can't actually do that anymore. It needs to be the Nami. With the old version of Lucian, it could just be the wife steal lane that we used to see, Thresh Lucian, to deny the Thresh from the Aphelios, but that is something that you just can't do if you want Lucian to be at his full power. And so Nami, definitely going to be locked in. Closer going to take away the Azir by the looks of things. A kind of dangerous pick to go face up into Chovy. But Chovy's probably just going to play Cassante, guys. They may not even lock in Thresh here. They might lock in Cassante.
I think they will lock in Thresh, but I see where you're coming with, where you're coming from, rather, with the Elise here locked in. Mid soul lane's very strong, but very difficult, I think, to play the Cassante into the Azir because of his range advantage and how much chip he can do. It's very difficult for Cassante to actually last hit minions and get close to him. But hey, we'll see if Chovy decides he wants to play it anyways, as they will lock in the Thresh first.
Yep.
And now champions like Yone have to be considered, right? Like, Chovy can play that. He will be happy to play that. It gives him a lot of mid-game power. Akali, Sylas, these picks are still great answers for the Azir. So, I mean, it's really difficult now because of this priority of the Azir, for Live Sandbox to figure out what to ban away.
Yeah, I think you definitely ban Yone. I think Yone is probably the most obvious option here for Chovy. So jungle bans for Gen G's side, and Live Sandbox just need to ban away AD champions that they do not want to see in their mid lane. Cassante could still always be a 4th pick on red side that they can continue to flex. Of course, the Jace being banned does make it more difficult to have these flexible plays. So an understandable one if they do decide to go that direction.
The thing is, if you
Renekton another one, yeah.
If you ban the Yone, for example, which is very strong here for Chovy, then things like the Renekton also come up, and Renekton is very blindable here, very difficult to play into his ear, but still flexed potentially by Gen G with this Elise pick. So, and now Gen G might even just ban Wukong and be like, oh, it's not going to give you any really good team fights here where you can try to set up some big combos with the Azir.
Yeah, or Lee Sin, or the Gragas could come through here as well. I was wondering who was going to consider that. Of course, Gen G not wanting to pick it themselves, just because with Elise, you want to keep her as soul magic damage.
This looks like a Jack's 4th pick here for Gen G, if they're banning the Gragas here, and see if Live Sandbox leave it open. Then they can get it and save Chovy's 5th pick there for something like a Yone or whatever is left available. But the Jack's very strong here, especially with Gragas removed. So I would like it.
Yeah.
Cassante does get banned, as you were saying. It's also a flexible pick. And I mean, it seems like an easy Jax angle for me. I'm looking at this on Gen G's side. There it is.
And also, probably a flex pick as well, guys. It's Chovy, as we know. You can also Leap Strike if you get Emperor's Divided, so you can go back to a minion wave or something like that if you would like to. Some opportunities there. Difficult in the laning phase, of course, being melee into range, but it is Chovy, and so he's probably just going to be happy to do it anyway.
Let's see what Birdall wants to play into this, because we've seen Fiora, but it has been usually with later scaling AD carries and the side lane win condition that you want, because you want to get to the late game. Azir scales pretty well too, but I actually prefer something like this, a Scion or an Oron, where you just try to look for really good engages and set up for your Lucian in the mid-game fights where you're going to be at your strongest. Ooh. So, like that, we'll see what the final pick is going to be. Lee Sin, the one that kind of sticks out in terms of the tier list. And now, is it going to be Chovy's Yone? Are we going to see it in this draft? I mean, I think it certainly is very strong. It's great into the Azir. It's amazing for mid-game team fights. And I mean, this seems to be a surprise to the Korean casters, but for us, we were calling out the second we saw the Elise, It just seems so obvious.
And we also thought that it was going to be one of the bans, right? But you look at Renekton and Cassante, and the Cassante ban is the power that Gen G has in these drafts, right? Like, this is actually just what happened in the last series, giving them an advantage in their next one, because you may not actually care too much about Cassante on the top side of the map, but you have to respect the fact that it can go anywhere, and if it is picked R4, it gives Gen G a lot of flexibility.
And now they still even get the Jax, right? And there's not a great answer here. The Scion is going to be good for what Live Sandbox is trying to do in the mid-game, but it's not going to be lane power. The Azir doesn't have as much lane power as he often does. He's kind of nerfed in those first few levels too, which is another thing that isn't going to be doing any favors here for Closer in this game. And the one lane you thought that they were going to opt into the Zeri matchup for with the Lucian priority, they didn't. They picked the Thresh, they picked the Aphelios, there's not as much kill power down there, and you're walking into Elise, into Elise Sin here in the early game, so yeah, I think Lee Sin can be one of the better options into Elise compared to some of the other meta junglers like Sejuani, who really struggles, but even still, your options are so limited here as Live Sandbox, and this is the flexibility of our top teams right now. It's not just about who is the strongest, who has the strongest players, who has the best flexibility in terms of how they team fight and where they're going to put their bottom lanes. It's about the whole picture. Your soul laners on red side could be flexed so well here.
What's the T1 fan doing? What are you doing, buddy? He shows his little T1. Look, I'm wearing a T1 jersey. I'm not even here for these players. I just couldn't get a ticket for the series that's coming up afterwards. We see you. We see you. Hopefully you're enjoying this Gen G versus Live Sandbox match, which is definitely a very interesting one when it comes to the playoffs, but we're going to need to see more from Live Sandbox if it's going to be an interesting series. Jump onto the Rift here for game number 2 and find out. Ooh, Gen G fans, very loud voices here in Low Park today. We'll see whether they can be rewarded. with a 2-0. Of course, 2-0 extremely important. Wolf brought this up at the beginning of game number 1. If you just joined us, allow us to take you through the stakes once again. Gen G playing for second place. They will get there with a victory here, but DK have a better game score than them at the moment. The differential is in their favor, so it means that if scores are tied, DK always goes ahead of Gen G. So Gen G need all the 2-0s that they can get moving further forward in the competition. And there's only a couple of matchups for DK that are difficult, T1 and then Gen G themselves are the ones to look out for as far as playoff teams. So every single match going to be extremely important because only the top 2 avoid the single elimination round of the playoffs.
Last time these two teams matched up against each other, Live Sandbox and Gen G, Live Sandbox won the first game, and then they were reversed swept by Gen G. But you could see that back then, the skill gap between these two teams is not quite as wide as it is at the moment. The form gap, as well as this is not a lane where you just default win with Lucian. You know, we've watched this for about 4 months now, it feels like, of the Lucian just default winning against Eri in the early parts. Then nerfs came through to Lucian Nami. That wasn't default winning anymore, but it was still pretty strong. And now you're just playing into an Aphelios, and you still have to pick Nami because Lucian isn't as great with any other support. Now look what's happening.
Yeah, Envy's being lit on fire as the Caliber going to be utilized here by Paze, and Envy just going to have to vacate the area, and they cannot stand toe-to-toe against this bottom lane. Theoretically, against the Thresh, who doesn't have all that much early game presence, right? Yeah, you do have some flay autos and things like that, and when the Death Sentence comes in, you can find some of these hooks for all-ins, but theoretically, over these more drawn-out fights, Lucian Nami should be okay, but not if they play it like that. And Paze of Delight definitely having a good time here as they do use their summoner spells and Live Sandbox do not, as Willer is coming down towards this bottom side, but there is a ward in position.
Yeah, he stayed in the tri-brush, is seen now.
Yeah, Paze going to have to back off immediately. Level 2 comes in. There is the flash that we were talking about. The Lantern going to be taken. That was so beautifully played. And Paze holds the flash. Yeah,
he saves the flash with the Lantern. That was really slick there from the bottom duo of Gen G. Jovi going to eat a bit of extra damage on this trade, however. Is his first time playing Yone this season.
Yeah.
It's been banned against him a lot when Peanut does pick up the Elise, so hasn't had the opportunity until just now to pick it up. But man, that bottom side was looking so good for Paze and Delight until the Lee Sin gank came over. Now, you know, all but one summoner down, and Envy getting back control. So that was a really huge moment there for Willer, a big turning point potentially in that lane. As otherwise, you know, with the buff to the steel shoulder guards and the regen, we're seeing a lot of melee supports come back. You can trade more aggressively with this Thresh because you just get more health back. And Spell Thief's Edge also nerfed, so you get your Mandate Spike a little bit later here as Kyle too. Wow, this is actually much closer than I thought. I thought Lisa would have a little bit higher of right here.
A few years ago, was responsible for this particular matchup here in the LCK, so there's been a few patches since Elise Lee Sin was like every single jungle matchup. I'm sure you guys can remember that it has been a few moons since then. As Envy and Delight fighting this one out. Peanut being very patient here. Can Delight land the hook is the question. And the answer is he doesn't have it because he has Flay and the Lantern.
Yep.
Does get level 3 just there.
I love how Delight is playing this lane, though. He doesn't need to have the Death Sentence to actually have pressure. The Flay is strong enough. His autos are going to trade well into the Nami, and then he's got that extra regen.
Well, Willer is going to come over and say, Peanut, that's my lunch money. You're not allowed to take it. And Peanut is going to settle for a couple of popcorn chickens.
It's the threat of the Elise alone down there on the bottom side, very frustrating to deal with here. And so the one lane we talked about how you prioritize this one might go the way you want, right? The Lucian Nami can get an advantage. Got some summoner advantages here, but not much else. Oof.
Yeah, Peanut's just going to walk through and miss a cocoon, but that's fine. Closer comes on over. Doesn't have a lot of mana here. As Doran avoids the knock-up. Bertle just absorbing the Jax as much as he can here. As the hook is going to go wide. Kyle just says, nope, not today. And this is kind of how we assumed it was supposed to go. As Chovy going to get a lot of damage here onto Closer. Yeah, so the bottom lane kind of back into the position that it's supposed to be with a slight advantage for Envy. As the game goes on, though, of course, Velios will still just be his 200 years self, as we know. I do want to talk about the Yone for Chovy because it's his first time. He did have probably the most impressive game of League of Legends in my recent memory on this champion.
The Chovy game?
Yeah, the Chovy game against BDD, yeah, where BDD's Syndra did not have a very good time, and Chovy actually, like, just 100% 1v9 as this champion. It was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's got quite a history on the pick. That's where you see all those fan signs that say Chovy are from.
Yep.
So we might say Willer in just a second here. Chovy is very aware that he might be there. He's going to stay on the bottom side of this minion wave, so he cannot be Sonic waved.
Yeah, as there's the Emperor's Divide. Chovy going to ult himself out, but Closer is going to stand in the way. That does mean that that flash does come through. Unbound Soul going to get him out of the way of the Q, but Chovy still has to use his flash here just after teleporting back to lane. Doran gets back towards the top lane, and Bertle is escorting a huge array of minions into this area.
And Genji just didn't have vision of where Willer was, and they knew there was a possibility he's on the top side of the map. Chovy still gets caught, though, by the Emperor's Divide, has to flash. As you mentioned, just having teleported back to lane, this is really frustrating for him. And regardless here, now the top side of the map is going to go back to Doran's control because he was playing very safely, not knowing where Willer was. But this could be early Drake.
Oh, well, Cocoon is going to land. There's the hook as well. The chain CC comes in, and that's first blood going over to Paze. He now has red and white guns, but Envy, he's got a culling, but it's not actually aimed the right way as now Paze gets into the brush. The flash has to be used as Willer follows the Q with the resonating strike, but he's not going to be able to kill anyone. And Genji, they grab first blood.
So really nice Cocoon into the death sentence here for Delight leads to a kill. But the amount of damage Paze takes here means it's not going to be an early follow-up onto that Drake. Now Envy's staying here really hard, so he could get wrapped around on and collapsed on by Delight and Peanut, who did not back. In fact, he's going to find out the bad news.
Oh no, Peanut. He's skittering in, and Envy, I think he kind of knows that he's dead. There's the play, and Peanut collects the kill.
And this is just not, this is not okay. You know, you can't actually just stay and push like that without any vision, without any information. He had a ward there in the brush, but it's not enough advanced nose to be that far up in the lane, and this is not the first time Envy has stayed too long in this lane and pushed up too far without his jungler. And this turns what was a situation that was okay because you probably stopped them from taking Drake into a horrible situation with Crescendum Plate Gold going over and Genji having Drake Prio here. So many minions being lost here for Envy all the while. And all he had to do was not push up.
Oh god, that's 3 plates already gone.
Aphelios Crescendum, man, it's a classic.
Oh, it is. It's not something that I'll ever get used to because it just feels a little bit unfair. Wasn't one of the things.
And no way they walk straight into this, right?
Surely not. No. It's not fishing season.
Kyle wants to ward so badly, but he is showing some respect.
Jonah Strong as well is really keeping up the suspense as much.
Oh, no. Peanut has flash.
Not like this. Not like this. APOC. Oh, God! The hook's going to go wide, though. Oh. Okay, I'm really glad that Jonah Strong kept us in the dark there because that made that whole situation so much more entertaining. Ultimately, not a whole lot is going to occur.
Yeah.
And Delight just goes back to lane as Doran, sitting at about 50%. Bertle just building up that health bar slowly over time.
They actually don't secure the Drake. It looks like Peanut, after clearing that vision out, might have wanted to go for it, but they don't have enough bottom side control here, and Chovy, no TP, just kind of trying to farm some additional creeps here in the jungle, stay even with this Azir. So go back to this moment here, Peanut is down here, right? And they're like, okay, he's going to get this kill, but then Envy does so much damage to Paze here. Lantern is set. The culling is poorly aimed, so he doesn't actually end up getting the kill. But at this moment, he's like, I should be able to force this once Peanut and Delight leave. And he has a control ward here in the river, so he feels like, okay, I can push up. But that control ward doesn't give you enough advanced notice on an Elise, and you can't be this far up. The wave is not in a place where you can actually farm this, and this costs them so big. All that plate money, all of those lost minions.
Yeah, but at least Liv Sandbox are now able to move on over, and maybe I'm saying it too soon, but no, Willer is able to secure the dragon. And Genji, a little bit late to that play as well. And this is actually one of the positives for Liv Sandbox that we even saw in game number 1. And it was the fact that Willer was able to make calls on these objectives at times that Peanut wasn't actually able to answer. So that's happening once again here, able to get themselves this solo Infernal. And next Drake's a Chemtech, so I don't think anyone really cares about that one. Still very, very valuable stats-wise.
Yeah.
Is this Infernal as Paze? Oh, there are 3 people in that brush. It's a bit of a scary moment.
Paze has done such a great job of keeping this lane in the wave right where he wants it. Now, a little bit of danger here, though, with the Alco Gaming.
Jonas Strong is toggling vision a lot and really making sure that we stay on our toes as Bertle. Can he survive this? As the unbounce, oh my god, okay, here we are in the bottom side of the map. That is the Thresh going down. The Scion is dead, but now Paze and Peanut are running amok down here. Will the snare come in? I don't know whether they even need it as a Fernum comes on through and Paze unable to secure Envy. That's why he drinks potions,
But
everyone.
I mean, he lives, but he's going to lose farm, and they may just simply lose this turret. Peanut could stay here, and this is a disaster. Top side, of course, an assist going over to Doran during all of this. Chovy roams over, he picks up a kill. And now, I mean, this is just more and more money denied from Envy, live or die. And Kyle used his flash right before this. So he actually doesn't have the ability to get out here as Willer instantly hits Q on Delight. They have the kick set up here, but now you don't have the defensive kick. You don't have flash on your Nami, who just instantly deleted, can't flash the Cocoon. And so you win this so hard. And yeah, Envy just barely lives with some of that regen coming through, but it doesn't matter because he's pushed out of the lane. And all the while, Chovy sets this play up here topside. You could see Closer was considering roaming up, then thinks better of it, then decides, okay, actually this is doomed, I need to come up there, but he's just so slow that he doesn't even crash the wave in during this. And they get all of this for free as the Azir just walks back with his tail between his legs to the lane here and catches this wave.
Yeah.
This is a disaster.
Watching Chovy's Q management there was actually really cool. Making sure to stack it at every available opportunity so he got maximum amount of knockups and utilizing the Rift Herald in order to get over the wall with it. It's just very, very cool. Anyway, Gen.G in a phenomenal position. As you stated, Wolf, it's just not Live Sandbox's day. It's honestly not their last couple of weeks. As we kind of felt like this sort of game was coming when they were to face the teams that are on the eastern side, right? Sorry, on the western side of the bracket.
It's such a perfect storm here, too, for the return of Aphelios, right? Where teams are still trying to figure out what they want to do, Lucian into Zeri and stuff like this. And the Sandbox's reliance on this has really hurt them here. As now you have, like, the perfect storm of Thresh gets buffed, Aphelios gets buffed indirectly by Overheal, melee supports are better, Enchantress supports are worse, nerfs to Lucian Nami, and Paze now with this Overheal, like he's got such a massive shield all the time, you can't really threaten him, you can't push him out, and this Lucian does very little in this mid game, unfortunately.
Oh man, just
look at that shield.
Yeah. Bloodthirster first. For any champion that can build it happily, you're just feeling real good. As okay, Pace gonna get interrupted. Moonlight Vigil comes down though as the culling is gonna be eaten by Delight. So bit of a mistake there from Pace, but he's not fully punished for it. Has to use his heal.
So remember when we were talking about that shield? Well, very relevant here, as he literally doesn't take the lantern fast enough and is chain CC'd and still survives, and now they're just going to get these plates topside. Envy's like, I'm trying to go somewhere else. I want to be where this Aphelios is not. I want to get farm.
Well, Willer is going to come through and deny plates to Paze and Delight. That is definitely good news. This Aphelios is the biggest problem for this team right now, so Peanut just getting the solo money is bad, but not as bad as it could have been. As Doran is going to ignore Scion and just try and kill this turret. Uses him to taxi his way up. This is a very happy Jax this game. Just sort of hanging out, doing his own thing.
It's crazy how well Paze has been able to push these advantages with Peanut's help, and then always just farm safely under turret right afterwards. Like, he always just barely gets away with it. He's such a frustrating player to watch in this matchup today. And even with the Varus we saw in Game 1 where he picked up PUG, he just knows how to lane to the edge of what's possible, right? Not going to ever overextend, not really die there. He quote-unquote overextended, didn't take the lantern fast enough, but he's like, I've got Overheal. I've got my team with me to back me up. I'm backing away. I'm going to farm this under the minions under turret here. I've maintained my 10 CS lead this whole game, but I am going to be so much more relevant when we get to the 25 minute mark where I've got 2.5 items online, potentially 3, if this game continues the way it's going right now. So all I have to do is kill minions, and I've done my job. Like, I got a lead early, and that's good enough. I don't need to get any more of a lead. I don't need to actually get any turrets killed 100% for sure. Like, yeah, plates were denied. I don't really care that much.
And this is actually really good timing for Gen.G to start this Drake off. Peanut is going to move on over. They pull it out of the pit because, as you can see, Gale Force just completed here for Envy, and we don't quite have the Imperial Mandate done, which is the first really big spike here for Live Sandbox. So Gen.G going to deny that possible fight opportunity to Live Sandbox whilst they have that. So Peanut locking this one down, definitely good. It's going to be a Cloud Soul this game. As Paze, let's see whether he falls for it again. He does not. And he's going to take the Lantern to safety as Kyle and Envy could be in trouble, but it's just a volatile Spiderling walking on over.
And you could see the tiny, like these small nerfs to the ranged support items. In Spell Thief's Edge, the small nerfs to Nami kind of coming through in a big way here is he doesn't have the mandate, would love to have it.
Oh man, that was just... he just needed one extra link in his
So
chain,
close.
man. One extra link.
So close.
That would have been very, very cute, though. I like the idea regardless. As Chovy going to try and ult his way out. The tower falls and Peanut is here. Closer just 100% baited into that one. And Chovy is going to be able to pick up yet another kill.
Just hard not to love Peanut, man. This guy
Yeah.
is everywhere, always relevant in every single lane where there's pressure. And every time Genji in one of these lanes does something that seems like it's too good to be true, it's because Peanut's out of vision. Jonas Strong is trolling us. And then you're like, oh, okay, there he is. He's always
No, he's not
there.
trolling us. He's keeping us in suspense, bro. Keeping us in suspense,
And-
making sure that like it's like a drama, you know?
Yeah.
It's all very exciting.
I like to think the LCK is a drama.
Oh, it is. It is.
And
We don't say K esports. We say K drama. Why is that? You know, I feel like we should say K esports.
please don't make KE Sports a thing. Please don't do it. The iceberg is deep enough, man. The iceberg is deep enough. I don't need to see what else is under there. What other Ks we can make? Is,
Okay.
Closer's K dead.
Killed, if you will.
Yeah, he thought, he's K-illed. He thought the turret maybe is going to be enough to protect him, but not with Peanut nearby. As they're going to try to force this push mid.
Yeah. Teleport does come through, though, so they do get something out of it as the Cocoon connects, but no real follow-up available, not 5 versus 3. So a back away here for Live Sandbox. 3 minutes on the Drake. And the Rift Herald, I believe there is another one that is going to be spawning, so there we go. It's only going to be up for a very, very small amount of time, as I believe the Rift Herald was taken very late this game. And so that's why it's one of these confusing moments where Baron is about to spawn, but so is Shirley. Shirley's like, I'm running a little bit late today, guys.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's one of those ones where the window is kind of awkward.
Yeah.
In order to get that one to work out. But Genji have already started to hit some of these spikes. Man, we are going to have the shield bow done soon, and Chovy's already got his. He's got a IE coming up soon.
Chovy is going to ult, gets the flash out of Closer. The Unbound Soul does come back. Willow is in the area, but not able to actually protect Chovy here, especially Chovy has flash, Closer does not.
Yeah.
Emperor's Divide was still there as Pays. I mean, this is what we used to see all the time as they do look to take down this turret. They're not quite going to be able to. Takes the Lantern, but you can be so more aggressively positioned with this Aphelios now that Thresh is pickable
Yeah.
again. And it was a reason why Aphelios was so strong, was the pairing alongside the Thresh to give him that added layer of safety.
He's got that leash where he can push turrets very quickly because Crescendum does more damage more quickly, obviously, based on the travel time. So if you have to go close to the turret to max out the damage, and then the Thresh Lantern makes that safe. It makes it okay to do that. So he can push the turret so quickly here. So now 3 turrets down, all outers off the map, and Genji can look to take this Rift Herald here right before Baron spawns. They have enough of a leash to do it, and they're coming up on these 2-item spikes right now. And Live Sandbox are not in a position to contest this at all.
Doran is just getting thwacked here. Doran is thwacking Birdle here towards his bottom side. Sion does flash. Down 30 CS right now is Shirley. The brief moment that they have to take her. And Genji are going to say, all right, it's okay that you're a little bit late, Shirley. We're here to pick you up.
And this is a moment where, it's the traditional sit back and lose because you have no other choice situation here for Live Sandbox. You can't contest this. You're not able to live in sides, which is part of why the Sion needed to have good team fights in the mid game, where you have Azir with Emperor's Divide, Gale Force, and maybe that Mandate Spike, which has significantly delayed this game for Kyle. He died twice, Spell Thief's Edge is nerfed. You need those fights to work, because if you don't get any advantages out of this Lucian pick, then Genji just get turrets across the map, get those advantages, hit those 2-item spikes, which are harder than your 1-item spikes. Like, they are really, really at their strongest right now in this game. And they have a 7,000 gold lead, so even if they didn't have that gold lead, but they had the items, you'd be like, oh, it's going to turn for Genji now. But they have the gold lead, and now they're getting the items with said gold lead.
Yeah.
And what does Lucian offer you in this game anymore? What does this Leandri's Azir that's so vulnerable? In order to get into range to fight for neutral, you're going to be in range of Chovy's ult. You're going to be potentially in range of Cocoon, the Thresh hooks, the box, which prevents you from shuffling and getting out with your life. There's so many problems here for Live Sandbox with this composition, and the game is, at this point, with these items coming online, basically unplayable
Yeah, and because they want to play a very different game to what Gen G are allowing them to, right? Like you mentioned the fact that, yeah, all of these things want to be utilized, but you can't even play in neutral because Live Sandbox don't have the ability to walk into Fog of War against Peanut. Right now, he's got his dash cannon, and look at this. That is their main tank. The Peanut is more than happy to
72.
just cocoon and shoot at.
72 first strike gold. Like, he has so much money. He does so much burst damage to these tanks. He's like, Sion is a camp in the jungle for me to take now.
That's what, and Bertle's like, don't take my farm, dude. Don't you do that, as Doran has been towards his bottom side this entire time, getting this siege on, and you can see he's about 40 CS in the lead. As the Jack's continuing to have a good time. Oh, okay, Q is going to land as Pade's going to take a lantern, and that will deny the culling.
Overheal is so silly, but unfortunately there's not much you can do here as Envy. Not the greatest culling we've ever seen, but it doesn't matter. Even if you hit all of those, there's a lantern, there's a shield, and a BT, and they can use this Herald now to guarantee inner turret gold here, maybe even threaten an inhibitor charge, because, I mean, they're all grouped up for this. Doran has TP. Defending this is nigh impossible right now as Live Sandbox. It's going to get the charge. Nothing you can do.
Charge comes in, so that is a very weak inhibitor turret as the Baron has spawned. Bounties are up, guys. This is just extraordinarily one-sided by Gen G. And we have to go back to that point, right? Like, Ryu was outspoken saying that they were struggling to catch up to the meta, but honestly, a lot of this is traps set up in draft that Gen G knew they would walk into, right? Leave up the Lucian, but have your response already planned. We've seen this already in the LCK, but Live Sandbox obviously don't have enough of these options practiced and picked up and put into effect, right?
And this is only the second time we've seen Pays and Delight play this. They've only played it once before this, but we know they can do it, right? And Gen G is confident in their abilities to pull this off. They've already proved it once. They've proven it now
I'm
twice.
pretty sure they've played it together before, right? Just because Pays has been such a Felios guy in the past.
And, like,
not exactly a new thing for him.
Now, you know, you could start Baron pretty soon here as Gen G. They almost were able to use the Herald for Baron Prio with the weird timing we had. This is where things get really dirty with Chovy coming in.
Well, Doran is just going to dive on forward, finds a huge flash as the tidal wave just rolls on over him. But you know how when you're in the surf beach, you just dive underneath the wave. It's basically what he did. As Chovy is just going to wrap them all up. And Live Sandbox, they do manage to limp away, but they're not going to be able to defend this Baron.
No, and this is like Chovy was probably pretty annoyed with that engage from Doran because he's like, could you have just waited like 3 seconds? I could have actually comboed with you. But then he's like, well, I'm going to force them out with my ultimate anyways. So look at the box placement here.
Yeah, just going to zone them away with that one as they do not want Willa getting in there. The Baron is going to be secured. The Lee Sin, he tried to be the hero, but it's not going to work out. Sand Soldier's in position, but the hook is going to connect onto the Sion. He has to flash as Peanut, taking matters into his own hands, gets the double kill as he wants to hop over the wall, but he's not able to do so. Close against the Emperor's Dividers. What the heck was that, Delight? Just flashes it, doesn't even need to worry, as now Doran is going to be able to pick up the kill on his opposite number, and Chovy just wants to stack his Q, I guess, a couple of times. There we go.
GG, that
playing
was GG.
with the Zombie Scion. That is going to be GG Wolf. Gen G will pick up the 2-0.
Very clean play from Gen G tonight. A matchup that we had looked forward to when we saw how Live Sandbox was doing in the middle of the season. The rematch here. Could Live Sandbox get revenge? They were reverse swept last time, but this time Gen G said, we are not on the same tier, not even close.
Well, that is the kick away from the Lantern, and Pays just going to stand his ground for a moment, but he has nowhere to go, so he's going to be picked off. And I think game's still over, but it's going to play out for a little while longer. The analogy of fish and boats and stuff, I'm just not going to go back to here today, but you guys know what I would say.
Willer,
you were watching yesterday.
He finds a good angle here, and the fact that he was able to even get into this Baron pit at all is a testament to his skill and his ability to steal, which he's very known for. But ultimately, it's not going to be successful. He dies instantly, and there is no follow-up. There is no winnable team fight as Peanut deletes people at this point in time. As Closer desperately tries to come in here with these low health bars, he thinks he can get the Emperor's Divide to maybe turn things around. But you know this game is lost. This game is done. You're trying anything you can. You know, this is a replay where we just see some heroic attempts. And once again, Pays is unable to take the Lantern here.
The kick flash is actually beautifully done by Willa.
Willer, he is such a good player, man. This guy has so much potential, and I think he's shown so much of it this season. And his flash kick play to deny that Lantern is why the game is still going, why the clock is still ticking here. Otherwise, Gen.G push an end.
I mean, I think they probably still push an end. There is 55 seconds left on this Baron, though, and Chovy is distracted by a dragon that he is going to take down here. One inhibitor has been taken. This inhibitor turret, below half, but still standing, which is certainly good. And Gen.G is going for a little bit of a split push style of game.
Look at the difference in Chovy's items to Closer's items.
Oh, God.
He has 3,000 gold, the advantage. Picked up some additional armor here. Has a stopwatch.
Yeah, it's like Chovy's, he's like, I've got my damage items now. Allow me to pick other stuff.
Yeah.
Warden's Mail coming on through.
He's just a Warden's Mail fan.
Yeah.
He's like, if I hit level 16, I have a 7,000 gold lead for my team at that point. Like,
Yeah.
am I allowed to buy my favorite item?
He just thinks he looks cool in it. And
It's like not
you
even
can't blame
great.
him.
It's not even great for this comp, but he's just gonna buy it. You know, why not?
He's having a good time. They are going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret towards the bottom side. As Liv Sandbox still hanging on by a thread. As Tidal Wave comes in, Peanut going to have his Lantern denied. Goes golden. And now Gen.G trying to set up for this one. Chovy doesn't find too many in his ultimate, though. But still, Liv Sandbox, they cannot stand. At the moment, it's just too much gold
Yeah.
that Liv Sandbox are fighting into, right? So they find these sort of little angles.
And they don't have great engage outside of the Scion, you know. And like, if you can flash kick, that's great, but that's only onto one person. And now your flash is down, so you can't do that anymore. You can't Emperor's Divide because you're going to get blown up trying to do so, especially when Thresh has his ultimate available. There's just no options here for this team. It's a Leandri's, you know, on this Azir. What are you going to do? Emperor's Divide and then instantly die and lose the fight? Like, there's just no options here. No choices.
Doran's going to teleport back as, oh my goodness, okay, that gets the Emperor's Divide. His Unbound Soul is just going to recall Chovy there. As in goes Doran, finds himself a couple of counter strikes, goes golden once again because he picked up a Zhonya's, and he's just diving all over everyone. Look at this, doesn't care about turrets whatsoever. The box goes down and now Pays is trying to get some work done, but it's a struggle here for Gen.G
'G
to actually close this one out.
Probably should care a little bit more about the turrets, but they do back away here. His Zhonya's is on cooldown now. And, you know, Peanut and crew, they went in. Peanut broke his stopwatch early, and the engage was a little bit sloppy. Peanut's still very squishy. He has a lot of burst damage, but the target selection was great. Lantern deny, once again, very good here onto Peanut. So Liv Sandbox actually played that out extremely well, 15,000 gold down, and Gen.G are actually struggling to finish this game. Now, they will be able to do it. Like, don't get me wrong, they have 3 inhibitors down now of their opponents, and they just need to regroup and push once more. But really nice defense, and Closer now has level 16. We are looking at a world where Peanut's going to turn this Verdant Barrier into a Banshee's Veil, so that's going to give him some additional survivability. He is going to be able to get into these fights and then subsequently do his damage. He's just put it together now.
Ranyuan's actually kind of awesome for the Yone here. Ulting in and gets that AoE slow onto everyone. Keeps them in position to allow Pays to rip them apart. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, we've seen so many different cool Yone builds over the last few years. You know, we had that Bork Sunfire build that was really strong for a while.
Joby loved that one. Any way to be a tank is a good one. As Delight's going to have to flash away. His Tidal Wave not going to find too much value as Peanut just wanders on in there, goes up into the sky, and then dives on top of Envy. In goes Chovy with the ulti as well, as Kyle's going to be knocked up. The bubble is fantastic still. The flash and then the Unbound Soul gets him back to safety. And Liv Sandbox, it was a valiant effort, but I don't think it's going to work out as over the wall goes Pays. And yeah, there's a Sun Disc, but they don't really care about that one, and that should be the ace, and that should be the game finally here for Gen.G. It was already basically wrapped up, but finally they give it to the delivery guy, and that is going to be the 2-0. Gen.G really making a statement in this one, and it really makes this top side of the bracket super interesting
really
moving
does.
forward. Gen.G versus DK. Going to be Gen.G's last matchup. That's a real exciting one now.
That is really exciting, and it also means that KT really need to be getting 2-0s on their remaining schedule. 2-0 plus 2 is always going to be better for them, obviously, because they are significantly behind. Now, this also means that Liv Sandbox are not in playoffs yet. It also means that Brion still have a chance. So, Bro Leavers, rejoice, because this was the best case scenario. The -2 here hit to Liv Sandbox is exactly what you are hoping for if there is going to be a chance for the miracle run to playoffs. As this has been a very quick, a very decisive and one-sided series here for Gen.G, just showing the depth of their knowledge of the meta and their champion pools.
Yeah, it's really beautifully done by Gen G, showing us that, yeah, they had a little bit of a slump, right? They lost a few times where we weren't expecting them to, and they had that very difficult game against T1. Like, the whole conversation could be very different if Peanut hadn't have face-checked that brush, right, in game number 3. However, that caused them to spiral for a little bit, but it's now looking like they're back on track.
And, you know, you also have KT beating them recently, right? So that makes this whole run interesting as well, in that KT did win the best of 3 versus Gen G, and now they're racing them for that second place spot.
If DK or Gen G slip up at all, like, KT are getting second place. That is happening.
It's going to happen, right?
It's so funny because it feels like everybody else is riding KT's roller coaster now.
Yeah.
As it's not exactly in KT's hands whether they're going to get there, because they are kind of like a match behind, even if they win all of their games, right? There is still one loss that can be taken for either Gen G or DK.
In like weeks 4 and 5, we were all so sure that this Live Sandbox team had like gotten past the dangerous part. Like, we were all like, oh, okay, yeah, like this team looks legit good, right? There were some warning signs later on, but
yeah, most of us were, yeah.
We were pretty sure that, like, okay, this team is going to playoffs, right? They look really good. They were like our most surprising team of the LCK, easily.
Yeah.
The roster they put together. And now we're going back to like preseason expectations for this roster. They're not drafting well. They're not playing well together. The coordination is off. Seems like maybe there are some confidence issues here, shot calling issues on this roster. But man, a fall from grace like this we haven't seen in a while, and they may not make playoffs. Like, it might not happen, and they seemed so guaranteed. It seemed so locked up. They were at one point solidly in 3rd place.
Yeah, I think they were just so good at the form of League of Legends that was the best at the beginning of the season, and haven't been able to adapt as the game has slowly changed and moved away from that style of play. And it just feels like they need to figure out a different way to win. And they can do it in Live Sandbox style, right? But they need to do it in a way that isn't fully telegraphed to their opponent, who can then set up these sorts of drafts to take advantage of it over and over again. Because it really looked like they were read like a book from go-to-woe, from the beginning to the end in this game.
Absolutely. Some great plays from Willer here in game 2. Ultimately not able to save it. But moves like this, you know, he's definitely trying. He never gave up in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
Almost was able to get the steal. I mean, not really in terms of like the timing he got into the pit, but the fact that he got into the pit just showcases that he knows exactly what he needs to do in that moment on the Baron. And it was not all bad news here across the Live Sandbox roster. I thought Bertle also had his moments today, and, you know, it was definitely a return to normalcy for him, I'd say. I wouldn't say it was the strongest best of 3 ever, but he has been a liability. Not so much today.
No, and it's a bit sad, right? Because it's almost as if Live Sandbox weren't really all that relevant to this game, right? It was about Gen G outthinking them in the draft and then outplaying them and never giving them that opportunity to play their game whatsoever. But at least this time, Live Sandbox did some damage, as you can see, and be able to go toe-to-toe. But yeah, Peanut's doing as much as Doran in this game, and the Elise certainly outstripping Willow when it comes to damage done. But kind of what you expect with the Elise.
He got 3 items as a jungle player, as an AP jungler. He did it on Elise. He got first strike money.
Yep.
Dude's incredible. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Peanut playing extraordinarily well here today. And let's see what the Space had to say about it as they close out this match. Take it away, boys.
We'll take it from here, casters. Thank you, as I am Valdez. Still, those are the 2 bouncy boys, Huni and Chronicler. Just having a great time after that game. But to be honest, I mean, the game, again, kind of pretty straightforward. Gen G kind of smacked them over the head, and there's not much else to say. What did you guys think about this draft, first of all?
I think that a large part of this draft, barring the sign, was actually Sandbox trying to do what we wanted to see them do after game number 1, which was play more proactive. With Lee and Lucianami, you actually have the opportunity to get a lot of damage going. There is also the added benefit of having a top lane that you don't need to pay attention to, and even though Sign will obviously run into trouble later on, I think the Sandbox draft was fine. You have a mid laner that generally will have prio as well.
Yeah.
So the draft was okay, although I did really like the Yone.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's same thing. Like, I really respect the Leaf Sandbox. Like, they find a way that how they lost in the game one, and then they try to fix like what they actually needed, what they were good at it, and which is like they brought the Lucian Nami. They could actually play a proactive, and then as I mentioned in that first game, they play Zeri Lulu with Akali, which has no prior. But this time they brought the Azir, but I think just more so Genji had a great plan that how to counter against the Leaf Sandbox.
Yeah, and that led to a pretty nice win for them once again. We can take a look at the first highlight here, which is going to showcase some of what they were able to get going in the bottom lane once again.
We've seen this so many times where Peanut isn't even like fully hidden here, right? And you have to flash. Like if you get hit by a cocoon or a hook, you die. There is no way out. And even with Envy having a 2-level lead here, they're unable to win this 3v3. And once you start losing 3v3s against BTFLios, the game's just done.
Yeah, I mean, the more important thing is like we chose this highlight. The main reason why is they actually invest on Leaf Sandbox invest level 2 on the bottom. Like Lee Sin level 3 gank on bottom, like which is like they over invested. And this is like it wasn't from like losing 0 to negative. They also was like they were positive side, they're winning side, and they actually lost and they completely flipped the game. And from there, it's like there was no way to Leaf Sandbox to come back because that bleed was like way too much.
Yeah, definitely was a bit of an issue in this one. We can take a look at what happened about 10 minutes into the game as well, which was essentially you're winning two sides of the map here, Chronicler.
Yeah, and that's when you know the game state is like truly doomed. Because even though this is a 1-for-1 trade, still the person with no health bar is Envy, and he has to back, and he can't go for this wave, and Pace, off the previous play, got a bunch of plates, and will now get more. But what is really mind-blowing here, and really is a great sign of like how far behind Sandbox is that they're also making a play on top side. They're playing both sides of the map and getting away with both, and that's when you know, like, once that starts happening, you generally can't come back.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect the Leaf Sandbox was trying to make a proactive play, like first play on the bottom, second play on bottom. Yeah. But the thing is, like, they have to better. They just have to execute better.
Yeah, it's that easy. Like, because the draft was okay.
I guess you guys figured it out. You just got to be better.
Be better.
All right. Well, we don't have to do the space anymore. We just figured it out. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2, as Peanut, a very good game this time around. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the bot was actually losing. It was a level 4 against level 6, Atlas into Lucian. And this is like truly like Peanut actually make the play. It's a more so Leaf Sandbox. They definitely didn't flash. They played kind of bad. They got punished like after they make a good play. But still, I think Genji find a way that, they actually make a mistake. They make a mistake. They overextended. Let's punish them.
And this is both a great showcase of Peanut, his dominance, and also, to me, kind of the fall of Sandbox, because even though this team wasn't necessarily always able to go toe-to-toe with, I love that Shogi vote, with a lot of the top-tier teams, I do feel like their 3v3s and 2v2s were fine for a large part of the split, and they're just getting pummeled now, and it becomes really hard to get anything done in the current meta if you can't win those type of skirmishes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he said everything what I want.
Like, thanks, Uni.
I mean, Leaf Sandbox, they got to do a better job. Like, I think there's still a probably high chance they're gonna be in PO. But these days, especially how they perform, they got to do a better job.
I was saying this to you guys during that second game. I'm like, this could be our first playoff match. Like, especially if Genji end up getting 3rd, Liv Sandbox get 6th. Choose Liv Sandbox, single elimination.
You definitely do.
I mean, that might not be pretty to watch, because if we're looking at current form right now, Genji is miles ahead, and I don't know. What is it going to take for Liv Sandbox to get their mojo back? I'm not sure that any of us really have the answer. Yeah,
I was actually going to ask you, Uni, because to me, I do think that Sandbox was always a team that was not going to have as high of a ceiling, but like once you lost confidence, what do you do?
Well, I mean, as a player, you just got to win a game.
You just got
to play better.
How do you win?
I mean, I don't know. Just play more. I mean,
keep going.
Just keep going. Just never stop.
You get a win, you get some confidence back. Maybe that's the answer. But guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hop over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POJ interview translation. We are here joined by Peanut, Pace on the side of Genji. Genji picked up a clean 2-0 win up against Leaf Sandbox, and you guys are now back on the second place. How do you feel, Pace? I'm happy that we were able to make it back to the second place, and I'm so glad that we were able to put up a great performance today and get a clean 2-0.
달성할 수 있어서 좋고.
I'm also happy that we are back on the second place, and also I think the performance actually turned out to be better than we expected, so I'm happy with that. Hayes, in game 1, Gen.G bottom duo played Varus Karma into Zeri Lulu, a very strong lane pick. So was that the concept of that game, going hard in lane early on the bottom lane? What did you keep in mind as you hop onto the rift for game number 1? I think everything went as we expected, based on the matchup. And also, Peanut told us, try to stay in lane, and then we were able to actually counter the gank attempt of the enemy jungler. So I think that was also so on point. And Paze, you've been, putting up a great performance so far this season. It's only been 2 months since you have made a debut in the LCK, and you are stepping up so fast. Are you fully adapted to the LCK now? Yeah, because my teammates helped me up so much. Peanut, how do you feel about that? So Paze, I think he's living his second life because he adapted so fast. He learned so fast, so I'm surprised. Indeed, I think Paze himself was, already was full of mechanics, but Delight must have been helping you out a lot, right? Yeah, together with him, I'm having a lot of fun. And then in game number 2, we had a Lee Sin matchup. And you won the POG on the list. Lee Sin Ellis is a very historic matchup in the LCK. Lee Sin does have a bit of an edge when it comes to the head-to-head record. Do they play a different role? So Liz, obviously she has a very high pressure early on, so she does have to execute early plays in order to get ahead of Lee Sin. But if she actually fails that, Lee Sin can kind of win the game because he has better potential in the late game. So we have to set up for early fights, early ganks in order to get ahead of Lee Sin. Delight, Paze just said he's giving me a lot of help, but Delight actually did an interview saying Peanut is giving me a lot of input about the game knowledge. Tell us about it. I don't know. We were just let's cheer up, let's work hard. I think it's more about our coaching staff and then my teammates giving you all the feedback. Does he also listen to all those advice and feedbacks? Yeah, for sure. Recently, he soaks it up and he always learn it super fast. Paze, what do you think about that? I think so too. Okay, alright then. We have another question for you, Paze. These days we are seeing so many weird picks going to the bottom lane. Veigar, Cho'Gath. Any idea about that? I also tried them out, and I think they're pretty good right now. Is it viable in LCK as well? For sure. Is Gen.G gonna try them? I'm not sure. Now, Gen.G is still fighting for the bye at playoffs round 2, and Gen.G's upcoming opponents are Kwangdong Freaks, Hana, Life, and D plus Kia. We have 3 remaining matches in the regular split, and we want to keep the second place spot, and we do have to take them down for sure. But what actually matters is your performance at playoffs. So I hope this can be a really good stepping stone for our development throughout the playoffs. What about you, Paze? We're gonna win all 3 matches in order to end the regular split on second place. And this will be the end of the interview from Peanut, Paze, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-san, as always, for that awesome interview. As Paze, I feel like he's slowly getting better, he's looking pretty good.
A lot better.
Let's take a look at the standings, guys, as we do have Gen.G taking the win and looking to hold on to second place.
it's great spot for Genji. I mean, I think they just gotta keep winning like more as much as they can. It's just more so Leap Sandbox. They gotta make a one bouncing back. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but they gotta do it for the playoff.
Yeah, Sandbox are still in a relatively safe position, but if you are a Sandbox fan, you've been burned by statements like that before. So there is definitely nothing guaranteed, but this is a really important step for Genji. Not a big one, but one they definitely needed to take.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, that was a pretty quick first series. Our next one is DRX versus T1. T1 are looking even stronger than Genji, kind of doing to Genji what Genji just did to Live Sandbox at times. So should be an interesting second match. Join us in about 35 minutes for that one.
DRX needed to change something. Juhan is in.
Doctom changes the atmosphere.
As Rascal picks up another one. That's a solo kill for him this time.
Great game here from DRX, and every time the doubters come out for Live Sandbox.
I don't know what it is with this team, but they've won another series. Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown.
오늘은 지난 시즌에도 우리가 Q&A 시간 한번 가졌잖아. 중간쯤에 좀 휴식 타임으로.
봤어?
자, 그럼 첫 라운드 Q&A 게임 외쳐볼까? 돌려 돌림판! 자, 룰 설명드릴게요. 지난 시즌이랑 동일하게 브론즈, 실버, 골드, 그랜드마스 4단계로 질문 수위가 나눠져 있고요. 보라색 케이틀린의 저격은 한 사람을 저격해서 답을 해달라고 해주신 것들이 있어서 그걸 뽑으면은 자신한테 온 저격 질문에 대한 답을 해주시면 됩니다. 저번 시즌에도 그걸 대답을 잘 못했을 때 우리가 벌칙을 받았었잖아요. 그거에 버금가는 벌칙이 기다리고 있고 릴린스의 하이평에 답변해주시면 좋겠습니다. 근데 호동아 이거 조심해야 되는 게 진짜 답변 잘못하면 위험한 것도 몇 개 있었어.
특정 팀의 문제는 뭐라고? 순위가 어떻게 된다고 생각하시나요? 아무튼 뭐 가보자고요 그럼.
순서 가위바위보. 가위바위보.
가위바위보. 내가 마지막으로 할게.
나 3, 나 2.
빨리 돌려.
덜 낼게.
아니 이거 진짜 잘 만들었다. 누가 만들었어요?
세게 돌렸네. 세게.
뭐야?
제발 골드.
실버? 아니야 한 번 더. 그만?
역시 방송 천재.
자기가 뭐라고 생각하는지
내가 몰라. 나 너무 궁금해.
아니 이거 질문 너무 말이 안 되잖아. 내가 지금 다시 뛰어도 쟤보다 잘하겠다라고 생각해.
그냥 평소에 느꼈던 거 얘기하면 되겠다. 너 그런 말 안 했어? 외관지 형 저보다 잘하겠다.
TV를 왜 이렇게 못해?
아니 내가 11해도 저보다 잘하겠다.
왜 이렇게 느꼈어?
통화가 없는데 왜 저렇게 힘들다지?
아니 근데 답변을 하자면 없긴 해요. 그 정도의 선수는. 아니 근데 아니, 얘기를 할게. 우리도 게임을 오래 했잖아. 메타를 좀 여러 개 거쳐왔잖아. 그러다가 이제 최근에
근데 아니 눈빛이 지금 제발 도와줘. 눈빛이잖아. 제발 도와줘.
끝까지 들어! 그렇게 끝까지 들어! 어쨌든 우리가 수없이 많은 메타를 지나왔으면 라이선 메타도 했고 최근에 다시 애니가 나오기 시작했잖아. 애니를 상대할 때는 나는 딜러들이 정화를 높은 우선순위로 들어야 된다고 생각을 하는데 가장 최근에 정화를 안 들고 게임을 했다가 졌던 선수가 있었어.
LSB?
저런 판단은 조금은 아쉽구나. 생각했다라는 거지.
이게 로고가 노란색이야?
아니 근데 그냥 뭐 선배로서 애니상들은 정화를 듭시다. 이즈리얼을 플레이하긴 했어.
이 정도면 인정이다 진짜. 이 정도면.
근데 그거는 나만 그 생각을 한 게 아니었어.
그치. 그냥 진짜 너무 센데? 이런 질문이 아직 4개가 남아있는 거야. 네, 바로 그냥 두 번째 할게요. 저 할게요. 오케이. 안 돼! 아니 근데 이거 너무 사실적인 거 아니야? 아니 형! 프로 게이머들의 음주 문화가 궁금합니다. 주량이라든가 술자리 인싸들이요. 지금 프로 게이머들은 아는 애가 없는데? 지금
알아가볼 생각은 없어.
그러기도 힘들지.
지금 T1 선수들이랑 술 마시러 갈 수 있어.
아니.
그래서 이거는 저희들이랑 알려드릴게요. 호정이는 술을 안 좋아해가지고 잘 안 먹는 것 같고 어제 저희 셋이서 이렇게 먹었거든요. 3-4병 먹었습니다. 1인당.
저 갈까요?
넘어가요. 좋아요. 오, 대차게. 아니, 진장장도 없네.
강찬밥 챌린저 가능 불가능?
아, 이거 옛날에도 물었던 건데, 이거.
불가능. 번역 때도 챌린저를 못 가는데 지금은 태하고 챌린저를 어떻게 가?
별로 시원하지가 않다. 오! 둘다 아니, 뭐가 됐다. 아니,
뭐야?
근데 이거 되게 무서운 게 이거 이 라인 만드신 분 누구예요? 아니 여기 왜?
셀 수도 있고 약할 수도 있고.
와 미친. 헬리오스님은 분석 데스크 같은 곳에선 중립적이어야 하지만 본인 마음속 깊은 곳에서 응원하는 팀이 있을 텐데 그 팀이 어딘지 궁금합니다. 전에 젠지에서 일할 때 욕을 좀 먹었던 게 이 새끼 젠지 그거 아니냐고. 약간 마음속으로 하고 있는 거 아니냐고. 그런 거 없고 지금도 중립이고 다. 근데 응원하는 팀? 브리온 좀 응원하고 있어요. 브리온 좀 선수들 되게 호감이어서
최근에 경기 이기고 팬분들이 이거 되게 좋아해가지고 막 눈물 흘리시고.
낭만이 좀 있지.
거기도 낭만 있고
영상편지야.
브리온 선수들 보고 있나요? 보고 있다면 저한테 그냥 편하게 DM 주세요. 대화 이제
진짜 부담스럽다.
술 먹고 약간 갑자기 너랑 술을 먹자고?
아니 그럴 수 있지. 아니 근데 실제로 선수들 중에 닥터스 보는 사람들이 꽤 있어요.
사회적인 얘기 아닐까?
아니 근데 아니야.
우리도 그 사람들 만나 응원하고 있어 이거잖아.
근데 나도 나 유튜브 관리 안 하는데 가끔 나 만나서 유튜브 잘 보고 있어.
그럼 다음 Q&A 게임 다 같이 외쳐볼까?
이거 에반데.
자, 다음 저희가 팀가 아끼는 블랙카드를 어렵게 공개해왔어요. 대단하다. 어떻게 만나셨대요?
뒷면에 나오는 색상에 맞는 질문을 여러분들 답변을 해주시면 됩니다.
조커가
일단 내가 첫 번째 할게. 첫 번째로 뽑고
내가 2번, 3, 4.
제작진 분들이 그렇게 역으로 생각을 했을 거야. 조커 같은 걸 안 뽑으려고 할 거니까 조커에다가 구린 걸 넣고 일반 숫자에다가 어려운 걸 넣고.
아니 근데 얘 무슨 게임 할 때마다
너 근데 나는 형무 말이 좀 일리가 있다 생각을 해. 나는 좀 저 금색 조커가 마음에 든다. 그러니까 표정이 약간
아니 근데 도현아 상식적으로 생각해봐. 설마 조커에다 정직하게 그 말을 박아놨겠어?
그러니까 금색 조커에다가 그 말을 박아놨고 뭐예요? 파란색 하트? 뭐지? 뭐지?
저격 질문입니다.
와.
왜?
와 이거는 진짜 날카롭다. 이거. 오 마이 갓. 헬리오스 신동진 님에게 묻습니다. 트위치 스트리머 우미짱님 방송에 자주 출연하시는데 사심 가득한 목소리로 시참하는 이유가 무엇인가요? 정확히 사심 있다 아니다 왔다 그래요.
나 이제 무서워. 나 이제. 너 설마 공석 데스크라는 그 명함 달고 그분한테 지금 삐쩍거리고 있었던 거야?
너 설마
동기야 근데 그래서 먹혔었죠?
마음 있어?
없지 그냥 이제 나도 조심해야 되니까.
너는 일을 더 사랑하기 때문에.
그렇지 난 일 중독.
사랑을 버린
그렇지
거야.
난뭔 소리. 아니 저번에 소개팅부터 그냥 계속 아니 내 사랑 얘기가 그렇게 궁금해? 아니 이게 무서운데 이거?
아 이건 진짜 저격이다.
이건 진짜 저격이다. 내가 우습게 봤어. 미안합니다. 아니 저격을
하트킹 할게요.
형 약하다.
경기 전에 사람들이 예상하는 정배 역배가 있는데 본인이 역배팀일 때 경기 전 어떤 생각이 드나요? 나 지금 프로게이머야. 나 지금 역배팀에 있어. 상대적 강팀에 오늘 동기야. 그런 생각 안 드는데요?
아니야 남자가 한 입으로 두 발 하는 거 아니겠지.
그러면 A를 골라볼까?
근데 마누라가 이거 보다 실망해.
아니 왜 조커 안 하는데 조커 하기로
A도
얘기했잖아.
충분히 재밌잖아.
아니 재미없어.
그러면 내가 조금 볼 테니까 A.
알았어.
안돼 반대.
아 이거 그만할 것 같은데? 그만할 것 같은데?
아니 이거 너무한 거 아니야?
너무나 클리셰다.
현재 폼으로 아시안 게임 로스터 5명 꾸려주세요.
맞아 저번 Q&A도 이거 나왔었어 맞아. 그때 누가 했지?
스파라터스가 생각하는 내년 아시안 게임 베스트 팀 5위는 제우스, 캐니언 갑니다. 이들은 페이커, 룰러의 서포 캐리어가 있습니다.
현재 폼으로 아시안 게임 로스터 5명을 꾸려달라. 지극히 개인적. 원딜은 베스트. 미드는 페이커. 정글은
빨리 해.
이거
빨리 해.
맞아요?
빨리 해.
너의 지금 개인적인 의견.
이거 전혀 문제가 안 돼. 나 이런 컨텐츠 많이 했어.
정글 추천 좀 해줘 그럼.
정글은 피다. 이유는 전체 플레이를 제일 잘 만드는 선수 중 하나.
카미랑 서포터는.
지금 성적을 잘 내고 있는 데우스 선수 캐리어. T1의 의견이 좀 많이 들어갈 수밖에 없을 것 같아. 지금 성적도 제일 좋고.
감독 코치님은?
형 거기에는 질문 내용이 없어.
아쉽다.
에이 뽑아야지.
에이.
솔직히 그만.
뭐야?
근데?
너무해. 그만 어딨어?
그만만 뽑냐?
번수마나 슬럼프나 매너리즘에 빠졌을 때 어떻게 극복하는지 궁금합니다.
이런 건 얘기해주는 거 많지.
이런 거 호종이 형이 또 잘 알잖아.
요거 내가 보고 필라테스도 해보고 웨이트링도 해보고
다 해봤어.
웨이트도 가보고 팀도 뭐 그러니까 힘들다고 그만두는 게 아니라 그래도 꾸준히 계속 해야지 실력이 오를 어떤 기회가 오니까
중국만 해, 중국만. 그냥 계속 꾸준히 하면 된다. 오케이?
자 그럼 다음 Q&A 게임 다 같이 한번 외쳐볼까?
오예!
별풍선! 4개의 풍선 중에 하나를 선택해 주시면 풍선을 머리 위에서 터뜨릴 건데요. 풍선 속에서 터져나오는 꽃가루 색상의 질문을 적으시면 됩니다.
이거는 그럼 골라주기 하자. 1등이. 골라주기. 가위바위보. 보. 방영호 너 검은색.
근데 4개 중에 무조건 그만 있죠.
점화가 불타니까 그만.
저만은 가자 저만.
너 점아. 나 전멸. 동민이 해보. 오케이.
누구 먼저 터뜨릴까요?
형우죠.
좀 많이 위에서 좀 해줘. 가까이서 하면 좀 그렇거든.
꼭 뭐야 진짜 미안하다. 동호야 준비됐니? 하나 둘 셋. 내가 검은색 할걸.
경기에서 패배하면 기분이 어떤지 궁금합니다. 워낙 경기를 많이 하시니까 수백 판 중에 한 판 진 것처럼 대수롭지 않게 여기시는지. 뭐 당연히 패배하면 기분이 좋은 사람은 아무도 없죠. 수백 판 중에 한 판처럼 대수롭지 않게 여기는 거? 이렇게 되면 애초에 은퇴를 해야 돼요.
대수롭지 않게 되면.
나도 실제로 은퇴할 때쯤 되니까 뭐 경기 무난하게 지나갔구나.
그래서 올해 안 갔어?
그래서 빠르게 해설로를 갈았다고 했지.
호중아 너 점하는데 어때?
그러면
갈게. 하나, 둘, 셋 하면 가는 거야.
남은 거 그거 아니야? 저격이랑 그만 아니야? 저격 그만!
LCK 선수들이 잦은 이적으로 팀을 응원하는 건지 선수를 응원하는 건지 모르는 LCK 이적에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지.
근데 그 계약 기간이 짧은 건 맞는 것 같아요. 1, 2년 뭐 아니면 뭐 길어야 3년이고.
그치. e스포츠가 좀 더 선수 쪽 팬이 많은 것 같아요. 팀 입장에서는 좀 기분이 별로 좋지 않은 프랜차이즈를 좀 키워놔도 내년에 나가버리면 사실 팀에 남는 팬이 거의 없으니까 그래서 거의 다 팀은 보통 2, 3년 계약을 하려고 하고 선수들은 1년 계약을 하는 게 연봉이 유리하니까 그런 구조라고 좀 보시면 되겠습니다. 위에서 밑으로 터뜨릴까 밑에서 위로
역시 밑에서 위로지.
하나 둘 셋.
이제 올 좀 질리나요? 네. 너무 질려요.
이게 왜 골드예요?
너무 질려.
근데 이미 알잖아요. 꼭 터트려야 돼요? 알지만 꼭 터트려야 돼요?
참고로 오늘 벌칙은 오늘 여기 청소를 하고 가시면
금마가 있다고 말하는 걸 믿지 마.
아 그런 건가?
네 하나 둘 셋 하고 터뜨릴게.
하나, 둘,
아니 진짜 LCK 선수들 연봉 거품 논란에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
당당하게 말해. 너의 개인적 의견이잖아.
벌써 어떻게 생각해 너는? 저는 그렇게 생각해요. 내가 버는 건 아니지만 더 그 사람들이 많이 벌고 많이 잘 돼야 이게 시장이 돌아가고 시장 경제가 돌아가면 우리의 일자리도 이렇게 생기는 거고.
아니 연봉이 너무 커가지고 팀들이 감당이 안 되기 때문에.
이거에 대해서 너가 진지하게 얘기를 하면 좀 근본부터 가르지 않겠어? 왜 선수들의 연봉이 이렇게 비싸졌는가? 거기에 대해서 에이 동진아! 에이 동진아! 하지마! 너 죽어! 너 죽는다고!
우리 대답을 못해준 할장이분한테
아이디어
성화자고 편지 한번 쓰시죠.
WHK님 죄송합니다. 제가 잘 몰라가지고
제가 너무 무지하고 멍청해서.
무지하고 멍청하고 바보여서
야 이쯤도 딴 것도 궁금한 딴 것도 한번 보자. 라떼 마인드로 요즘 게이머들 빠졌다고 생각했어. 아니 뭐 라떼 마인드로 하면 우리는 뭐 원룸에서부터 게임 시작해가지고
없었어.
받고 시작해.
지금은 연봉 너무 많고
숙소도 있다 많았고 셰프들이 있고 그런 거 보면은 야 이 돈 받고는 진짜 열심히 해야겠구나. 그때가 있다는 거죠.
이택님 DRX 소속 크리에이터 겸 스트리머신 요즘 DRX 경기가 무슨 생각 드시나요?
방금 한 말 있잖아.
다시도 배부르고
진짜 열심히 해야겠다.
열심히 해야겠다.
자식을 배우는데 열심히 해. 근데 작년에도 1라운드 때 죽었어.
이적도 아니었던 것 같은데.
DRX 다시 2라운드 때 반등할 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 DRX 응원합니다.
근데
자, 오늘은 여러 가지 롤 관련 질문해가지고 답변을 해보는 시간을 가졌는데 어느 정도 궁금증이 해소됐길 바라면서 벌칙은 우리 헬리오스 신동진. 지금 아니 뭐야?
왜요? 전기 청소기 입이라니까요?
또 궁금한 주제 있으면 댓글 달아주면 감사하겠습니다. 효과 나가.
근데 이거 나는 도구 없어요?
없어.
동진님 보단 조금만 더.
아니 성현이 형 같이 가야지.
그냥 항상 응원한다.
어디 가세요? 아 진짜 너무한다. 플레임! 이거 쳐먹고! 내 들어갔어! 아이씨! 몰카 아니야? 시간 지나면 갑자기 짜잔! 치워주러 왔습니다 하면서
유나,
응?
나 기다렸어?
형 오래 기다렸어. 형 오래 기다렸어. 아니 도와주는 건 아니야?
벌칙은 왜 벌칙이었어?
겨우 청소 다 끝냈습니다. 보이시나요? 바닥에. 죄송합니다. 왜 이런 일을 시켰는지 알 것 같아요. 저희가 항상 이렇게 개판으로 만들고 와가지고 벌칙도 이제 무시 안 하겠습니다. 벌칙 수준 좀 많이 무섭네요. 집에 못 가게 하는 벌칙으로? 발정이들 다음에 봐요. 사랑해.
시즌 뭐 챌린저 그냥 반 죽여놨어.
절반은 그거는 뭐야? 누구의 나이 이거 해봐야 되지 않겠어요 우리? 옛날 생각나.
야 진짜 정치하지 말자 우리. 파이팅. 형 죽으면 안 돼. 누가 떠냐고 했지. 누가 튀었어. 난 이제 오늘부로 옵저버 분들이랑 다시는 안 할 거야.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. It is time for our second series of the evening here on the second day of the 8th week of LCK. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf once again as we're going to go through what could be a quick one, but also what could be a lot of cooking.
Yeah, so as those who have watched LCK Challengers, or following T1 players on solo queue have, been watching and paying attention to, Veigar very strong right now on the bottom lane. Cho'Gath very strong on the bottom lane. We see some Senna in Challengers right now, and these are things that Gumayusi has been practicing a lot in solo queue, a ton, even on his stream. So this is publicly available information to all the teams that are playing against T1. But it seems like T1 going to a matchup they're extremely favored in tonight might have that planned. And will DRX ban it? Will they just not let them do it? Strong possibility, but I think we are going to see some fun picks in the bottom lane tonight in this best of 3.
Yeah, could be some shenanigans. Let's have a look at the standings here as after our previous game, Gen G moved to second place. And this, as you can see, highlighted, is a matchup between the top and the bottom of the league. Of course, Nongshim do hold sole possession of last place, but DRX are relatively close to them, although on a little bit of an upswing, as we are going to have a first place probability look.
Yeah,
here is T1 are pretty much guaranteed.
First place means that not only do you get to skip the first round, but you get to choose your opponent. So it is a very important advantage to have. But at this point in time, unless T1 really drop the ball in their remaining opponents, they are massively favored to take it. And remember, they have 2 tougher opponents in HLE and D+. But even still, most people would predict T1 actually 8-0s their remaining schedule. Based on their current form right now, their mastery of the meta, no team is really coming close to them right now.
Nope. It is definitely looking like they're a bit of a shoe-in there. And what we're looking for now is to see what new things are they going to have prepared, as the last sort of meta that we had, it was ran by T1. They just owned it. They knew how to play around every single thing that was happening towards that bottom side of the map, and it was just belonging to them. This one, a little bit more up in the air. But upon victory, T1 confirmed to advance to playoff round 2. They were already locked into playoffs first before any of our other teams, and even if they lose here, I mean, they just win the next one and then they're confirmed into round 2. It is very, very difficult for T1 not to be either first or second here in the LCK.
DRX, of course, coming off a win against Nongshim, so, we've seen a little bit of flexibility in this roster. They put Juhan in, Duckdom, of course, back on the scene here, very much recovered. For the most part, with his elbow injury, so he has been playing pretty well. And it has been Rascal who has recently really sprung up here in terms of solo kills here.
Every time.
Yeah.
And he was really having a rough time at the start of the split, Wolf, and now he's still there on 13.
Yeah, he's at 13. He could actually potentially even pass Zeus in this series. It's going to be very difficult for that to happen, but it could happen. And Rascal has had really good performances. He's playing what he likes to play. He's been put back on the Lee Sin, for example. And I feel like Rascal looks a lot happier, to be totally frank with you, on the Rift these last few weeks because he's been given those picks. So here we go. This is it. The Cho'Gath Saria.
Yeah.
But don't forget, Veigar also not on this list, on this graphic, but he's on the list.
Yeah, there is certainly some potential cooking to be happening here. I like how Keria is Senna, whereas Gumayusi's head is being eaten by Cho'Gath, and I'm very confused about how this whole graphic kind of works out. It is a little bit frightening, and we are going to pull it down from the screen, so we don't have to have that haunting us for much longer. DRX will be making their way out onto the Rift first. I believe chose the red side this time around, wanting to get that counter pick and wanting to make sure that T1's shenanigans don't catch them unawares at the very end of the draft. I think it's kind of intelligent, but also T1 are very happy on blue side as well. So it's you're kind of fighting a losing battle, but I kind of like the idea here for DRX.
As we discussed in our previous series, right now, the top teams, they have great synergy. They have really strong mechanics. Like, they're some of the best gifted players in the world, right? And you look at this roster, they have that going for them. But what they don't have is the wealth of champion pool that D+ Kia has, T1 has, Gen G has. What they don't have is the synergy that these teams have.
Yeah.
That's why this matchup, you go into it feeling like it's going to be a very one-sided affair. See what DRX has cooking tonight is Krako's back on the Rift.
Exactly, and cooking is certainly a thing that the bottom side of the map is going to be doing for both of these teams, given the fact that Beryl does exist. But T1 to make their way out into LOL Park here today. A smile on Carrier's face there as well, as he looked a bit nonplussed towards the end. But this should be a pretty comfortable one for T1. But of course, this is a squad that I think one of the biggest things that's changed with T1 is that they don't get too cocky anymore. They did have that time where they're like, oh, well, we're just like winning all the time. We're just going to do... And they would drop series, right? And yes, they dropped the series to Hanwha Life Esports, but I think that was Hanwha overperforming and, you know, Clid having an on day, right? These things happen. But T1 have been just giving it their all in all of their matches this season. For me, what it's kind of felt like.
For me, it's like in spring 2021, or sorry, spring 2022, here's our key player matchup. Faker going to have better stats here. But spring 2022, where they broke all those records, some of those losses for T1 were like, it's fun, but it's bad. Don't do that. This time it's like, it's fun, and actually, wait, hold on a second. This is pretty sick. This is actually really good. And then everybody starts doing it. You know, like last time we were seeing like Faker play meet Kaisa, and everyone was like, this is cool, but probably don't do that. You know, now we're watching like them actually do all the right things. They like revolutionized mid Gragas. They've been playing and perfecting that bottom double AD setup where Carrie is playing Caitlyn, he's playing Kalista, he's playing Jhin, etc. So the Faker reboot is now just a daily occurrence.
It is. It is just a thing that happens every single time. Hopefully, he does get up and running. It looks like we are just... There we go. Someone may have accidentally pressed Del.
It's now safe to turn off your computer.
Just wondering, like, are we flashing the BIOS right now? Like, what's happening? Okay, there we go. Never mind. It is. We're definitely rebooting the Faker.
Man, you know, nowadays computers boot so fast that like nobody knows about what it was like for us back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Where you would like turn your computer on and then go make a coffee.
Yeah, you'd plan your day. You'd plan your day around when you had to restart your computer, you know? It's like, oh no, I have to restart it.
Every time you install,
half my day gone.
You install a game and it's like, you now need to reboot your computer. Would you like to do it now or later? You like really thought about it back in the day because you were like, oh man, well I guess I don't have time to play it anymore.
Yeah.
I have to reboot my computer.
Is my Nintendo 64 around? Like, can I play that for a little bit?
Yeah, that would boot instantly. You know, I could get straight to the Star Fox 64 planet selection. You know,
no, absolutely.
But if I wanted to play StarCraft, man, it was.
Hey, unless you played StarCraft on your N64, then you were absolutely fine.
True. It was not my preferred way to play StarCraft, but you know.
No. Not most people's preferred way, although there was a recent tournament where they did manage to have a game. The good old Tasteless Invitational. But let's get back on track, shall we? As T1 on the blue side here up against DRX. And I want to see just some signs of life out of DRX. I don't need them to win the series, but I want to see them play some good League of Legends.
Sure. I mean, I don't care who wins, to be frank with you, Atlas, but I want to see... I don't want to see a very caught off guard DRX, especially considering how public this Gumayusi, solo queue, and streaming of the Cho'Gath, the Senna, these lanes are very well known. They're in challengers, right? And if you end up getting caught off guard by this in draft and then just getting completely destroyed by it, it's a little bit embarrassing, right? Realistically, considering how long this has been going on and how common this was. Because people were talking about this with like Seraphine Veigar like 2 weeks ago, right? So we know this has been around for a really long time, and I think DRX should come into today's series prepared. And look, T1 might just not even play it. It might not happen, but I think based on what we have seen from T1 this year so far, and based on what's happening on these streams, I think that, you know, it's pretty realistic to expect that we're going to see it at least once in this best of 3.
What I'm curious about is whether Carrier goes full cookery mode, right? Like full chef there on the bottom side, because he has been playing a lot of support Cassante. I know also Chobi's been playing a lot of support Belveth.
Yeah, this is really common right now these days.
Yeah.
I know that DRX have also been doing a little bit of the experimentation with that support Belveth.
Well, we'll
not
see.
a big fan of it.
No, neither am I. But we'll have to see whether it does make its way into one of these games. Sometime, as you can see, very, very mirrored win rates so far for both of these teams. Gragas going to be removed first. Blue side going to give you a bit more flexibility in that draft.
Yeah.
So no Graggy. Wonder what the first pick option is. Obviously, Annie needs to be taken away, but there are a lot of things that are illegal to leave up. And so now DRX basically, if they want to have a chance of playing the game at all, they need to ban Ashe Annie here.
Yeah, I think they will. And the reason why they're banning Caitlyn, even though we have seen a little bit less success with Caitlyn recently, it's been a little bit less dominant, is because it's Gumik area, and Caitlyn can be flexed. And I mean, there's all of the things we've talked about, why T1 are 13-1 and why the meta was defined by them is revolved around those types of bottom lanes. So they will take that away from Guma. They will take the Ashe away. And I think once again, we will see that Annie ban. And those the picks here that are taken away from T1 are, okay, the Rakan especially is pretty suspicious. But the Jace and the Gragas also just really strong red side flex picks that T1 also popularized on their red side drafts. And it's one of the ways you could deal with something tricky. They will ban the Annie, not gonna ban away the Senna or anything like that here in this first phase, and it's just gonna be a Lucian draft. We've all been duped.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. The Lucian gets left up, and therefore they take it. This is why I was a little bit worried, right? Because I was also perusing what Faker has been playing recently, and he's still playing a bunch of Aurelion Sol. And so I was like, oh, please, they have to ban the Annie. Otherwise, he just first picks Annie and plays that, and then we're a bit sad. So did we talk about some cooking in the bottom lane, and then we go back to this stale pasta from 2 months ago?
Any Wukong Nami enjoyers?
Oh, dear. Vi Nami? To mix it up?
Also, Elise is available?
There we go.
Yeah.
Vi Nami, let's go.
Doing for a little bit of Vi action.
Man, this is so interesting. Nami and Lucian, I think they would have a lot of synergy together. Could you imagine the one-item spike with Gale Force and Imperial Mandate
Now,
Wolf?
supposing, Atlas, we did have a Lulu in the bottom lane.
Whoa, that kind of changes the equation here.
A little bit of a barrier for this area, so maybe they could try to trade. And, with the nerfs to Nami and Spell Thief's Edge, maybe they can hold their own.
Yeah, but the Spell Thief's Edge also affects the Lulu, so maybe it's a bit of a wash. We'll see how DRX are going to be able to cope in this lane.
As Ahri will be taken away here, interestingly, with the Vi setup. Just don't want to give them the really strong pick potential. As, to be fair here for T1, this composition is one that they have also mastered. And if you have the Ahri here, you just play a very one-sided stompy game where you snowball so hard. DRX are not going to allow that pick potential here with the Vi. And, if T1 are playing the boring game, quote-unquote, it's often game 2 where we see them really cook, to be fair. But I think this is one way to definitely get into the heads of your opponent quite a bit in a game 1 like this where DRX are like, what are they doing? What are they cooking? What's the plan? And then T1's like, just the most boring 13.1 draft, actually.
Well, in the end, T1 are going to play, Vi mid. Lucian top, and it's going to be Nami Viger in the bottom lane. Just you wait. Something interesting is going to happen. It's not. The LeBlanc is going to be the next one to be taken away. Talia is a curious one. Has been cropping up a lot, as there's the Jax. A lot of respect given over to Rascal here, as the Gragas, Jace, and Jax all banned.
Yeah.
Aiming at him, but that means his Renekton's available.
Renekton.
What? So this is like T1 banning 2nd, 3rd, 4th on the tier list for Rascal champions, but they forgot the first one.
Zeus really likes to play Nara into Renekton, though.
That's true.
And he's not going to have any problems with this. Is it just the Azir pick away now? The Azir Lucian. Very stock standard, very boring.
Azir,
whoa, what a shocker. And then, wait a minute. Are they going to play Victor here?
Oh, dear.
I hope not, because...
We went from it was there was cooking, right? And we were watching we were watching someone with the sauteing things and doing all sorts of fun stuff to
Don't do it, Kali, don't do it. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
Play Sylas. Just play Rod of Ages Sylas. Just go all the way back.
Well, Fate is thinking about...
Okay.
They listened to you, Wolf!
Oh, thank you, Fate.
You were projecting very, very well.
I was.
And look, Lolpark does have a lot of sound absorption from the walls, but I think Wolf found an angle to bounce it right at Fate so that he could hear it went through the little gap in the headset, and Fate's like, I got you, brother.
I like to think that the fan behind me heard it and whispered it to the fan in front of him, and then he whispered to the fan in front of him.
It's like Chinese whispers.
And then he whispered to the fan in front of him, and then that fan told the referee, and then the referee went over to Fate and whispered in his ear, and then he was like, all right, can we lock in Silas? It's Wolf's idea.
Yeah, there we go. That's exactly how it went down.
No, actually what Fate said is it's really weird. Wolf said,
I should eat spaghetti for dinner, but I'm gonna lock in Silas.
Yeah. And why are we microwaving this composition from 16 years ago? Oh god, it's definitely gone bad. Although, kind of hasn't. This T1 composition, whilst extraordinarily boring, it's gonna get the job done. You know, like baked beans. It's not exactly the most interesting. As, all right, and Tara's here. How you doing? Welcome.
Yeah, long time no see. And I gotta say, Atlas, going into this composition, I feel like the way this goes, I could explain it to everyone, as former Griffin Rather is here as well with Untara. And I feel like this composition, we could talk about what it means, what it does, but like, if you've watched any professional League of Legends since Worlds, you probably are pretty aware of what this comp does. And when the composition of DRX gets strongest in the mid game, when the Rod of Ages Silas is done, then you can fight with your Zera. You've got some mid game power with the Renekton. It's a tale as old as time, or at least as old as 13 patches.
Yeah, both of these compositions, we've seen what they do before, and we'll see whether they can do it again. Let's go another rift. All right, here we are, and already something has been adjusted beautifully, and that is Rascal picking the Renekton skin of T1. So that is fun. That is interesting. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. First strike Silas, pretty standard. Barrier Zeri, how did we know?
Whoa.
Sejuani on the Rift, so Kuma can't take Ignite. Takes Cleanse. He knows
Baker
what he's
is going
doing.
Conqueror this time around into the Silas
Into the
matchup?
Silas specifically.
Whoa.
Then also Fleet Footwork for the Gnar.
Into the
Zeus
Renekton
special.
matchup? That's crazy.
Aftershock Vi.
That is actually kind of
like, that's a little bit different. Yeah, it's like a little bit less common.
We're not pressing the attack this time around, but it does kind of seem to me like Ona doesn't really want to play too aggressively in the lane, which makes me a bit sad, I guess.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this matchup goes, because it can go both ways. And Croco can path top, because bot is going to be a wash, right? And also note that on the bottom lane right now, they leash for Owner. So, and this is known.
I'm pretty sure that was Rascal pressing W and then not finding an auto attack, which is a bit sad. Oh, no, he didn't. He pressed, I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm actually losing my mind.
Too much Sari Lulu.
Yeah, I was busy looking at the bottom lane and my brain malfunctioned. Please, excuse me. I will attempt to do better. As Dr. and Barrel doing laning.
Yeah. And Barrel, he loves his level 2 all-ins with this Lulu. And he should hit it first here. Use that shield one more time. As this is not going very well right now in the LCK. It's kind of a, it's very vulnerable to a lot of things. As look at Barrel trying to hit level 2. We know it's going to happen before it happens. How do we know?
Yeah.
It's like we've seen this before.
T1 are going to back away because level 2 comes in and they miss one creep. This lane is over, Wolf.
In terms of things to explain, yes.
Oh, yeah.
we covered it.
We're going to have to, we're going to dig deep on things to talk about, because the amount of times that we have analyzed these two compositions almost exactly is kind of absurd.
I mean, the only other thing to add is that, this kind of happened where level 2 came out this way because Guma Carrier helped Owner, and Duckdom and Barrel did not help Croco, and so they got down there first and control the wave earlier. Yeah, now we've said everything.
Yeah, we have. We haven't mentioned the fact that Croco, if he plays towards his top side, is going to be able to get a lot of permafrost value, and Rascal getting ahead early will be able to create some good things here for DRX.
And, this is obviously predicted by T1 that Croco's going to path topside here. Owner's going to get scouted. These teams know so well what the other is trying to do, although this, unfortunately, does miss.
Oh, this is Owner lurking off to the side. We know that he is up here. And there he comes, as they don't actually aggro the turret. That's so important, as Rascal going to slice. And then look for Owner here. Spins around a little bit. Azeus is going to opt into this one. Flash has to be used quite early because Faker has the inside track. Bolt Breaker not going to quite find it here as Owner gets slowed down, but there's the flash to come forward, and Croco has to flash as well. Over goes Faker though, as Croco is going to be taken out, but can Faker survive? The answer's no, as Rascal is going to pick up second blood. Owner now looking for even more as they go 1 for 1, but T1 gets the first blood gold.
Yeah. First blood gold going over to T1 here, but I think I actually like this situation a lot here on the side of the Silas in this matchup, who does pick up an assist here. If he got the kill, would have actually been amazing, but unfortunately it goes over to Rascal. So a kill for Faker, an assist picked up for Fate. That's going to make his time a little bit easier getting to that Rod of Ages, because the Silas is the one that really wants to rush it out.
Yeah, true. However, he's now against First Blood Zia, which is a little bit sad. Doctom also struggling as the heal has to be used. Gumayushi trying to fight this one as Beryl slowed down. Carrier standing his ground as Croco comes in. Gumayushi just wanting to get a kill before he's taken out as the flash going to be utilized. And Croco, does he have the Winter's Wrath? Extendo Beam comes forward. Permafrost trying to get this one done as Owner is going to turn up.
No way!
Gumayushi somehow survives!
6 health!
That is absurd. Look at his face. He's grinning.
Now, Faker does not have Flash here. So remember, this is where the Silas can turn this matchup around if he actually gets a really nice and diversified steal. Like, this is what he's looking for right now.
Yep.
It's level 6.
They're going to come in as Croco's moving over yet again. Surely it's not going to go wrong this time as Faker is close enough to his turret. So it does. But that one was definitely less robbed than the bottom side.
Okay, I thought he was closer to 6 when he was going aggressive like that, but it was because Croco was coming over, and he almost is able to potentially set up a pick there onto Faker, but does not. As, man, this game is very much, yeah, it's a 1-1 kill score right now, but a lot of action. We haven't really slowed down here as Guma gets so incredibly low. Now, this Scryer's miss is really crucial because it means that Croco thinks this is a kill he could set up here, but luckily, as you mentioned, they see Vi before aggroing the turret, so they have a little bit of extra time to get out. And then obviously there's a long chase that ensues here, and it's really well played by Zeus. A flash is forced, and Zeus could chase really far, and Azir has Prio in mid, so Faker can come over here. Now, he does flash to guarantee this kill. Fate does not have to flash. That's one of the things I was saying. I really like this for DRX in a lot of ways, but additional gold does go over here to the side of T1. And then down here on the bottom side, Croco comes, but look at how quickly they react to this, forcing them out so there's no follow-up damage. The flash comes through first for Guma, and then watch this from Carrier. He's got 60 mana pretty much exactly. So ebbs and flows and has enough healing here just barely to get him out. Sighs of relief.
Yeah, I like Carrier's one. His fans losing their minds, quite obviously, but that was very, very close to being good for DRX. And in the end, as the dust settles, you know, it's 400 gold, something like that, as far as the gap between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is DRX having a great start to this game in a lot of ways. Remember that their composition scales incredibly well with this Zeri. Not that T1's doesn't scale too, because they have an Azir. We bought an Oblivion Orb also with that early first blood gold. So Faker going to be able to annoy this Silas and keep his healing down in the lane very early from the Kingslayer.
Rascal and Zeus as well have exactly the same items and exactly the same CS. Which, well, actually, one more please, Zeus. One more. Just one more. We'll need one more. Never mind, he's not going to pick it up. But it is very, very even up there, despite the fact that Rascal does manage to pick up a kill. As Fate is coming over, Croco also going to pay a visit as the Brambleback is going to be hijacked. Well, actually, Fate cannot hijack the Brambleback. That was a lie, but he might be able to hijack Owner's ultimate before he actually has the ability to use it, because he gets a control ward in there. Croco is going to be able to steal away the red. So, little advantages here picked up for DRX, but Owner not going to be too bothered by that. Carrier moving in, Owner looking to clear out vision and grab this where he can. Bubble is going to connect, and oh, Beryl. We've seen this one before, and he is going to fall down. Croco moving on over, does have the Glacial Prison, but without the Lulu, not going to be able to fight this one 2v3.
Yeah, level 6 timing coming over here for Owner, but it doesn't even matter. If you hit that bubble, Beryl is dead. You have the Dirk, you know, early in this game as Guma, so you have that extra damage. The Lulu's just not going to be able to compete, didn't have flash. And so Owner wants to come over here and set up a level 6 timing, but he's completely unnecessary.
in this exchange, as Kroko also knows the timing and comes over here, but isn't able to help out. Maybe he could catch Carrier here, but seems unlikely.
Yep.
We'll back away.
Trying to catch them backing, but they aren't unable to do so. Carrier moves away. Does have his back delayed just a little bit, but not going to be too worried about it. So just going to be a kill onto Beryl there as Rascal. Ooh, going to be denied the cannon with that wallop. Very nicely done there from Zeus.
Carrier has Tidal Wave and is headed mid here. And Herald's up, so I mean, he could either potentially set up a pick here for Faker or just fight for Herald to make sure Owner guarantees it. This is actually a really nice time for him to go over here. Doesn't back at all. Back at Slade turns into actually a big power spike here for this early game for T1, and Carrier just makes sure Faker is safe here in mid, and they can't come over and contest the Herald, so well played. So now both early objectives going over to T1. This is exactly what you want in this composition, as Owner's coming over here with this timing, but the Barrel is caught by this bubble, and he doesn't have flash. That's the end of that.
Yep, nowhere to go and no option. He has been caught in those with flash up and available. This time around, didn't actually even have that as a possibility. Now he does. So things a little bit more even, and as we can see, it's not like the CS is massive or anything like that, nor have there been any plates actually taken on any of these side lanes, actually. It's actually kind of rare that we see so little plate action at the beginning of this game, as Silas's icon is over his plate, but yeah, 0 plates have fallen
no
by
plates.
10 minutes. Crazy.
Bit of a late Herald pickup here, but it is grabbed by T1, so that is going to change very soon here in the mid lane. Faker does have his flash back up and available, and Fate's hijack is on cooldown, so we could see gank into Herald drop.
Ona, happy feeding, trying to work out where he wants to go. As Kroko just comes out of the brush a little. That was very strange. So both junglers just wandering around a little bit.
Well, he was like, are you going to use your cooldowns? Because Faker's got prio, and we will kill you. He doesn't want to go in on him first, but does force him out now.
Yeah. That was very odd. Anyway, T1 getting vision and double control wards around this second Drake, which is going to be the Hex Tech, and that's why they're investing so much, of course, is a beautiful dragon, as once again, Kroko and Ono just playing footsies here around the river.
Kroko can't really do anything here, though, unfortunately. He's trying to force his way in here. Wild Growth is ready, so there's a lot of CC to chain, but Owner went Aftershock, and the damage on this Lucian is so high at this point in the game compared to what you're going to be able to offer back, as the Zeri feels bad here. Try to fight for this Herald, or rather Drake, excuse me, as DRX. And look at Faker. He's just pushing plates. I mean, he's like, I'm just going to get money. If you guys are going to think about this a little bit longer, think about me picking up more money instead.
Yeah, and they are going to do that. Could it be first plate here on the bottom side of the map as well, as it's very, very close, but it's not quite able to get there.
Yeah, only Faker is securing it so far, but they're going to drop the Herald, so that'll change this equation. And Kroko is trying his best to hover here and make sure that no dive is possible, but he doesn't have any agency otherwise here, unfortunately, especially with Guma having cleanse.
Yeah, and this is a 3v3, but Beryl doesn't have a lot of his health bar left. He does have Wild Growth, so if they try and go for a dive, it's dangerous. As Beryl caught once again in a bubble, the heal's not going to be enough. He dies with Wild Growth up in the CC from the bubble, as Carrier is running this bottom lane.
Yeah, this is why, Kroko needs to be here, but also Beryl, you had flashback up. If you dodge that, it's a different scenario. You could flash back there, and even if you get hit with the tidal wave afterwards, you're fine. You've got Wild Growth, and you should be able to help out, but fortunately does die here a second time, and T1 just running this map now. And Faker, we talked about the early Oblivion Orb. Fate missed his opportunity with Flash Advantage to go for the all-in. He did have level 6. Kroko came over. Now Faker runs this mid lane too.
Rascal looking to try and catch up in solo kills, as we can see, but Zeus just going to hop over the top of him. Lands the boomerang there as well, as Rascal wants to make use of his Dominus. Oh, it's not exactly the greatest of souls here, but we'll have some Mega Plants. Some Mega Flora, if you will.
Gale Force picked up for Guma on the bottom side of the map with that kill going over. No mandate yet for Carrier, but it's soon.
Yeah.
Cool, you are playing with fire, my man.
He is. He's wearing the, the SKT skin, so you have to play with a bit of gusto. As now Kroko will be able to go home after clearing up his jungle. Needs to head towards the southern side of that one.
I'd be lying to you guys if I told you that Kroko wasn't exactly where he needed to be from start to finish so far in this game. Like, he absolutely has been. This bubble is beautiful. It's both.
Yeah.
And Beryl doesn't flash, he's dead. He was already low on health, as you mentioned, but
He has been exactly where he needs to be this entire game while also maintaining an advantage in CS. But unfortunately, Sejuani into the Vi with these losing lanes, there's not much you can do even those moments. Like the arguably most dangerous part was when he went topside, but Owner was also there. And when he went mid, when Fate had that hijack available, when Faker was flashless, but Faker was able to get away. So he just hasn't been able to do anything really this game. Just the single assist from that scuffle topside.
Yeah, and no plate to go down here for Fate in the mid lane, so none of that plate gold actually going to exist for DRX, and it does mean that close to a 3,000 gold lead for T1 as the dust settles, and it's not massive, right? But it's enough here for T1's composition, especially moving towards this mid game, as Arctic Assault and Vault Breaker are just surprisingly similar abilities, and Owner not going to land with his version of it.
Nope.
As a couple of different fights here. It's Glacial Prison is going to be invested. In goes Fate. Can he get the flash? Emperor's Divides flying every which way. There was a tidal wave there as well. My goodness. Buttons were pressed, guys.
Fate. A little bit slow, though.
Yeah, Gumayushi getting chased down here by Doctom. Has a lot of movement speed, but the Glitter Lance not going to connect. And Zeus just having a good time in the jungle.
Yeah, he's like, can I have this red buff? This crocodile over here is very annoying, and I would like to burn him. And he will get it. Thank you very much.
Yep.
That was a very crazy exchange there with Croco looking for an opportunity, Fate having the Flash Emperor's Divide set up, but Faker's reaction is perfect. And he pushes him away, so Flash for no flash here. Faker maintains the advantage, and these small leads here in this lane have really started to compound upon themselves as it's a 14-minute rod, so one of the leader ones you'd have for Silas, which really hurts his ability to get that spike later on with Hijack, getting that additional health much later. Really hurts the mid-game here for DRX. And Faker takes out this turret early. He's got full control of the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is
not looking great.
He basically has taken this turret by himself as well. Hasn't really needed too much assistance in that department. And that just means that T1 able to break this map wide open. Control vision, a lot of places so far being set up. As you can see, able to get vision down relatively deep now that that mid lane outer turret is done. So, Shirley, next option here for T1.
And to get the Sundisk turret set up in mid this early in the game is almost unheard of. Remember, he didn't get, as you mentioned, the Herald drop in mid. Still gets the whole turret, so he can set up that extra prio so early to start this Herald ASAP, and that's exactly what they're looking for here. Now he's ready in position with Emperor's Divide and Flash.
Yep. And Mega Cone able to get him in there as Rascal moving real fast. Tidal Wave going to get the knock up as Croco is going to lose out on the Herald Smite. They can potentially defend the Eye.
Yeah, I think that T1 are just going to let it go. Zeus has a great amount of push going on bottom side. T1 just out-macroing DRX here.
Now the bubble is going to connect as Owner was thinking about going in. Faker with some Sand Soldiers in the area as well. Doctom disconnected from the team right now as the Eye is going to disappear. But now Cease and Desist is going to come through. Beryl is going to be Owner's target, but the Glacial Prison will come in. He's pretty far ahead, but Faker swoops down and will lock up Beryl. And Mega Cone's going to be used to get Croco over to the side, but now Fate is doing battle with 4 people, and he'll just be taken down. Now Doctom has to fight by himself against Faker. He flashes to get himself over the wall. He may survive. The last tick of Ignite is not enough, but a disjointed fight for DRX, and T1, they will be able to come out victorious.
Super decisive fight for T1, and I mean, Zeus has got so much control over this lane right now. Rascal almost solo killed here.
Doesn't manage to get over that wall as he has to flash, and there is the Dominus that has to come out, and there's the last Hyper Proc and the solo kill. So they get his flash, they get his ult, and then Zeus just picks up the kill. So he's not going to overtake him in solo kills. Wolf, I don't think so.
So this tidal wave used here to secure the Smite is why they don't feel comfortable to actually force the fight here and secure the Eye itself, because they don't have that critical ultimate. As you see, Drake is being taken alive. Soul Point, by the way. And this chase here, as the disjointed Renekton has to go to defend, is the numbers advantage goes to T1. Doctom isn't here, he's forced out in mid, and they actually know with this Viol, there's a Blast Plant here, and he's so close to actually sending Beryl to his team. I think that was the initial idea with this play from Owner, and then they still get the Emperor's Divide because Faker is just fast to collapse, and then with the Vi ultimate stolen, Fate wants to escape here, realizes it's futile. And with Doctom and Croco just not being all, I mean, Doctom has no money, he has no items here. Croco is so desperately trying to set him up to get a kill after all that damage was done for Fate, but it's just too disjointed.
And this is just, I mean, self-explanatory. Hyperprocs coming through galore. Rascal doesn't have his dash over the wall until way too late. Slicing and dicing with the help of the Gromp helps him get away, but he still goes down.
Yep, just mini nod to death. And DRX now find themselves so far behind. It is 6,500 gold. And T1 have just found little advantage after little advantage, and it's just compiled. And DRX they've made those couple of mistakes that we've seen from them a few times, a few extra times, right? 0-3-0 here for Beryl. Sort of standing out like a bit of a sore thumb here. And Croco, while his positioning has been okay, he's never really been able to actually do anything with it, right? And T1 have just been the ones to be the beneficiaries of every one of these situations. And pardon me.
Oh, you're all right. You're all good.
Frog in my throat just a little bit there, but yeah, it's just a bit sad here for DRX.
If you need water, here you go.
No, I've got my own water here. I think something got stuck.
Yeah, this happens to me all the time as people who watch the LCK know. So, like, I just had the water just in case, but it looks like you do have some. And anyway, the game state here is really rough. And Beryl, you know, to talk about, you know, it feels like a really... Okay, hold on. Rascal.
All right, Season Desist going to come through here as Rascal slice and dice and gets the wild growth as Beryl avoids the wave this time around. Good polymorph, but Beryl is, yeah, not a lot of options, and the Crocodile's still dead. Double kill for Gumayushi. 3-0-3 now for him as Zayas is taking down inner turrets in the bottom lane, and T1, it's starting to feel like one of those games where it feels like T1 has 10 players and their opponent has 5, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's an 8,000, nearly 9,000 gold lead here.
Yeah.
And they can start Baron on spawn as they do. This is the T1 way.
It is.
If T1 isn't doing Baron right at 20 minutes, that's when you know, like, it's not the game they're looking for. Because this is just what they do. They get these huge leads, they take Baron, they end the game with it.
Yep, that is going to be a Glacial Prison to avoid. Okay, he gets into the pit. Can't steal it, but he got into the pit.
Nice try.
It's basically 50-50. Nice work, DRX. Croco goes for the hero play, but it does not work out. T1 now with the Baron should be just moseying on towards the enemy Nexus.
You
take it
mentioned
down.
Beryl, you know, he's had a bit of a rough season, right? And this is him dying here because the tidal wave placement is so good while he tries to wild growth Rascal to keep him alive, and he's stuck, right? He can't get out of here. He has no flash, but the thing I wanted to say about Beryl, as we all know what happens here, is that I feel like he's a player who comes off of winning another world championship, right? And he's trying to push his play further forward, but he hasn't built the synergy up with Duckdom yet, and he's now playing against the best support in the world, who he just defeated in a world finals.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he doesn't have that synergy with Duckdom, you know, that he built so much with Deft over the last year. And Guma and Keria, that duo hasn't changed, and it's likely not to change for a long time. And you know, he tried to play some aggressive moves in the lane, had to flash early, and then was still trying to be aggressive. And it feels like you're chasing a legend, right, as Beryl here. You're like, I am the world champion, but this guy is more famous than me. He's got more praise than me. He's the first support player to ever pick up MVP. And it's like you're fighting, trying to defend your own legacy in this series in a lot of ways. He's 0-4-0 now, and it's been a rough season. You know, it's tough to follow up being the world champion with a completely new roster.
It is, and we've been trying to commentate this game like it's, you know, a game that is possible for DRX to win. It's 1 kill away from a perfect game here for T1. Like, there have not been a lot of mistakes made. Yes, it is an extraordinarily boring draft on both sides of this one. But if you want to play straight up League of Legends, like, T1 is not the team that you handshake on that one. As Croco going in for a last-ditch effort with the ultimate. But I don't think they're going to be able to deter T1 here. And I think you need to try something a little bit crazy. Like, handshaking, I don't think is ever going to be the way.
I mean, the Lucian came through, and they could have done so many different things. They could have played the Aphelios lane, right? It's Duckdom. It's Duckdom, bro. Like, he could have played Aphelios.
Oh my god.
But, like, they decided to play Zerg. And it didn't work. And here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. It is a 13,000 gold lead now, as was pointed out, and Zayas is 3 levels above Rascal. The Rod of Ages is now complete, but it is very late, right, for a Sylas. You know, you normally want to try to finish that one ASAP. That's why you go first strike, magical footwear, etc. He's not going to have the spike. Like, he has it now, but it's like, it's not a spike anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. The game is done, so everything went wrong. Faker got a small advantage, pushed it to huge advantages. Croco, I feel like, did not really have a bad game here.
but he was outplayed by Owner. Owner was also matching in every single exchange where he was trying to make something happen. Owner was there, he was there faster, they had prio lanes. What are you going to do?
Yeah, Rascal is also behind 50 CS now as he was up a kill, as Fate comes in with a Gnar ultimate. Does go golden in the end with his newly built Zhonya's. Flash does come through as Empress Divide over the wall inside the enemy bases. Faker just mops the floor with them. I think Faker's got something to do later tonight because he wants this game over, and I think he's going to get his wish. Generally, when the Demon King asks, everybody else is going to respond with yes, sir, and they are going to take down these Nexus turrets. T1, 24 minutes making short work of DRX in this one.
Yep, they beat this game faster than my old computer booted up, Atlas.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think, in fact, if we had started some of our old computers, it may have like just loaded into Windows as this Nexus is going down.
Yep.
T1 really, like, this was a masterclass in how to play fundamentals perfectly.
Yeah.
Here for T1. They answered everything that DRX were trying to do. They also just crushed all of the lanes. And yes, there was one kill that went down in the early game, but they keep the tempo up and have all of the answers at every point in the game.
And the one thing that they got with that Faker flash kill, and by the way, I did vote for Faker, even though I wanted to vote for Carry because he had so many good bubbles and tidal waves. Like he got that advantage. He was not going to hesitate. He was in the flash. He was going to get killed. He's going to get an Oblivion Orb, which he bought immediately, and just pushed that lane in by himself, got a whole turret, and controlled the mid lane, had his Sun Disc up early so they could get Second Herald fight going the way they wanted. But what I was going to say is, the one thing they got when Faker flashed in was flash advantage. Then they had the hijack, and then Kroko was there, but they couldn't kill Faker. And it was like, after that, there was never any control or any threat on the map at any point in time ever for DRX. They lost all their lanes. Kroko had more farm in the jungle and was where he needed to be, but Beryl didn't have flash and he died anyways, you know? I mean, it was just one of those games where you're like, they're just going to do everything about 15% better than you, and then that lead is going to compound upon itself over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Look at this. Like, this is just such a sad damage graph. And look, Rascal did a lot of damage early and then did almost nothing after 15 minutes. The game went for another 9 minutes after that, so I guess not very much time, but wow. That tells a huge story. Double the damage for Gamushi, but Faker, honestly. His Azir's been legendary for a really long time, but this was one of his better performances this year.
Oh, absolutely.
He really did just own the show. But it is a best of 3. DRX have an opportunity to try and bring us to that deciding game number 3. It's going to be a long shot. We'll see whether they can after the break and the space.
되면은 쌀부터 쌀 나부터 쌀 쌀부터 막아줄게 노팔 사이 노팔 최대한 꼭 막을게 제리 미드미냐? 아 내공 아직도 안 끝났구나 큰일 날 뻔했네 나이스 어씨 오늘은 게임 했네 문도 실력이다 1년전 올릴게 형들 아 너무 많이 올리는데? 어시 주든가 어시스트 1등 노리는 거야? 3,000원씩 가야 되는데 윤성이 형 이 판 잘했어? POG야?
어? 잘했는데 POG 받을만한 것 같은데?
받을만한 것 같아? 잘 경쟁해봐.
잘하면 될 듯?
현준이야. 나이스.
Yesterday, I helped fight a giant snake, purple with 1,000 eyes and huge pointy teeth. But whoosh, boom! My fire looked so scary, it rushed off into the jungle, never to be seen again. Pretty amazing, right? Yeah, you're so brave, Milio. Tell us more. Fine, but only because you asked. I've done so many new things since leaving my village. You won't believe this, but I battled a green monster too. It had 8 legs and massive claws, taller than the trees. I learned to heal a lot of people at once, way more than I did at home.
Wow, that sounds tough. How do you do it, Milio?
After I get it once, it's easy. Wherever I go, I try to make new friends. And it always works. Yeah! Eventually. I know it's surprising, but fire doesn't have to hurt. It's nice to help people see it differently.
That's great training to get stronger, too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we think a lot alike. My family is gonna love those stories. They're probably waiting for my next letter.
I wish they were here right now.
They are here right now. And remember, we're gonna make them so proud. Ooh, I'm sleepy. I bet they have comfy beds in Ishaokan.
시즌 뭐 챌린저 그냥 반 죽여놨어.
절반에는 늙어져 버렸어. 너는 누구에 나 이거 해봐야 되지 않겠어요 우리? 옛날 생각나.
야 진짜 정치하지 말자 우리. 파이팅. 그럼 죽으면 안 돼. 누가 빼냐고 했지. 누가 피웠어? 난 이제 오늘부로 옵저버 분들이랑 다시 나갈 거야.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm Valdez. With me is the Big Hoon and the Big Kron. As that was game number 1 that T1 was able to take down over DRX. We were saying, DRX looking better than they have in the past, but I think T1 still T1 here, guys.
Yeah, when you're they look way better as they're down like 12k gold by the end of the game. It's not great, but this is more a testament to how good T1 is. And these drafts, we can go over them for a little bit, but we have already seen like 15 different iterations of these drafts, and they're just execution dependent. When it comes to execution, there is no better team than T1, so obviously they do pull ahead with their Lucian, Nami, and Vi into that Zeri, Lulu, and Sejuani, which isn't necessarily a given.
Well, I mean, another alert from me, like, I don't know how many times I said this sentence, but when you're weaker team, do not opt in to play Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami. Oh. It's just pure skill gap. Like, I think exactly if T1 play next game Zeri, Lulu into Lucian, Nami, they will still win.
They win the other side of the matchup. Like you can flip these drafts and T1 would probably wreck them.
So, like, if you want to make an upset against a stronger team, you gotta, you gotta try a new thing in the draft. So,
yeah,
that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I think they went for comfort, and it didn't really pan out. And, they got close. Like, they almost killed Guma and Carry at one time, like 6 health, right? It was close, but not quite close enough. So let's take a look at the first highlight here, which is going to be an assortment of kills on the bottom side of the map.
And as it feels like is always the case, it just starts with the T1 bot lane getting ahead. Right? Like, so many of their games start with this. They get like 1 or 2 kills, and then they take over the game. And you simply can't afford them. This one, to me, is particularly painful due to the summoners still available and the fact that you are very aware this is happening. Like, you're not getting caught off guard. This is very face up, and still they get to walk away with a kill. And T1 don't need more to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, it's just exactly
like that's how insane it is.
Yeah, it's like exactly how T1 will win. Like, everyone visualize it, and every single time, it's just like it just realistically also happened too. And also, as what everyone knows, it's just Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami. The matchup is really, really snowbally. Since you get 1 kill, you can't do anything anymore.
I swear, if you go back and you check our like T1 highlights, like 90% of them is going to be the first 2 bot lane plays, because then they win, and then they snowball the game from there.
And that bot lane gets a lot of kills, right? They're the bot lane, I think, with the most duo kills in the league, which kind of makes sense just because they're really good. They're winning a lot of games, but also, as you mentioned, a lot of it is coming from the bottom side. Let's take a look at the skirmish in the middle of the game. What do you guys think about this one?
You got to try something if you're DRX, I guess, kind of, maybe. But look at this. Like, they're not winning anything here.
I mean, this is why the T1 always is up on the goal. Like, even though they were like, the kill maps. Like, the kill score is not even like, it's not 10-0 yet. But still, like, the way how they're playing the game is like, it's just way large. Like, they use the map like way wider, and they know exactly when to engage. So enemy team actually has no idea what to do, and then they're just catching people like exactly when they need to.
It's also what I love about T1 is how aggressive they are, because what happens here is there is 1 back, and T1 isn't even 100% sure until a little bit later, like whether or not that back comes through, but they're like, did someone back? Like, do we have an angle here? And they use their hard engage and their lead better than any other team, which is why their games are so snowbally.
Yeah, absolutely. So, pretty cookie cutter in this first game, guys. We'll see if anything changes as owner. The one thing that comes through here, he is going to be the one that gets the POG, and now he is tied with Keria for first.
And the big reason to me is why it's always owner or Keria is because, like, at this point, the game is already done. Like, we're looking at this, but it's the first 2 plays. Every single T1 game is decided so early on. And I'm hoping for a split vote, because I do think that, as always with T1, like, Zeus got, a solo kill and a half, got like 2 turrets by himself. Faker did an insane amount of damage and had a couple of high-impact ultimates.
Anyone deserves it. I mean, that's why it's like really hard to choose it, but I think that's why we say it. Like, that's how T1 highlight goes. Just go bot, make a play, just game's over.
It doesn't matter what bot lane it is.
Nexus just exploded.
Make a play, and everybody's on the same page because they've done it so many times successfully that it's like everybody is ready to press their buttons and go in. As you can see here, 5 out of 11. You got 4 votes for Faker. You got 2 for Keria. So, hit a couple of bubbles, get a couple of tidal waves. Keria even going to get some votes, make some plays. That's just the way of T1 wins. They have the utmost confidence in each other, and especially against DRX at this point.
What can you do? Throw a curveball, and then you're probably going to be met by either Veigar or Cho'Gath, and then you're also going to get curved on. So it's so tough to beat this team.
Well, I mean, it's another one. Like as I said it.
Uni has been telling everyone.
Do not, just lock it in Varus or something, man. Like, just win the lane at least first. And
try to win the lane.
Try, yeah. I mean, as a draft, like, they gotta try at least something. Like, they don't want to just lose like itself. So try something, try to win the lane. That's the first step.
Yeah, maybe they can be the ones that pick out the Veigar and the Cho'Gath or the Senna or something because they got to do something. I don't want to see game number 1 again, guys, but either way, we are done here on the space. We do have a game number 2 on the way. Let's go back to the casters now.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Faker a little bit robbed there, but that's absolutely fine.
I mean, obviously, Chronicler was the one who pushed it. It could have been.
Yeah. It could have been.
Just voted mid.
Yeah.
Would have been 5 votes for Faker. He gets it, but
it could have been.
He's a known non-Faker voter.
He is. Owner is going to pick it up. He did have a good Vi game. But maybe Faker can do like 20 times his opponent's damage next time, and then maybe he'll get it. I think that'll be fine.
I have good news for everyone on the desk because I do not think we are going to see a game like we saw in game 1. I don't think they're going to first pick Lucian. I think we're going to see a unique bottom lane here. DRX is going to have blue side. Now T1 have red side, so they get counter picks. I think we're going to see a little bit of fun times on the bottom lane. That's my prediction right now about how this draft is going to go. And in defense of DRX, your season is over. You're not going to playoffs. You've had, with a stacked roster like this, one of the worst seasons anyone could have predicted. But if you want to practice the fundamentals and use this like as a T1 scrim, you know, maybe you do handshake. Maybe you do actually try to win and try to improve in this best of 3. As, you know, I don't blame DRX for handshaking. Yeah, you're probably not going to beat T1, but you might learn something along the way. Because that is kind of the mentality for Korean teams across all of Korean esports is like, don't do something different and lose. Actually try to work on fundamentals.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my argument or counter argument to what the desk was saying is I think DRX are looking at this in a very different way.
Yeah, you also, I don't think it's... I understand what Huni's saying, and I 100% respect it, but there's also the fact that, like, you don't win a cook-off against T1. Like, you just don't.
Yeah.
Like, they're the master chefs of the LCK. So, honestly, like, if you convince them to play a straight-up game, then that's kind of the best you can hope for, and sadly, it's not enough.
It's sad we just, like, keep saying this. I'm like, you can't beat them at, like, standard, you can't beat them at weird. I'm like, man, they shouldn't even show up today. Like, you know, it's. I mean, at some point, you know, I personally like the standard approach, but maybe now we move into game 2, we do have a bit of a cook-off. As Annie and Ash both banned here, T1 keeping that Rakan ban. So
Elise.
preventing Barrel.
Elise, maybe?
Well, there's no Varus. You know, it could be a Karma first pick here too. If they want to run something like that. Go Karma, Ezreal. You could see an Elise pick and then Duckdom just plays Aphelios. You know, I would love to see some Duckdom Aphelios myself personally.
That would be fun.
Sejuani, good first pick here.
Sejuani doesn't exactly scream interesting to me. It's been our most played jungler here in the LCK by a considerable margin. As T1 is just going to lock in Jace and Gragas, as they like to do on red side.
So these were banned last time when T1 was on blue side. Now that they're on red side, they will take these. Now T1 started this, made this popular, and now with the Lucian ban, the Caitlyn ban, the Varus ban, you can play Zeri, Lulu, and feel pretty okay about what you're running into. Now, this is when the cooking starts, though. This is when you're like, ooh, what's going on? Like, what's going on, T1? Because you don't have the standard responses to Zeri, so we might have to see some different responses. We might have to see some strange ability power bottom lane champions.
Some odd ones. Not to be confused with
the former TSM
player in the jungle. Watched a video of his from like season 4 the other day.
I watch him stream all the time. He's streaming.
Oh yeah, what's he playing? He was playing like Slay the Spire and stuff.
Yeah,
like that
I don't remember what I just watched him, man, all the time. I don't know what he was playing last time I watched him. I think it was JRPG.
Okay, cool. Well, there we go. Good to see the L1 doing well. As T1 going to lock in Lee Sin here for one of their players. We don't know where any of these are going right now. I don't want to. I'm just not going to tell you.
Well, this is what T1 does. They have 3 flex picks here now.
Yeah.
Now, the most standard approach would be Jace goes top, Gragas goes mid, Lee Sin is jungle, and that's probably what's going to happen. But you never know for sure. And so now, what do you even ban as DRX? Or you're like, should I ban Senna? Like, what are they going to do that? Or are they just going to play normal? Like, what if should we ban Thresh? Like, what if they just play Thresh Aphelios? Like, should we ban a top lane? Like, what if it's support Gragas and it's Kalista Gragas? Like, they could do that too.
You never
They're going to ban the Aphelios. Okay, so that one of these things, they have made a choice, and they're like, it's not going to be the Aphelios lane.
Yeah, no Aphelios Thresh this time around. I wonder whether they just ban something like Carrier's Thresh, because he's so good at it. Or even a Callista. If you ban Callista, then it does stop some of the cooking, perhaps?
Yeah, it's Tom Kench, another one of those picks where, like, the cooking gets real, but I think banning Senna is probably, like, the safest thing you can do here, but it doesn't feel strong. Like, it doesn't actually feel like a good ban, but it's like, if you're not sure what you're running into here, and T1 do have that final counter pick, it feels like this is another great move, you know, in terms of winning bottom lanes that do extremely well against Zeri Lulu. Because if we see like a Kog'Maw lane here, or sorry, it could be Kog'Maw, but that's not even Cho'Gath lane here, then is that actually good into Zeri Lulu? Like, maybe not.
Do you think, judging by these bans, Wolf, do you think that DRX are scared of Gumayusi?
Yes. But also Carrier.
Yeah, how many of these champions are... Oh, they're doing it.
So we're just doing it no matter what.
Yeah, there we go.
Carrier doesn't seem happy about it.
No. Okay, so here's the angle for DRX. They flex Lulu to mid lane, and they pick away the center.
I would love it. I would actually love it. Or you put Zeri mid. And do something else.
Lulu top lane into Jace? That sounds...
No.
Not good.
No. Well... This is when things get really stressful on DRX. We haven't actually talked about this too much this season. As a little bit Talia on the Rift here, and then grab a Cassante. Oh,
Viego.
Okay. So it's a Viego Senna.
Yeah. So we got the Rascal in the top lane situation.
Cassante teased, but probably Senna.
Do it, Carrier.
All right.
He's cycling through a few of his options that he knows that he has. Is he just going to play support Cho'Gath? Are we just going to play Cho'Gath top lane and do something crazy? They could. Because I could imagine Cho'Gath into Sejuani. Decent matchup.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I didn't really think about that.
And you can play Senna Gragas if you want to.
Wait, hold on. Let's wait. I think it's going to be Cho'Gath Senna because that's what they've been preparing.
Gumayusi's been practicing it a lot.
But, I mean, you do
that
raise a
would
good
be
point.
dope, wouldn't it?
I kind of just assumed now you do this with teleport, so that's why he has the teleport locked in the summoner. But yeah, I see where you're going with this. Like it would have been actually pretty cool, and it's very strong into Sejuani with the feast value.
Yeah. And then you can put Gragas down the bottom lane. You can put I don't know. I don't think you want to put Jace there.
T1 has turned these teams into their guinea pigs.
Yeah.
And it's like it's very cool, it's very fun, but it's also kind of messed up in a weird way. And I think like when I see the players' faces where they know this is possibly coming, but it could be anything standard. It's hard to draft against, it's hard to ban against it. And now you have this immense feeling of dread if you are DRX.
I miss dread.
Me too. But you have this immense feeling of dread because you're like, I have literally been turned into, this series is now a showboat for T1. And I have to, if I beat this, no one will respect me because I'm like, oh, T1 were showboating, that's why they lost. And if I lose, I will be humiliated. And that is like the mental game that happens sometimes in these game twos with T1, and it has been happening for a long time, but you love to see it. We walked in today going, we're going to get a show. I'm going to get that Cho'Gath lane, and guess what? We did.
Yeah, and you actually said it as you sat down. You're like, oh, but Atlas, we're gonna get some Cho'Gath in the bottom lane. And I'm like, oh, we commentated that just recently in Challenger. It didn't go so well. But and you're like, yeah, but Gumayusi Carrier, they've been practicing it. They're the ones that are going to be really good at it, right? And this is how we're going to shape the evolution of the bottom side of the map. Well, here it is.
Here it is.
I'm very scared, Wolf, about the item build that Senna might be going for here. But let's just hop onto the Rift and hope that that doesn't happen. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2, the game where T1 are allowed to cook. They got their chef's license after winning a very standard game of League of Legends almost perfectly, -1 kill in game number 1.
And we can actually talk about what these compositions do, but probably not right now.
Oh no. Oh no, the hidden Gragas is the deadliest.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well.
Oh dear. Well, Body Slam's going to miss. But Ona's coming over, and Arctic Assault is going to be taken. Ona connects the Q, and Rascal's running it out. Croco doesn't have a lot to offer this one, but the threaded volley is going to be enough to deter them.
No summoners expended here on either side.
Yeah, Rascal didn't flash.
Barrel.
He
Gotta
definitely.
catch Carrier.
Oh, here we go. All right. Carrier, Piercing Darkness. He might have to flash, though, if some rocks are going to be thrown out. As Heal comes in first, and now Gumayusi has moved on over. Another body slam is going to get a flash out of Fate. And I don't know how Carrier turned that into a positive for them, but it kind of worked out. They trade heals, and now Doctom. It's his turn to lie in wait in a brush.
Faker had body slam locked in first, and they knew it. So when Faker came back over, they were like, that's going to be off cooldown in just a moment. We actually have to respect it. We're going to back away. Now, what you could do with Zeri into this lane, and I want to talk about some of the salties of this when we go back to like T1 cooking memes and stuff like that, but Zeri can actually outspeed and push through with Ghost the Rupture, and then actually look for incredibly good trades. So if Barrel and Doctom play this well, they can win this lane, and they can win it hard. But it's going to be about the range, and it's going to be about how much of this Gumayusi CC hits, because he has to, you know, obviously oscillate between with his Q-Max, whether he's going to be rupturing the minions or trying to catch these players.
Yeah. And we saw this from Jiwoo, from Nongshim's Challenger team earlier in the week. And he actually played the lane very well. They lost the game, but the Cho'Gath wasn't the problem. And in fact, Jiwoo is never really the problem on that team, but that's a whole different story.
Watch Challengers, by the way.
Yeah, you should definitely, because you do get to see a lot of the things first. As Doctom is going to be able to get a fair bit of damage back onto Gumayusi, who ferally screams at him. And now, Croco up towards this top side of the map. Zeus doing the Zeus thing, which is pushing a billion minions at his opposition when he plays Jace.
Diego's, you know, gonna be hard pressed to be avoided here. Is like Zeus does have flash, but there's a lot of minions here, so even to commit to this is going to be expensive for Rascal, and he's pretty well aware.
Yeah. Well, now they're going to go for it. Zeus may have to look for a bit of a flash over this wall. Owner is here. In perfect position as the permafrost, not actually going to be opted into.
And if Rascal wants to chase this, he's going to lose so many minions.
Zeus is back over the wall yet again. And yeah, I think they just knew that Owner was probably waiting there, and so they're not actually able to overcommit.
Yeah, it was a cool idea. Zeus does lose his flash here, excuse me.
Oh, it's your turn to have the frog in the throat.
Yeah, you gave it to me.
33-4.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at Lee Sin, is our friend Owner. Yeah.
I have serious concerns about the way that the CC can go here. Okay, speaking of.
Well, the root is going to connect there, as Gumayusi doesn't have another Rupture, so that is good news.
Very difficult for Owner to actually make something happen positively here with Sejuani with Ignite. And obviously Zeus being flashless at this point in time, so he's just staying here defensively. But yeah, the ways in which you can chain CC together here as T1 are pretty insane, because you can, of course, as Senna, set up for the root, then the Rupture comes through, the Silence comes through, Cast comes through, Body Slam comes through, Kick can come through.
And then the little hammer boop. The hammer boop.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Maybe like that. That one's like the least likely one to come through, but it can in some cases come through, right?
Yeah.
And so this is how T1 are going to play this one out. And now that they've gotten some good trades here, all it takes is one bit of CC to hit, and then you start winning this lane, because you do obscene amounts of damage during those knock-up durations and root durations.
Top lane is pretty
popular. It's a 2v2 right now.
It is. It definitely is. As Croco in position. Zeus not moving too far forward, missing a few of these CS. They're going down pretty fast because his wave is massive. Oh dear. Croco going to be spotted. And now, it's a great position for T1. As just a 2v2 underneath this turret. However, Zeus gets engaged on. Rascal has to deal with a bunch of minions as well. But the Ignite is going to be involved. And Zeus not going to be able to help out. Can Owner actually make this one happen? As, they get the first blood!
The outplay.
And they also manage to get the possession as well, as Croco is looking for this. QE turns it around! Zeus the God gets one, but it's still a double kill for the Sejuani, and great news for DRX.
Yeah, on the bottom side of the map here, though, T1 grabbing a lot of plate gold as Doctom was forced to back, so lots of money going into Guma's pocket here, and they are starting to take a pretty significant CS lead. But on top side of the map there, they wanted to force that so hard with the Viego. They have the permafrost value, and this is the synergy you have with Viego. You have a Sejuani and Ignite, so you should have more damage, but he's down a level to start things off, and then Zeus decides to all in at the last possible second because he realizes, okay, this is a lost cause. I am actually just going to trade this for a kill. And Croco kind of waits so long before he actually goes for the Sonic Wave that he gets the opportunity. As we'll watch this one more time. So notice Owner is up a level here, attempts to block the stun actually onto Zeus and is unsuccessful, and then Zeus takes a ton of damage here, and then Owner gets permafrosted. He wants to turn this around. Rascal sidesteps. That's the kill. Croco flashing means that he's not able to avoid the all-in here from Zeus, And Krako's just waiting to try to hit the perfect Q, and then Zeus actually just bursts him down.
Man, really nicely played here by DRX. I loved Arctic Assault interrupting to the skies, making sure that they can get all of that initial damage onto Zeus. Zeus had 0 mana, so that was difficult. Okay, Kroko is probably just dead, as Owner is going to be able to secure that one. And the Glacial Prison is avoided because Owner pressed his safeguard button. As now Faker is going to take a drink and he's going to walk, guys. And Fate is just real. Oh, flashes! Faker's still walking at him though, but doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with the turret, so they will let Fate live.
Owner might have another idea. Okay, he doesn't decide to chase further because they don't know where Viego is exactly, as Kroko is back up and online on the Rift, and thought maybe he would chase him there, but he does not. As the Catalyst is online here for Guma with the tier. So he's able to get that off of the first back here. This is pretty huge because now he's going to be stacking, you know, both of these items. Fast Rod,
Oh dear, Gumiushi just going to walk at them. Docked Arm moving pretty slowly after the rupture as Feral Scream comes out. And look at this, Carrier and Gumiushi just getting permanent shove here in this lane because Carrier can just rain down harassment, can help with the wave clear. And Gumiushi's ahead.
Yeah, and he's stacking, you know, souls every time he does that follow-up damage, every time he hits these roots. Owner, no level 6, so I don't think he's going to commit super hard to this.
I think Zeus is also, like, still ahead in gold by, like, a decent margin.
Yeah,
he
happens to be 30 CS ahead.
Yeah, that is almost double. The wave is going to be picked up here by Rascal, but if you didn't look at that CS number, you just looked at the scoreline, you'd be like, oh, Rascal, doing a great job. But
Baker
the
sidesteps the stun, has the cast set up after Owner has already attached the Sonic Wave, can dash back over here before he gets punished by Kroko, and then Baker gets a body slam once more. Owner's on top of Fate, and Fate flashes so well here, perfectly over the Fat Wall after getting the Blast Cone there, so barely survives. Like, that was very, very close to his death, as you said. But now T1 with a significant gold lead here, already 1,000, and we're going to trade objectives. But where can you actually put this Herald as DRX in this case? Is a question that they're going to have to answer.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. And the first Drake being a mountain as well is so good for T1.
It really is.
With this burly composition that they have set up for themselves. Carrier, I think, is going to go for the classic that we have seen, which is the Heartsteel Senna.
So
a bit of a favorite here in the LCK as far as competitive is concerned, even if the majority of players in solo queue across the world do like Eclipse or Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, Umbroglaive, you know, nerfed, but I still like it a lot, especially for T1, considering how they snowball games and how much vision control you get with that. See, with the back timing here of Guma, he's going to catch this wave here, so behind in gold for a moment, but that's going to change.
Ooh, satisfying.
Super satisfying. Takes a gold lead, takes a 13 CS lead.
Yep.
And, you know, he has Catalyst in tier. Faker has Catalyst in tier. We're scaling. Look at that damage with Comet coming through with the Q-Max here with the AP he's stacked up already.
Yeah,
you just really have to avoid those.
Being able to go back and collect tier and Catalyst just feels so good as this Gragas and the Cho'Gath. So T1 just sitting pretty right now. It's not a lot of damage, but you just have so much survivability, and you have your late game sort of insurance policy set up.
Yeah, you're basically going to
getting a lot of value.
You're going to scale naturally now without any help from anybody else.
Oh, Gumiushi, delicious,
delicious.
Om nom nom. He's not playing Gentleman Cho'Gath, which I find a little bit sad, but Jurassic is the second best.
Alice, I think you only see Gentleman Cho'Gaths. That's the only Cho'Gaths you see.
I think that like my favorite voice line in all of League of Legends is "Up you go." I still think it's my just all-time favorite. I love it so much. As Rascal going to go in, they're looking for Carrier here, who does have to flash. Shock Blast going to miss here from Zeus.
Baker's here,
as
though.
the regroup does come through. Faker, where is the cast going? He finds the body slam first, as Kroko is just wiped out. And now T1 can separate them underneath this turret. There's the cast to move Sejuani a little bit further north, and the rupture is going to miss, but still, Rascal's going to go down. The safeguard comes through, and that was so cute. They managed to get the root onto Fate as well. Seismic Shove is going to move Owner away, but he connects another Q! Double kill for the jungler. There's a reason why he's like a 90% win rate on this champion.
Yeah,
he's so good, man.
I mean, just every single wave that Zeus crashes, they just set up a dive. And Rascal has Kroko's help most of the time here, but if he actually commits to trying to do anything, he's losing farm. And he can't clear these waves fast enough because he's Sejuani. And this time, Carrier
has sneaked through the jungle because they pre-set up vision to make it safe. Look at those wards there that Faker's also going to walk through here. That they set up to make sure that Keria can get into position to do this. They have so much control over this part of the map that these dives are set up, and Rascal's like, I just want to kill the minions. I just want to farm. I'm 40 CS down against this Zeus Jace.
Well, Gumayusi is in a rough spot here. I don't know whether the alcove will save him as he yells at the air, and I would be yelling as well if I was cornered and a Cho'Gath.
But he has his Rod of Aegis online now.
He does. He can continue scaling it from the Death Chamber.
Yeah, so he's not feeling too bad about this.
Yeah, it did just teleport to the bottom lane, which makes you a little bit sad, but that's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah, this is the T1 cooking game, so you're allowed to have a couple of deaths, and already there is 3 times the amount of deaths for T1 in this game as there were prior.
True.
Yeah.
Let's see how this started off. He's looking for anybody there with his rupture. This is just greed, though.
Yeah,
like,
why?
Why are we here? Like, what?
I guess he assumed that Dr. Arm had gone home, and that.
Yeah, this unfortunately looks very. It's not a great look. Guma's like a cat.
We don't have all of the extra context for what happened there. I want to give him benefit of the doubt, but it looked a little bit like a whoopsie.
Guma's like, okay, guys, I thought we were doing the Cho'Gath game. You guys are doing the Zeus Jace game over there.
Yeah.
Like, I thought this was the game we show off the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, you guys playing the Lee Sin game again? We played that game so many times. His owner is now going to get taken down. There we go. Croco's going to turn into a Lee Sin. Let's see how he goes. His body slam, pretty good ability, but the Glacial Prison is going to come forward, and now the turnaround. A possibility here for DRX. And Croco answers back.
Crowd control enjoyers?
Oh, yeah. I love this.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension there. As it has been all about the top side of the map, and this time they strike back. 600 gold into Croco's pocket. They get 2 kills here. Faker is taken out. And, you know, they almost saved the turret, but they did not save the turret. Zeus is going to get the turret.
Owner and Croco in perfect balance right now. 3-2-2, 2-3-3.
True.
2-1-2 for both of the top laners. What does it mean?
I don't think it means anything.
1-0-0-0-1-0?
It is very cool to say it out
loud.
Yeah.
I think there's a conspiracy or something going on.
Owner being very greedy here, and he is very alone. Like, Faker was nearby, and they have the top push in, but at this point, DRX are like, all right, we're going to opt into your top side shenanigans, and we're going to actually have the numbers advantage, and we're going to win. And we have a lot of CC. I mean, it's absurd, actually, how much CC they have.
Yeah.
And this is what Sejuani comps often look like. This time, the Viego with it. It's the Viego Sejuani, which has further CC. But T1's still going to get the second Drake here. Let's find out what soul it's going to be.
Up you go.
Could be Infernal. It's not that skin, Atlas.
It's always that skin in my mind.
I know. But I'm just trying to bring you back to reality for a second.
Oh, oops, there goes gravity.
It's bony Cho'Gath.
It is, I know. And Jurassic Cho'Gath is pretty cool, because when he gets really huge, he still looks kind of small, because, you know, he's just a skeleton. Anyway,
yeah,
she's moving towards the bottom lane.
The skin makes you realize Cho'Gath didn't really have good posture. But it's okay.
Or maybe whoever assembled him just assumed he had bad posture.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We don't really understand the true beginnings. We might have some time to discuss it here, as there is a slight pause. Ping happening on top of the Viego, I believe, in the jungle. On the Sejuani?
On the Sejuani, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that was a reason for the pause. It doesn't seem to be on the DRX side, as referees are not crowding. No, it is actually. Bit of a Croco situation happening.
Yeah, we'll get you guys the updates as they come to us, of course.
Yeah, the update wasn't there's a Croco situation, because that's not really a reason to ban.
We have kind of like memed a little bit through this game. We explained some of what the Cho'Gath does on the lane, like the Q-Max is there. You get Rod of Aegis, you accelerate your upgrades of your abilities, or your ultimate rather, where you can feast on something like a Sejuani extremely well, get a lot of value there against that tank in the front line. You have a scaling Sejuani that gets a lot of range right, but on the side of DRX, because of some of those kills that went over there on the top side, they've got a big gold injection, and their composition is all about pick. And they have a Zeri that if the front line of T1, which is relatively non-existent, it's weirdly like the Cho'Gath, who's the 80 carry, is the front line in this composition for T1. You have a Gragas, but he's building damage. But if any of this front line dies, Zeri just runs at them.
True.
And then, like, no one can lock Duck Dom down anymore, and he actually pops off and carries. So this game is not over by any means, even though topside looks really doomed, and Sejuani has lost so much farm. DRX could come back, as we do have the frame drop issue that's cropped up a few times this season. So
yeah, I've seen it.
Fix.
Seen it a few times here and there. So Croco is probably going to turn it off and on again. Thankfully, he's got a new computer for that one, as we discussed previously.
He's not going to be rebooting.
I'm really glad that it goes back to our previous story here, Wolf. SSDs being a thing, pretty nice. So yeah, we are just going to get him back into the game, and hopefully that is going to solve it, and then we'll be fine. But yeah, I actually want to go back to the game that we cast already of the Senna and the Cho'Gath. It never really got off the ground, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the composition doesn't really revolve around it. What you do get with having Cho'Gath in the game in general is a lot of secure, which is absolutely fantastic. Like Feast and Smite together means that you almost never have to 50-50 anything because it's just yours if you press those buttons at the same time. But getting through the mid-game can be a little bit difficult, and that's what we saw Nongshim sort of fall into, was not actually having the ability to leverage any of their power. I don't think that that situation is going to happen here for T1, but they have already had one little hiccup.
Yeah.
And if they continue to have hiccups like that, then we could find ourselves in that situation where
they just need to hold their
DRX
breath.
Dictating the game. Yeah.
They just need to hold their breath. That's what works for me when I have hiccups.
Yeah. It was also being surprised.
That doesn't work for me as much.
No, I do the hold the breath thing as well, just for 20 seconds.
All right, we're back in.
Should be all right. As so Croco should be all right with his frame rate now, so we should be good to go.
So the Senna has range damage, but it is very weak. It is not that strong. It's not going to be what secures you a team fight versus Zeri. If Zeri lives the longest in the team fight, and you've used most of your ultimates as T1, it means that you're losing that team fight, basically. Your best range damage otherwise is this Jace, who did go for Gorge Ranker, so it's not the Eclipse variant here, so it can be a bit more of a brawler. But it's kind of a CC battle between these two teams right now, and if the front line of T1 goes down after Sejuani leads into a Viego, leads into a Seismic Shove, then you're in big trouble. Now, T1 getting turrets like this for free uncontested for second Heralds, that's exactly what Guma wants. He's like, thanks for the free scaling.
And do they even get it is the question, as Owner is not going to go for the steal and not fighting for a Herald. They've definitely grown, haven't they? Every time they don't fight for a Herald, I get more and more proud. As Doctor going to be slowed down underneath this turret. Extendo Beam stands his ground, though, to make sure that he can collect all of this farm, and does have backup on the way. As Glacial Prison will connect onto Faker here. Winter's Wrath does decent work for Rascal. In a bit of trouble, gets pulled back into T1. They all dive into the mist alongside Carrier. Croco looking for his angle. He's also in some mist as well. It's very misty on the Rift here today. As the snare connects onto Doctor, and of course the Q does as well. Kick Flash comes down, but he flashes away. Q going to miss him as now Fate. He's going to try and turn this one around. Croco still waiting for his moment to come in as Gumayusi lumbering towards them. And they had to walk through that choke. Beryl now goes down extremely low as the rupture goes wide. Gumayusi able to walk it out, but no one actually falling down there.
The turret, though, does go down, which is pretty huge. Fate?
Oh, dear. There's the flash. And Faker not pressing his flash button. He'll have that one up again as Fate going to get knocked up by the rupture. He goes golden, but that is only going to allow him to see his death. And now an inner turret is going to go down as well. And you mentioned it, man, like the first bit of CC. If it connects, it's all over. And they played the tiptoe really well at the beginning.
They really did. And you could also see, too, that when Duckdom didn't go down there in that initial engagement, he's only on one item, but he was like, all right, we're walking back. Croco's there on the flank, and they were almost able to win a team fight there because T1 didn't have Guma there. But once Guma shows up, everything changes, right? He has more CC to set up. But Duckdom not dying initially here as the turret goes down with the root is actually huge. You can see, like, okay, there's a lot of follow-up here. Wild Growth goes on him. He gets over the wall and flashes. And then, like, Duckdom played that, by the way, extremely well. And then, in this moment, you're like, oh, man, could DRX win this fight? Like, Duckdom, as long as he has 1 health or more, like, he does a ton of damage in these choke points, and T1 can't actually catch anybody. Then we chase. Then we overextend, right? And Guma's here now, and DRX really messed this up, unfortunately. And Fate's just not on the same page with the rest of his team. Like, this is super bizarre. He flashes early thinking he's going to hit by the body slam. Then he's zoned into the rupture. Then he stopwatches, and it's 100% over. Croco just has to watch in the brush in sadness. There's nothing he can do. And T1, they really won out hard on this exchange.
They did. And now it's going to be a Jace face checking. Seismic Shove's beautiful. He does manage to get himself a whole bunch of health with his Gore Drinker. Still catches me by surprise when Jace has built those. But he's still real dead. So DRX find themselves a little bit of an advantage here towards the bottom side. T1 still with a, close to 4,000 gold lead, right? They are still well and truly ahead in this game. As we're ticking closer to Baron time, which scares me a little.
Yeah. By the way, this turret survives, which is really huge, because Duckdom would have loved to pick up some of that extra bounty gold. As this comp is kind of now almost in a weird way played like a funnel comp for DRX, where they're like, just as long as the Zeri gets money, we're feeling pretty good. As ASC lives a long time with Gore Drinker, it actually looks absurd. Almost looked like he was the one who got the wild growth there. But they do save the turret. But they're basically playing this game now like a 1-3-1, where they're like, all right, we're just going to make sure Zeri has money, and sometimes the Zeri's on the 1 when we're trying to push these turrets to get bounty. Sometimes the Zeri's on the 3 because we're trying to protect her to make sure she gets money. Because she has to carry this game. We have all the CC to set up for it, so make sure she doesn't die.
Yep.
And Duckdom has no flash right now, so that's very difficult to ensure. But just make sure this Zeri gets farm of any kind, as much as she can get, and we can win this game. Because you have 3,000 gold down, almost 4,000 gold down here now. As DRX, you could still win this 100% if you actually get the Zeri to 3 items.
Yeah, 3 versus 2 here as Glacial Prison does go wide. Good Rupture to try and get them away, but Gumayushi is not exactly the most mobile champion in the game right now, as the Seismic Shove does get flashed, and he gets over the wall. The size, oh my god, the shockwave value was massive, and now Gumayushi's back in it. He wants more now, as T1 are grouped around this dragon, and DRX, they lose too much of their health bars, and I think that was just a Gore Drinker chase Shock Blast.
Shock Blast there. I mean, he does have his Muramana completed at least, but it's not as much damage as an Eclipse would normally give you, and still it's enough to win the fight because it's that plus Dawn of Shadows, and you're like, well, I don't know if we can actually fight this anymore. Good kick from Owner too in the exchange.
Yep, as Faker is possibly going to die here. He flashes, has Body Slam, never mind. It's Rod of Ages, Gragas, who am I kidding? He is not dying, as Rupture is going to go wide, does get avoided with the Arctic Assault. And DRX are able to at least get out of there with their tail in between their legs.
And they might just have to give this turret up. Like, every time T1 win these fights, they get a turret.
Yeah.
And that's what they need to do, because they need to end this game fairly quickly, and getting these structures off the map is going to be the easiest way they can get gold, because killing champions is really hard, but if you just win the fight and push the champions away, you just force all the way to the turret. Basically, T1 are kind of grouping as 5, because that's the only way this comp can work right now, and just grouping and pushing super hard, winning a team fight on an objective. And even if there's no kills, they still win the team fight. They push to the lane that's closest. They grab a turret. They've done it in mid. Now they've done it in bottom. Top side, potentially the next target after they get this Baron. As DRX do have the faster setup here.
Yeah, so the Baron is being scoped out, and that is definitely what you want to do as DRX.
Rascal is not here. He's very far away. They're trying to sell this like they're not doing this, but T1 are very aware that they are doing. In fact,
I mean, T1 were on their way to do it themselves, obviously. It's 20 minutes. They're a minute late to the Baron, to be perfectly honest. As Faker's going to move in, Rascal does make his way over. Didn't have to teleport as another Shock Blast is going to come through. Gets the squishy targets beautifully there. As Duckdom dives on top of the Jace. And Zeus is going to go down. Oh, To the Skies does so much work. But he's not actually able to lock down any kills. So DRX now able to fight this one out 5 versus 4. However, with the 2 low health bars, they're going to have to back away. And so DRX, once again, they want to fight, but they don't get enough.
Keria actually looks like he might try to stop some backs here with his ultimate, and he's just going to scry them here. And DRX, some of these backs do go off, but critically Duckdom does get back and can return here with full health. So T1 lose Jace. He does not have teleport. It's coming up very soon here, but they won't be able to start this Baron off. And any time that DRX buy in this game is huge for them. You know, it's really it could be eventually a turning point. I'm so scared something's happening in live right now, as it is.
It is, and that's a Seismic Shove. So Gumayushi gets a big Seraph Shield, but I have a feeling they're still going to be able to burn him down. It takes a while, but there we go, and that's the Zeri picking up the kill. And now Rocco is going to turn into the Cho'Gath. He gets kicked into, though. Rascal is going to stop the advance of the prehistoric creature.
I mean, this is a turning point in this game. The DRX getting 2 critical picks here, and the gold infusion they are picking up right now is massive. And where's the range damage? If you don't have great engage and you don't have chain CC, Faker's Cask isn't scary anymore. They're just going to TP the Sejuani mid and then group to push for Baron. You got to think. I mean, and if you're quick enough here on this as DRX, you win this fight. You've got great turn. And Rod of Age is almost done here for Faker again. This is a massive spike for him on 2 items. But they need the combo. They need Guma. He's not here for the smite battle.
And Zeus is. And so he's going to be able to rain these Shock Blasts down. Keria looking for his opportunity. He's now in a very awkward position. Does have to flash. The Piercing Darkness comes in. T1, they have, like, it's so weird because it feels like both of these teams outrange each other in certain situations, right? Because Piercing Darkness, a lot of range, and as well as these Shock Blasts from T1. But Fate is able to keep people at a distance, and when there's no, regular AD carry, right, it does mean that he can sort of weave his way in and out of these fights.
Yeah.
It's just a really bizarre situation.
And it's also the fear of any CC hitting that really keeps DRX at arm's length here, because Zeri is also extremely low range, right? I mean, she does a lot of damage, but the CC has to come down first, and DRX basically can't start fights off unless it's a great Sejuani ult into a shove, etc. Like, this is the kind of CC we're talking about here. But if T1 just wait and kind of wrap around them, like even Carria's flank that we saw just a moments ago, you can't punish him, because if you turn onto Carria, the rest of the team collapses in and you get caught by just one part of the CC. Doesn't matter. Carria even hits you with a root and sacrifices his life for it, you lose that fight. So DRX looking very timid here. But their goal ultimately is to deny this Baron for as long as possible. If they can get a pick right before and take it, that would be obviously a nice bonus. But they're trying to survive for this area to become a better win condition, survive for this Talia to get more online. She's already on her 2-item spike too, but it's a game of CC right now.
Oh, well, they're going to be able to find another catch here as Carrier in a bit of trouble. Dawning Shadow not going to work because he's going to fall down the Rupture. Getting a lot of work done as now T1 find themselves a man down yet again. Still, DRX not able to close this one out as far as snowballing it through to get these objectives. They move back towards the Baron now. We'll see whether T1 can actually fight this, or whether they're going to have to give it up, giving the man advantage here for DRX.
T1, they still have great tools to fight this, even without Carrier. He's really just the support, remember?
Yeah, quite literally, yeah.
Kuma has ult, so it's really hard for DRX to start this.
Well, Doctom is going to throw a burst fire at the Baron, but we're still just, I mean, DRX just looks so scared, and you can understand exactly why, as the Seismic Shove will connect, and Fate may have caught Gumayusi yet again. Feral Scream doesn't get a lot of value, but that Shock Blast does. Oh, man.
DRX starting this up again.
Well, Kerry is back, so I don't know whether they can actually do this. Croco is below half health, and Rascal, similar story. He doesn't have a Warmogs like a lot of these other Sejuanis that we see coming from the jungle does. So this is permanent damage, and now Zeus is going to casually come on over and collect a soul.
Yeah, I mean, that's not that important in the grand scheme of things. Can be kind of annoying, but DRX much rather focus on this Baron.
Yeah.
It's going to get away with this, though. I mean, it's still huge. It is going to get the Elder spawner.
Speaking of...
because, like, the Elder, yeah, he's pretty big. The Elder is what T1 want to do as soon as possible here, because if the game goes longer, this Cho'Gath isn't going to scale very well. Like, he gets bigger, he gets tankier, but you're going to have range problems, you're going to have big issues, especially with the build that the Jace has taken here. But this is a game of CC. Like, I keep saying that because it literally is. Like, that is all of anything that's about. It's not about, like, what the 80 carries items are and stuff like that. Those she built LDR, Doctom did right away, because he's like, there's a Cho'Gath I got to get through.
Yeah, he's going straight for that now.
And you know, DRX just keeps setting up in these choke points, but it's very difficult to start Baron. But they're like, Sejuani ult prepped. Okay, we've got shove after that. And, you know, if T1 try to counter-engage and don't kill Doctom, he becomes unkillable and he carries the fight. Like, that's what it's all about.
Unless, like, so there's, like, a few different points that we can get to here, because if Gumayusi gets to a point where he can just flash feast and the Zeri dies, like
that is also
that could also happen.
But I think in order to get to where Doctom is, you're going through a lot of CC, right? Like, you go through the Sejuani, so, like, it's more nuanced than that, I think, but it can happen for sure.
Oh dear, it's a shooting gallery as Rascal going to get snared. Not going to snare the rest of his teammates, but he's put into the bouncy castle, and there goes the boar. The kickback onto Doctom. He gets Wild Growth, though, and then skates his way out.
That's Baron. That's Baron.
It should be.
I mean, Doctom's still alive here, so that's a big threat, but they didn't use everything in order to do this. I mean, they used a lot, right? And
yeah.
They are going to push DRX back, but I think they have enough damage here.
No feast.
That's true, actually. That's a good point.
The ultimate secure not there, but they do have a lot of ability haste as Croco's going to get knocked up. Faker finds the body slam. Q's going to connect as well as Heartbreaker is going to be used. He does escape. But there is a lot of panic here on the DRX side, and T1 just going to get back to work here. Zeus and Ona able to take this one up, and Faker's not even going to let this out of turret go while they're taking Baron.
I think the next...
Oh, he's flashing. All right. Body slam comes in. He slows down Doctom. He's like, guys, I found him. I found him. I found Doctom.
If Doctom has flash and doesn't die, I mean, it's hard to play.
Zeus is on the flank. He just dives on top of Beryl. The Baron is going to be taken. Ona had to do it by himself in the end there. T1 are just doing so many things. They're spinning all the plates here, Wolf.
I mean, now this is going to be the Baron push to end, potentially. I mean, if Doctom is alive, there's a chance. Where there's a Zeri, there's a way. But they're pushing all these turrets down now.
I mean, T1 are just multitasking so much. They are doing so many things all at the same time. This inhibitor is going to go down. The Baron is now transitioned to this top lane turret. And now T1 can group up with Owner as the... Okay, Weaver's Wall comes in. Faker going to move away because he's a very, very fast portly gentleman. And so no seismic shoves are going to come through. And now they can go for a reset and spend the billions of gold that they have after that Baron did come through. Already a 2.7k Baron power play, or as I said, 2.5.
So T1, I mean, with the money they've just picked up and the map control, okay, Faker might not actually get out of here alive.
Well, we'll see. Doesn't have the cask. There's the permafrost. Gets put in cold jail as well. As Doctor might be able to get yet another kill. He goes golden.
Buying some time.
He is, but he's still going to be dead. And Doctor is going to be given his third kill of the game.
He almost had enough to just buy Zonia's outright, I think. So he was like, not too concerned about this, as he's going to be able to buy it pretty soon here. But these fights, if Duckdom is alive, it feels really bad for T1 to actually continue chasing. But look at the setup here. Once you get the first kill, Duckdom should never be this far forward. He has wild growth and he is able to skate over the wall because he's Zeri. But man, if he dies there, I think T1 have already killed the Nexus at this point. And he just kites back here. Look at what Duckdom can do by himself here against the chase. If there's not enough CC to kill him, or burst damage to kill him in this case, then T1 can't quite continue to chase, because once those CCs are on cooldown, they're like, we're just running at this guy, and he's doing damage, and we can't catch him because he's going to keep zooming over walls. He's going to keep slowing us with his extendo beam. He's got wild growth on him. But now it's just a war of attrition with this Baron buff, and T1 are pushing through. They have one inhibitor down, they're pushing for a second.
Well, there's the rupture. Gumiushi just standing in front of his team. He steps on a seismic shove, but it doesn't matter. He's just going to hit this turret. Cask flies through. Beryl going to be knocked back. Double knock up there onto Rascal and Doctor, but the inhibitor is what T1 are focusing on. Fate takes a shock blast, and DRX are just trying to hold on. They need to find a window to get some sort of counter engage here.
T1, I mean, that's the thing, like, they're trying so desperately, but they've done enough damage to Duckdom. They feel like they can keep pushing this. And they can just do this until the Elder spawns.
Yeah, he just walked back. Dawning Shadow is going to bring him under half health.
They can try to end now.
Yeah, as another seismic shove, Gumiushi's just soaking all of this damage. Defensive flash, but there's the rupture. He yells at the Sejuani, and she is going to go to the death chamber. Doctor cannot get in range. Finally, he's going to open. The kick is immediately there from Ona. He puts down the Zeri, and the Nexus explodes.
Oh man, T1, they played this game on hard mode. They made it look like they had prepared this for weeks and weeks and weeks, months it almost felt like. And sure, there were some serious issues in the mid-game, closing out fights, getting those picks to stick, and actually overextending a few times topside there were T1. But ultimately, the Cho'Gath just got tankier and tankier and tankier, and Gragas can engage from so far away that you can get that pick on the front line, and then the setup of the chain CC counter-wise that DRX are looking for can't actually work anymore. And then T1 were like, we have Baron buff, we have 2 inhibitors down, super minions are starting to come through, we could just keep pushing this Zeri back, and Duckdom like runs to the fountain, and he runs back out and comes out with like, it gets hit
and then
again,
gets the shock blast, and then has to go back again, and then back again and again. Oh man.
And T1, man, they played this so well, and it was so absurd the way that they had to win this game, and it felt like they were just playing League of Legends on hard mode. It didn't feel strong, it didn't feel great, but they just played it so well it didn't matter.
And also, like, when you've got Ona feeling himself like that on the Lee Sin, like, yeah, he made a couple of like odd plays, but he was just going for them every single time. Any sort of window opened, he was diving right through immediately.
I loved how they denied Sejuani farm this game by just constantly diving. And unfortunately, the composition in the early game with the Taliyah and the Zeri is just too weak to actually force those multi-man fights. And if you're the Zeri, then trying to come over and help out from the bottom lane, Cho'Gath is getting plates and getting the turret, as we did see Gumiushi do. And you're just not strong at this point. And the way that T1 drafted this composition, you could tell from the outset this is what they wanted to do. This is how they wanted to play around the range damage that is given from the top laner, because you don't have a traditional AD carry, but you have this Jace that can from so far away do additional damage. And it's going to be great in the skirmishes with the Gore Drinker build. It was masterful, really. I was worried in the mid game, though. I'll be honest.
And I think that, you know, we went into a bit of happy game territory, but it was a really exciting one. It was a really fun one, and T1 never really gave up enough for it to feel all that close. Sadly, for DRX, just because T1 just do more things with time spent on Summoner's Rift. That's what it feels like. They have like some sort of efficiency hack, and so they just get more.
And they're just doing, I mean, this is the constant Rascal farm deny, where they just keep coming up, and Rascal's like, I want to help you out, but like you're caught, and I'm losing farm, and I can't exist. And then Guma is like just weak siding bottom side, is like just getting farm, and then every time Zeri comes over to try to help these situations, he just gets further ahead. He gets his Rod of Ages online, gets the tier buy and the Catalyst. We talked about it. That was so huge for him. He gets it and Faker gets it at the same time. And that was kind of like your guarantee for you're going to get to late game and you're going to have strong items and you're going to do fine, even if some of these mid-game fights here go a little bit awry as they did. It didn't matter ultimately in the end.
No. And like this little moment was one where we were maybe getting a little bit nervous as
I was definitely
Owner and
nervous at
Faker
that point.
get a little bit caught out, but then T1 sort of just play their composition to its win conditions, right? And yes, they lose Zeus here, but it's still too scary to walk at the death ball that is T1, especially when you've got Piercing Darkness able to keep them all at full health. And then these sort of snowball effects happen where the first bit of CC lands and then you've lost your Sejuani. And you're normally engaging on Sejuani's back because she's a tank, but when she explodes like that, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. And he's so far behind too, which was part of their win condition in the first place, that he went for the Locket build to try to help Duck Dom, right? Because this became DRX trying to do anything they can to make sure that Zeri can carry, but she just can't do enough damage. And T1 in the game too soon. Look at how low Duck Dom goes right after leaving the fountain. He's just like, I can't do it alone. Like, I don't have enough time to actually carry this fight. Everyone's too tanky, too many rods, too many stats, too many HP bars.
Yeah, and look at that. As soon as he presses his R button, that's when Owner is like, I'm going to kill you, and just dives on top. Damage graph certainly favoring Zeus here. That's Gore Drinker Jace, by the way, and doing 27.2 thousand damage. His Jace has always been fantastic, and I think the Gore Drinker was an interesting adaptation this time around.
I think I voted for Faker. I'm not even sure at this point. Like, I was like, he did a lot of cask engages, but it was a team effort. Like, Owner had a great early game, but then the mid game happened, right, where everyone fell behind, and then it was about like how consistent can we get these CCs linked together later on. I think I voted for Faker. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, Atlas.
I think Owner had a really good game as well, but I honestly think flip a coin. I mean, there's a Cho'Gath in the game. Heartsteel Center won a game in the LCK. Isn't that cool? Let's throw it over to the space, though, and see what they thought about this series.
Welcome back to the space. Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today. As, T1 with the Heartsteel Senna training wheels on, were able to take down game number 2 in a very interesting fashion. What do you guys think about this one?
After this game, I'm still not sure whether it's green because we're happy that we see something new or whether it's green because it's good. I do think that the Senna Cho'Gath is an unmovable brick in lane, and we actually saw that the Zeri had a real issue doing actual damage. I think one of the big boons of Zeri is that in mid-game fights, she can actually pop off if given enough space, and T1's comp just never got taken below any. The only downside of the Heartsteel build that Keria went for is that fights took forever because no one actually had any damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think that T1 knew that like Senna Cho'Gath, so you can't actually pick 1, 2, 3. I think that's why I think they moved to 4 or 5, especially when they banned like so many 80 carry if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the DRX, and that's why I think they only pick Jace, Gragas, Lee Sin, which is like they can actually
super high damage.
Yeah. So I think that's why they be able to like adopt it from the 4-5. But I definitely do agree. I think that they play really lane really well. That's why Senna was be able to in the game. Like she was actually be able to move to top and then be able to play out through the Jace lane.
Yeah, the funniest part to me was that they went like for some pretty high damage top half, and then still the fights were just bouncy castles back and forth. It was really fun to watch.
It's the way it goes. You cask someone into a Cho'Gath knockup and Lee Sin kicks you away. It's pretty fun, actually, as we can take a look at the first skirmish we had on the top side of the map. As the casters were saying, a little bit of happy gaming here, but it did start off decently well for T1.
This was very clean up until this point. The usual laning dominance from T1, overextension from Croco gets immediately punished, and I think DRX were not expecting Faker to be here at this point in time already, and then everyone just gets slowly and methodically taken down.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I mentioned. Like, this is starting from the Keria move, which is like they won both lane phases, and this is why the Lulu was like way too late to cover. But the thing is, like, the play was already over, and then Bing ends up getting 3 kills, and after this play, they lost the whole map control basically.
Yeah, and just like that, T1 were able to start off with a really nice lead. We can take a look at what that did eventually lead to, which was a Baron. We're gonna skip some of the middle parts where, you know,
happy gamers.
Yeah, I can count 5 people on one hand that got caught individually at all times.
Every single person on T1 got caught at least once by himself, walking into either a brush or getting taken down or getting seismic shoved.
But don't forget, but still T1 was like
it never mattered.
3K ahead whole time, no matter what.
There's bounties up.
Because I mean, this is like the reason why, like, they're still getting Baron, but still, like, I mean, the caster, they mentioned the efficiency hack, which is like, even though they're getting something, they're not losing anything. Like, they know exactly where they need to be in. They're still doing Nash and still there making play on the bottom. It's crazy.
I don't know, man. When you see Faker like flash at you, you're like, what is happening? Where is the trap?
Where is this going?
And then you have Zeus on a deep flank, actually following up on that. So a really fun game from T1. Not one that is even remotely as clean as in game number 1, but I think if you have a game that is as good as that one, you can be like, hey guys, we can enjoy ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if I wasn't when I was in SKT back in the mind, like if this game, by the way.
Are you a happy gamer?
No, Koma would have been mad. Hoodie, you get a caught one time, you're man. Do not get caught. That game's supposed to be 20 minutes. That's what Will told me.
Probably true. It's kind of an inside look. I do like that. I want to ask you guys, you know, with Cho'Gath and Senna making their way into the LCK now, do you think this is going to spark other teams to play this kind of duo, or do you think we're going to bring in yet another T1 meta here at the end of the regular season?
Depends on 13.5 because this took 5 80 carry bans, and I'm pretty sure Carrier will still just play any of the other 80 carries if he has the opportunity to, and if that's still good.
Yeah, I mean, it will definitely inspire other team, but the thing is, like, as I said, I think it will definitely cost, and I think it really have to prepare the draft as well. Like from 1 to 3, as we mentioned, it Cho'Gath Senna definitely doesn't bring the DPS enough, so they gotta find a way that they can actually support for that.
Yeah, it's very specific.
Pretty specific stuff, but you let T1 cook for long enough, and maybe they're going to come up with some new stuff. As let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2, and who will pick it up. It will be Faker this time, and I think there will be a smattering of votes, right? But a lot of these casts were really game-changing.
Yeah, Chronicler, it might be us again, another one.
Yeah, I mean, me and Uni were actually fighting through the vote for in this game. In this game again, we barely got out of each other's way, you know, for the actual segment. Uni wouldn't let me vote for who I wanted. That's
I don't know about that one, but
as we're joking, I am expecting a pretty split voter. Faker was the most consistent, got caught once. The other time was more so owner's fault. And anyway, yeah, it makes complete sense.
Another one from
there we go. Nice. And you know what I appreciate is the cohesion from the analyst desk, because last time around it was the 3 of us all voting for owner. That's the 3 of us all for Faker.
Yeah, you get 2 media votes in there for jungle, so I think this does land on the right side of history this time around. Yeah, media just taking random shots.
I love the Zeus votes though.
The Zeus votes are good. He did like double the damage of anyone else in the game, so like, he was like, they needed that piece, right? Even if he was kind of just slowly doing it over the game with Core Drinker, it didn't matter.
Thanks for convincing.
We got it. We got it. We made it out. Well deserved. I mean,
pretty good at Gragas. Yeah. And then Gragas just became a mainstay.
Well, yeah, he brought it back, and it's now one of the most consistent picks that we see banned all the time. It's the creativity of this T1 roster, like across the board, is just amazing to me.
Yeah, I mean, making ability what Faker bringing to the team. I think that's the whole key, and that's why
were you ever that creative?
I mean, I think for me, I think it was like a little bit too much.
Oh, you were too crazy.
I was a little bit
reined in.
I have to like tell myself like, Huni, come on.
Don't do that.
Just, like relax. Like,
keep it cool.
If you're going too much, the game is gonna be over for us. Like that's what happened to me.
But still going phase rush at least on Jace.
Because I'm bad.
Because he's not good enough.
Because I'm good. They can conquer this game.
Yep. True. Guys, we have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Jisung for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by owner Faker on the side of T1. Congratulations. With this win over DRX, T1 is now secured the second place of the regular season and also locked in a spot at second round of playoffs. How do you feel? I'm happy with the clean 2-0 win tonight, and also I'm so happy that I tied with Kyria with this additional POG. It's been a while since I got a POG, so I'm flustered. So owner, speaking of the POG competition with you and Kyria, with this POG today, you are now tied with him. How do you feel about this? I didn't really pay attention to it, honestly, but like people are like mentioning it all the time, so now I'm a little bit getting greedy about it. At the end of game number 1, you guys are also talking about who's gonna win POG, so I thought you guys are also paying attention to it a lot. And Faker, in game number 1, both two teams were playing the classic LCK comp, and T1 was able to close out the game pretty early, only 24 minutes. Were you expecting this much of a speedy game? We were doing a great job starting from the laning phase, so we were able to end it pretty quickly. Owner, what was the turning point for game number 1? Well, I mean, I was not like, we're gonna end this so fast, but we were definitely having the lead throughout the game, so I was pretty confident in the fact that we're gonna win for sure. T1 was able to get a lead early on, starting from the laning phase, but owner, you were actually making a great backup play on top lane and also on the bottom lane. So let's take a look at this replay where you were able to help your bottom duo a lot. Owner, your cover play was so on point. And Lucian ended up surviving with 2 HP. Did you see that coming? I thought he was dead for sure. And then I was like rotating bottom side because we were having 2v2 on the top lane. And then Zeus was like, oh, who used spell when we were fighting top, so I forgot to actually like let them know Sejuani might rotate towards bottom lane, so that's on me, but still he was able to live there, so I actually thought he was gonna die, but lucky that he survived that fight. And then we had Cho'Gath Senna locked in by T1 bottom duo, something that we all have been waiting for it. He had 5 ban cards targeting the AD carry, so how did T1 players talk about this new pick? I don't know why, but Gumayushi, he really likes Cho'Gath, and he was pretty vocal about trying it out today. And then today we had the right situation to play Cho'Gath's bot. And Gumayushi, he's the one that tries a lot of new stuff, so we were able to bring out one of the new picks to the LCK. Owner, how was playing together with that new bottom meta picks? Like considering the fact that Gumayushi is an AD carry player, his Cho'Gath's play was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. So he had some good proficiency on that, so it's pretty reliable, I should say. I guess we will be able to see somewhat more Cho'Gath bottom gameplay on the side of T1 in the future. And then Cho'Gath, Faker, you are able to dodge all of the skill just like always with all of your fancy footwork. Does playing Gragas help you with that because you're so good at it? Obviously, I played it so many times throughout the years, so I do know how to play this champion well, and I'm always, confident in my moves, And some people even call your Gragas a 10-year aged wine. And today we have Cho'Gath Senna bottom duo. So we are slowly getting super excited about your Aurelion Soul. Is it going to happen? If you want to, keep getting excited about it. And we'll see if Faker will actually unlock that new champion up to all the fans' expectations. And owner, T1 locked in a spot in playoffs pretty early this season. And then you guys are continuing the win streak. How will T1 keep on grinding until the playoff starts? Playoffs is actually the real deal of the season, right? So we have to keep taking care of ourselves, and we actually showed some of the pocket pick throughout the regular season, so we'll have to prepare a little bit more of them in order to showcase new picks in playoffs as well. And with this win, T1 got the 10th win in a row, and then your next opponent will be Hana Life, the only team that took T1 down this season. How are you going to prepare for that match? We did lose that game, that series up against Hana last time, but this time we will prep better in order to get a better outcome. And we always just work hard for our matches, right? And we will focus on our own play instead of focusing on our opponents, rather. What about you, Owner? I think, yeah, we lost to Hana. The only team we lost to is Hana Life. So I want to get the revenge, and I want to keep this streak going up until the playoff starts. And this will be the end of the interview from the T1 POGs, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome interview. As pretty straightforward, Faker says they'll only focus on themselves. Let's take a look at the standings now, with T1 getting their 10th win in a row.
Locking in that round 2 for playoffs shouldn't be surprising. T1 are still looking like the most decisive, creative, and strongest all-around team that we have within the LCK. And you know, D+, Gen.G, KT, they're all going to try and catch up to one another or stay ahead of one another, but T1 seems to be somewhat out of reach for everyone.
I mean, also tomorrow, it should be kind of straightforward. Should be. So I'll be casting the Korean side, you know, it's going to be fun.
Leaving us?
Yeah, Huni's decided to leave us for tomorrow.
I'll be here back at the Saturday, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget.
I was worried.
It's getting a little scared, man.
Just drop that on me.
Yeah.
Nah, my bad.
I thought he was just dropping a bomb. Anyway, guys, we will be done here today, and we will have, of course, LCK tomorrow. Thank you guys for joining me once again, and thank you guys for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's this strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my
DRX needed to change something. Juhan is in.
Doctom changes the atmosphere.
As Rascal picks up another one. That's a solo kill for him this time.
Great game here from DRX, and every time the doubters come out for Live Sandbox.
I don't know what it is with this team, but they've won another series. Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown.